How the hell does a shy kid with wild hair who just wanted to play a card game with his friends
Pretty good move, huh, Yugi?
Yep, pretty good move, but not good enough.
end up doing this?
Attack his big shield Gardner!
This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, an iconic anime about ancient Egyptian magic, cursed artifacts, shadow games that literally steal souls, and a billionaire rival who's obsessed with a holographic dragon. It's a lot to take in, I know, but you're gonna stick around because somehow it all works. So without any further ado, let's dive right into it.
Prepare yourself, because it's time to duel!
The first episode of the show starts with a flashback. Thousands of years ago, ancient Egyptian kings played magical games that completely wrecked the world. Until one pharaoh sealed that magic away into these things called Millennium items to stop all the destruction. Flash forward 3,000 years. A kid named Yugi Muto solves one of these items, the Millennium Puzzle, and bam, now he's got some ancient spirit inside of him. Whether he likes it or not, Destiny just handed him the job of saving the world. At school, Yugi's teaching his buddy Joey how to play Duel Monsters. Tristan and Taya, Yugi's other friends, are also there pretending to care. Joey's still kinda clueless, and Tristan's making dumb jokes. That's when Yugi crushes Joey in a duel, but nicely. Turns out Yugi's grandpa owns a game shop, so yeah, his deck's stacked. Yugi then mentions his grandpa has this super rare card, and Joey is amazed at the thought of it. A few tables away, some rich-looking kid overhears. That's Seto Kaiba, massive ego, CEO at 16, and obsessed with Duel Monsters.
Rare card. Could they have found the card that I've been searching for?
At the game shop, Yugi brings the crew to meet his grandpa, Solomon. He shows them the rare monster card, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Only 4 of these cards exist in the world. Just then, Kaiba walks in like he owns the place. He offers a briefcase full of cards for that one Blue Eyes. But Grandpa says no. Kaiba tries throwing money at the problem. Still a no. That card's sentimental. Kaiba storms out. He's totally pissed. Then he sends some goons to the shop, and they basically drag Solomon to Kaiba Corp, Kaiba's company, for a duel. The game Duel Monsters is the single most important thing in this universe. Everyone plays it. Kids, billionaires, ancient spirits, random strangers on rooftops. Yeah, it's that serious. It's a turn-based game, sort of like Pokemon, where every duel starts with a set number of life points, usually 2,000 or 4,000. You lose life points when your monsters get wrecked or when someone pulls some trap card nonsense. And if you hit 0, it's game over. Yugi and the others show up too late. Solomon's down and he's been roughed up. Kaiba just destroyed him in a duel and ripped the Blue Eyes card in half so no one could use it against him.
And look at the sweet prize I won.
Pure evil CEO energy. That's when Solomon gives Yugi his deck and tells him to teach Kaiba about the heart of the cards. Yugi's nervous, but his friends hype him up. Taya draws smiley faces on everyone's hands so Yugi knows he's not alone. It's cheesy but sweet. Speaking of cards, there are 3 main types. Monsters, which do most of the fighting. They've got attack and defense stats. Some are cute, some are horrifying. Spells, which are like power-ups. They can boost your monsters, draw cards, or change the game mid-turn. And traps, which are sneak attacks in disguise. They're hidden until triggered, and then boom, total chaos. We then see the Kaiba Duel Arena for the first time. Kaiba's built this insane virtual stadium with holograms and all. As the duel begins, Yugi transforms. Literally. His whole vibe shifts into Yami Yugi, the ancient pharaoh inside him. Kaiba brings out strong monsters right away. Yugi's hanging in there barely. Then, Kaiba plays Sagi the Dark Clown, a monster card, and powers it up using a spell. Yugi's monsters get wrecked one after another. Things aren't looking good. Then, Yugi finally draws another monster card, Gaia the Fierce Knight, and takes out Sagi. But then Kaiba plays his ace, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yeah, that thing just tears through Yugi's side of the field. He drops another Blue Eyes, then another. Now he's got 3 on the board. Yugi's almost done. but he plays Swords of Revealing Light, blocking all attacks from Kaiba for 3 turns. He then starts drawing pieces of Exodia, this mythical monster you can only summon if you get all 5 parts. Everyone thinks it's impossible. Kaiba laughs. Yugi's down to his last draw, but he remembers his grandpa, his friends, the goofy smiley mark on his hand, and he pulls the final piece.
Exodia! Obliterate!
Exodia nukes Kaiba's entire battlefield, and his life points hit 0. Total defeat. Kaiba's stunned. This kid just did the impossible. Yugi says Kaiba lost because he plays for power, not with heart. Then, the Millennium Puzzle glows, and Yugi hits Kaiba with a mind crush. Kaiba drops to his knees, seeing what Yugi is actually capable of. In episode 2, Joey's trying his luck in a Duel Monsters match against Taya, and shocker, it doesn't go well. He drops a giant rock ogre on the field thinking it's game over, but Taya flips over Happy Lover, a tiny, unimpressing looking card, until she follows it up with Breath of Light, a card that wipes out rock-type monsters. Joey's ogre crumbles. His life points hit 0, and Taya wins again. Outside school, Joey admits he's terrible at the game and begs Yugi to help him out. Yugi checks Joey's deck and sees the problem instantly. It's nothing but big dumb monster cards. No magic, no strategy, just raw power.
With no magic in your deck, your monsters will get creamed every time.
Yugi explains that you need magic cards to boost your monsters or pull off combos. Joey's then fired up and ready to learn. Yugi takes him to the Kame game shop, where we meet Solomon, Yugi's grandpa, again, and the kids are shocked by his knowledge of Duel Monsters. Grandpa's putting up a poster for a big upcoming tournament with a huge cash prize. Joey wants in, but Grandpa's like, not with that attitude. He agrees to train Joey if Joey's willing to actually commit and learn the heart of the cards. Basically, a duelist's ability to wield the perfect card needed for the situation. So begins Joey's crash course in actual dueling. He's struggling, screaming, and probably regretting everything, but he's serious about getting better. Fast forward to the Duel Monsters Championship Final. Yugi and the gang are watching Weevil Underwood, an insect specialist, take on Rex Raptor, who runs a dinosaur-themed deck. Rex throws out his strongest monster, Two-Headed King Rex, which is pretty self-explanatory, but Weevil shuts it down with Vortex, a spell which stops the attack. Then boosts his basic insect with Laser Cannon and takes the win. So yeah, this was basically brains over brawn. After the match, Maximilian Pegasus, the fancy-looking creator of Duel Monsters, presents the trophy and invites Weevil to a mysterious new tournament called Duelist Kingdom. As Pegasus leaves, he confirms a package has been sent out to Yugi.
We're no longer in the world you know, but I will return you after our game.
Yugi's confused, but Yami Yugi, the stronger spirit inside the puzzle, takes over. Pegasus starts the duel and immediately flexes. He reads Yugi's mind and counters every move. He uses Dragon Capture Jar to steal Yugi's Komori Dragon, then Dragon Piper to release it and control it. Yugi's Silver Fang gets crushed, and Pegasus explains that they're not really dueling. They're playing an actual shadow game using ancient magic from Egypt. Pegasus also drops some cryptic lore. 5,000 years ago, this kind of magic was sealed inside the Millennium items, including Yugi's puzzle. Yugi's life could change if he learns to control it. Pegasus then continues the duel, still reading Yugi's thoughts with the Millennium Eye. Yugi realizes he's gotta switch it up, so he plays a card without looking at it. That way, Pegasus can't read it. Turns out it's Dark Magician, which lets Yugi destroy the stolen dragon and take the lead. But Pegasus bounces back fast. He plays Illusionist Faceless Mage and uses Eye of Illusion to control Dark Magician. Yugi tries to fight back with Celtic Guardian, but it gets taken out too. Now, Yugi's running out of life points and time. He throws down Summoned Skull, and just as he's about to turn things around, the 15-minute timer runs out, and Pegasus wins on a technicality.
If you had been able to complete that attack, I would have lost. But I didn't, did I?
But Pegasus isn't done yet. He uses Millennium Eye again and steals Grandpa's soul. Everyone's teleported back to the shop, where Grandpa collapses. His image flickers on the TV, calling out to Yugi, who grabs the screen helpless. In episode 3, Yugi's still reeling from the last duel and can't stop thinking about how Pegasus took his grandpa's soul. The guy literally paused a duel mid-match just to flex a superpower. Yugi doesn't totally understand how Pegasus can read his moves, but one thing's clear, he needs to go to Duelist Kingdom and win to save his grandpa. Meanwhile, Joey gets a surprise in the mail. It's a videotape from his sister, Serenity. The two haven't met in 6 years, so naturally, Joey's surprised. Even more surprisingly, in the videotape, she reveals that she's deathly sick and going blind, and she wants Joey to see her again so he can remember what she looks like. That hits him hard, especially since they've been separated for years. Now, Joey's got his own reason to enter this tournament, the prize money. Back at the game shop, Yugi finds an invite to Pegasus's tournament and 2 star chips, the pass needed to get on the boat. Joey's hyped once he hears that there's a cash prize, $3 million. They head up to the school rooftop, and Yugi opens up about how he used to be shy and got bullied for it. Even Joey used to mess with him. He once tossed a piece of the Millennium Puzzle into a pool. But when a real bully showed up, things flipped. Joey actually fished the piece back out later and gave it to Yugi. It was the start of their friendship, and Yugi's been grateful ever since.
The truth of the matter is, you're the best friend I've ever had.
Yeah. It's too bad you can't go with me to rescue Grandpa.
At the pier, duelist registration is strict. No star chips, no entry. Joey gets stopped, but Yugi hands over one of his star chips so Joey can come too. Tristan and Taya sneak on board behind some crates, so the gang's officially all on board. Well, kinda. On the boat, we meet Mai Valentine, who's confident, glamorous, and 100% self-assured. She notices Yugi and throws him a little respect for beating Kaiba, but gives Joey 0 attention. Joey tries to flirt anyway, and it doesn't go well. Joey's not loving the sleeping setup. Then we see Weevil Underwood, the smug kid who won last year's tournament, and Rex Raptor, loud, dino-loving meathead. They both have private rooms and massive egos. Weevil hints that this tournament's rules are going to be way tougher and says real champs need more than just strong cards. They need strategy. He also mocks Joey for still trading cards this late in the game.
If you've come all this way and you're still trying to improve your deck, you've got to be pretty desperate.
Meanwhile, Taya's struggling to stay hidden, and Tristan's being completely useless about it. They spot Bakura randomly walking on the deck and are confused about what he's doing here. He hasn't done much yet, but he seems important. Back in Rex's room, he still tries to flirt with Mai, who's clearly playing him. She challenges him to a duel. If Rex wins, she'll do whatever he wants. If she wins, she gets the room. She wins. Destroys him, actually. She's got a trick. She uses perfume to memorize where her cards are in the deck. Yeah, seriously. Elsewhere, Joey shows Yugi the cards he's traded for. Salamandra, a spell that boosts fire monsters' attack. Kunai with chain, a trap that blocks both attacks and powers up a monster. Baby Dragon, basic low-level monster. And Shield and Sword, swaps attack and defense for all monsters on the field. Not bad, but still rough. Yugi hands him Time Wizard, which can age Baby Dragon into Thousand Dragon and destroy all older monsters on the field, if the coin flip lands right. That night, Weevil shows up and asks to see Yugi's Exodia cards, the ones that beat Kaiba in one move. Yugi reluctantly shows him, and Weevil yeets all 5 cards into the ocean. Just tosses them. Says now no one can use them against him.
Now there's no one who can challenge me.
Why, you?
Joey, without thinking, jumps in after him. It's not smart, but he's trying to be helpful in his own chaotic way. He grabs 2 of the 5 cards before getting smacked by a wave. Yugi jumps in to save him, and they're both then fished out by Taya and Tristan. Back on deck, Joey breaks down. He says he wanted to do something for someone he cared about for once. He opens up about Serenity, her eyesight, and how this tournament might be his only shot to help her get better. Yugi then tells him he's already done more than enough. The island finally comes into view as the sun rises. Everyone's ready, determined, and probably a little seasick. Duelist Kingdom starts now. Let's go. Everyone's off the boat and finally on Duelist Kingdom. Tristan's stressing over not having any star chips, but Taya tells him to chill out before he looks even more guilty. A guard stops him anyway, but just ends up telling him to relax. Joey's still sneezing from his little swim, and he blames Weevil for it. Yugi's like, bro, that's kind of on you. After that, Kimo, one of Pegasus's workers, tells everyone to head to Pegasus's castle for the tournament briefing. On the way, Taya spots Bakura creeping around in the woods. Yeah, same guy she saw on the boat, but he dips before she can say anything. Weird start already. Pegasus shows up and lays out the rules. Duelists need to collect 10 star chips to qualify for the finals inside the castle, and they've got 48 hours to do it. Each duel has to be a wager, and whoever runs out of chips gets the boot. Yugi immediately thinks about his grandpa's soul still being trapped, so no pressure or anything.
I'm not leaving this island until I save my grandpa, no matter what Pegasus has planned for me.
Once everyone scatters, Yugi and Joey talk strategy. With only 1 star chip each, they know there's no room for error. Fireworks pop off, and boom, tournament's officially on. Yugi's got his eyes set on Weevil and spots him lurking. Weevil, being the slippery bug he is, bails into the forest. The crew follows, and it's suddenly Moth Central. Clouds of them everywhere. Yugi realizes Weevil's stalling and probably has a trick planned, especially after that cryptic new rule tease from before. They finally reach a clearing where Weevil's waiting, ready to duel. Yugi's not here to mess around. He raises the stakes. Weevil bets 2 star chips, and Yugi bets 1 plus his entire deck. Weevil's hyped, thinking he's about to get a free upgrade.
This will be an all-or-nothing match for the both of us.
The duel starts. Weevil summons Killer Needle, a 1200 attack monster. Yugi throws out Mammoth Graveyard, same attack. But Mammoth gets destroyed. Weevil explains the new twist. The duel field boosts monsters based on terrain. So, as you might have guessed already, being in a forest boosts bugs like Killer Needle, giving it a 30% attack buff. But wasteland terrain also powers up Mammoth Graveyard. Turns out both monsters got buffed and wiped each other out. Yugi saw it coming, but Weevil says there's more to worry about. Next up, Weevil brings out Hercules Beetle. With a forest boost, its attack jumps to 1950. Yugi drops Feral Imp and powers it up with Horn of the Unicorn, hitting 2000 attack. Seems solid, but Hercules shrugs off the magic-based attack and flattens it. Why? Another new rule. Magic-based buffs don't work well against terrain-boosted monsters. Feral Imp goes down, and Yugi's life points take a hit. He's down to 1350. Yugi switches gears and plays defense. Weevil goes all in, powering up Basic Insect with Laser Cannon armor and level 2 power boost.
No! His insect's so powerful now my defense won't stand a chance. And after it falls, my life points are next.
It hits 2150 attack and crushes Yugi's Griffor. Then, Weevil sets Parasite Worm, planning to nuke Yugi's field with it. Yugi quietly sets his own card. Weevil loads up on even more bugs. Gokibor, Big Insect, Kamakiriman. His field is packed and stacked, and Yugi's still playing it cool. He sets his Dark Magician face down. Weevil sees it and bites. Basic Insect attacks. That's when Yugi springs the trap Mirror Force. It reflects Basic Insect's attack and nukes all of Weevil's monsters in one shot. His life points crash down to 555. Yugi basically tells Weevil he never deserved his champ title and calls him out for being a fraud. Weevil insists he's still got one powerful bug left, but at this point, he's clearly scrambling. It's episode 5, and Weevil isn't done yet. He reveals his ultimate strategy was never about the little bugs. He plays Cocoon of Evolution, a high defense monster that can evolve into something stronger after a few turns. To speed things up, he attaches it to Petite Moth, a super weak insect, and announces that in 5 turns, it'll transform into a monster Yugi won't be able to stop. Yugi knows Weevil's aiming to summon the powerful Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth, a card that needs time and protection to hatch, but can easily crush most monsters when it's out. Yugi realizes he's now racing against a ticking time bomb, and Weevil's stalling tactics start to work. Yugi tries attacking Cocoon of Evolution, but its 2000 defense stat keeps it safe. He's got no choice but to try to break through before the moth appears. Over the next few turns, Weevil focuses entirely on defense, playing more weak monsters to block attacks while time ticks down. Eventually, the transformation is complete. Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth is summoned.
The Great Moth is an unbeatable creature. They can chatter from the sidelines all they want, but it won't help Yugi one bit.
It's massive. With a 3,500 attack stat, and thanks to the Forest Field boost, it's even stronger. Weevil starts gloating again, thinking he's got the duel locked in. But Yugi doesn't panic. He plays smart and keeps up the pressure, using tricks and spells to stall Weevil's attack while he waits for the right draw. Eventually, he gets what he needs, a combo that brings back Summoned Skull, a monster with 2,500 attack and a powerful lightning attack. Summon Skull doesn't get any forest boost, but it can cut through Moth's defense using raw power and a clean hit. Yugi also plays a support card to weaken the Moth, just enough to get the edge. He launches the attack, and it works. Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth goes down, and so does Weevil's life points. Yugi wins the duel and earns 2 star chips from Weevil, bringing his total to 3. Weevil is left totally wrecked, both on the field and emotionally. Yugi tells him to stop throwing cards overboard and start respecting the game again. Joey is hyped, calling it a perfect revenge match, while Taya and Tristan finally come out of hiding now that they're not in trouble. Yugi now has some momentum, but with more duels ahead and the island full of sneaky duelists, it's just the beginning. The 6th episode starts with Pegasus chilling in his castle, acting like the frontman from the Squid Games, watching everything unfold from afar. He says the games have begun, and now it's survival of the strongest. The weak are going home, no second chances. Meanwhile, out in the forest, Joey's fired up and ready to duel anyone who crosses his path. Taya and Tristan try to keep him grounded, reminding him this isn't some friendly match. Most of these players are pros. But Joey's not backing down. He's doing all of this for Serenity, his younger sister who's losing her eyesight. He flashes back to a memory from when they were kids on the beach, promising he'd always be there for her. That's his motivation right there. The crew then stumbles onto a cliff and sees just how massive this duelist kingdom thing really is. Multiple arenas, people dueling all over. It's chaos, but in a good way. Joey picks the meadow field since it's best for his warrior-type monsters. Yugi agrees, telling him to go for weaker opponents, not try to take on the big fish right away. Then enter My Valentine. She just destroyed some poor guy who accuses her of cheating, but she brushes him off, saying she's psychic. The gang shows up, and she's surprised to see Yugi's already gotten a win.
So you have 3 star chips, do you? I might be up for a duel myself.
Take her. Knock her out of the contest and off the island.
She looks like she's about to challenge him, but instead throws everyone off by picking Joey as her challenger. She overheard him back on the boat, remembers he wasn't even invited, and basically calls him an amateur. Taya kind of agrees, but Joey's not letting anyone talk him out of this. Even when the others ask Yugi to step in, he says no, this is Joey's call. Joey takes it. He knows he didn't finish learning the game properly, but he has to try. Before they start, Mai says the arena is a split field, mountain, forest, and meadow. Each type can boost certain monsters. Joey asks why she even duels, and Mai's answer is that it's for the lifestyle, shopping, traveling, glam. Joey's not impressed. He's playing for something more meaningful than materialism. Joey goes first and summons Masaki, the legendary swordsman, hoping the meadow terrain gives him the edge. But Mai's up to her usual tricks. She pulls a card without looking, acting like she predicted it, and summons Harpy Lady, which gets a power boost from the mountain part of the field. That lets her take out Joey's monster in one shot. Joey then tries Tiger Axe next, but the same thing happens. Mai's Harpy is still too strong. She powers it up further with Cyber Shield, now making its attack 2190 and takes out his Kojikoki. Joey starts spiraling, more focused on how she's pulling off her tricks than actually playing smart. That's when Mai throws in the classic lone wolf duelist line, saying friends can't help you win, and you can only trust yourself. Joey looks shaken by it, but Yugi, now as Yami, drops a weird riddle on him. Something about what can be seen but stays unseen.
Trust me on this. She's just trying to divide and conquer, a strategy that's been used for centuries. Believe me, I know.
Joey doesn't get it at first, but then something clicks. Literally. He smells perfume. Turns out Mai has sprayed her cards with different perfumes to identify them by scent without looking. That's her trick, and now that Joey's figured it out, he stops playing into it. He puts Baby Dragon in the defense position, but Mai isn't worried. She uses Elegant Egotist to summon 2 more Harpy Ladies, turning 1 card into 3. They're ready to wipe the field next turn. Joey knows this is his shot or he's done. He manages to draw Time Wizard, the card Yugi gave him earlier, and activates its time magic. That effect ages everything on the field 1,000 years instantly. Baby Dragon evolves into Thousand Dragon, a much stronger monster. And all of Mai's Harpies age out of their prime, back to their base 1300 attack. Thousand Dragon takes them all out in one shot, and Mai's life points drop to 0. Joey wins his first real duel, not just with luck, but by staying calm and figuring out his opponent's strategy. Mai's whole angle was flashy and clever, but in the end, Joey's reason for dueling, keeping his promise to Serenity, is what gave him the edge. It's episode 7, and Joey's still riding the high from beating Mai. But now, he's on a new mission, finding food. He's starving and nobody in the group thought to pack snacks. Tristan claims he brought a survival guide, but Joey's not trying to eat moss or mushrooms, so that idea's shot down pretty fast. Suddenly, Joey catches a whiff of something tasty coming from the beach and runs straight toward it. Sure enough, there are some fish roasting over a fire. Joey dives right in like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet, and the rest of the gang follows. But before they can even start chewing, the owner shows up, spear in hand. That's when we meet Mako Tsunami, a loud ocean-obsessed duelist with an octopus on his head and some serious fisherman vibes.
Off with you!
No, don't! I wanted to eat that!
Yugi recognizes him immediately. Mako's a top-level player who ranked high in a previous championship. Once Mako realizes Yugi's in the group, his tone flips completely. He tells them to enjoy the fish, acts like he's being super generous, and casually brags about using the prize money to buy a boat. But secretly, the whole fish setup was a trap to lure in challengers. Right as everyone's about to leave, Mako throws a spear at Yugi's feet and officially challenges him to a duel. He wants a proper fight with 2 star chips on the line. Yugi accepts, and a duel arena rises straight out of the sea. The field is split. Mako's side is covered in ocean, which boosts his sea monsters and hides them, while Yugi's side is dry wasteland, not great for anything water-based. Right out of the gate, Mako summons something, but Yugi can't see it. It's lurking underwater, gaining a stat bonus and remaining hidden. Yugi plays Horn Imp, but it gets snatched up and crushed by Fiend Kraken, who just jumps out, attacks, and then sinks back down. Yugi tries again with Feral Imp, this time adding a spell card, Horn of the Unicorn, to power it up. He plans to electrify the water and fry everything hiding in it. But Mako's already got a counter, Jellyfish, which completely absorbs electricity. The plan flops and Yugi loses another monster. Things get worse. Mako summons Kairu Shin, a sea serpent that's crazy strong with the field bonus, and it wipes out Yugi's next monster. Not only that, but the tidal wave it creates floods almost the entire battlefield, leaving Yugi with only one tiny island to play on.
My land! Karyushin's attack has nearly washed away my entire land-based playing field!
Mako goes into his backstory here. He lost his dad to the ocean during a storm and basically sees dueling as his way of mastering the sea. With only one safe spot left, Yugi drops a giant soldier of stone in defense position. It's got huge defense points, and Mako assumes Yugi's just stalling. He surrounds the soldier with sea monsters, thinking he's got Yugi cornered. But Yugi flips it, literally. He switches Giant Soldier to attack position and targets his own spell card, Full Moon. By destroying it, the high tide effect it caused disappears, and the water level drops. Suddenly, all of Mako's monsters are stuck on land and exposed. Yugi wastes no time. He summons Curse of the Dragon, pairs it with the spell Burning Land, and launches a combo attack that scorches Mako's entire field. Mako's life points drop to 0. Yugi wins again and bumps his star chip count to 5. Mako's left with just 1 and jokes that he'll need a good meal before trying again. He dives back into the ocean to do what he does best: fish and dream big. The gang heads out, still hungry, but one step closer to Pegasus. Episode 8 begins back at Pegasus's castle, where a kid in a bandana ties a bunch of bedsheets together and tries to escape through the window. It doesn't go well. He falls, gets hurt, and is caught missing soon after. Pegasus's butler, Croquette, barges in on him while he's busy reading comics to report the escape. Pegasus is unfazed. He knows exactly where the kid's headed and tells Croquette to just toss him in the dungeon when he's brought back. After that, Pegasus checks in on the Duelist Kingdom progress via computer.
12 of the participants have been eliminated. Those that were defeated and lost their star chips are being removed from the island by boat.
12 duelists have been knocked out, and Yugi's already halfway to the finals with 5 star chips. Pegasus wants Yugi to keep winning. His whole master plan hinges on that. Meanwhile, Yugi's squad is walking through a meadow. talking about Mako and how every duelist on the island has something they're fighting for. Joey zones out thinking about Serenity, when suddenly they hear shouting up ahead. This goon named Chemo has a kid in a chokehold. Tristan tackles him, but Chemo shrugs it off and roughs him up, saying the kid lost all his star chips and is being kicked off the island. The boy protests, says he got robbed, but Chemo doesn't care. Rules are rules. He throws the boy into a boat with the other losers, including Weevil. The gang rushes in to talk to him before the boat leaves. The boy says he was challenged to a duel, but when he put his deck down, a bandana-wearing kid stole it and ran. Yugi promises to find the thief, and Joey says he wants half the starships as a reward. Everyone immediately hates that idea. They retrace the steps to the arena where the theft happened, and sure enough, the bandana kid shows up and wants to duel Yugi. Tristan wants to throw hands, but Yugi steps in and accepts the challenge. He's suspicious and thinks he knows who this is. Once the duel starts, the bandana kid mutters about getting revenge for his big brother. Flashback time. Turns out this is Makuba Kaiba, Seto Kaiba's little brother. After Yugi beat Seto, he spiraled. He then handed Makuba a key card to some important documents, told him he was in charge for now, and vanished to find himself. After that, Pegasus swooped in to make things even worse. He leaked Kaiba's loss to the world, and convinced Kaiba Corp's board of directors to hand over control under one condition. Someone has to beat Yugi.
Well, how fortuitous. Plans for me to duel Yugi are already underway.
Also, Makuba has to be captured since he has the key to the company's vault. So yeah, the kid's under pressure. Back to the duel. Makuba plays man-eating plant. Yugi counters with Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Forest, and blasts it. He calls out Makuba for using stolen cards, saying they won't work because they don't connect with him. Makuba doesn't care. He believes in power over heart, just like Seto used to. That confirms it for Yugi. He outs Makuba by name, and Makuba rips off his disguise. Makuba then explains everything. How Pegasus used Seto's loss to grab control of the company. How Yugi is the key to getting it back. Taya figures out Makuba's real plan. If Yugi loses his star chips outside of a legit duel, the board's deal with Pegasus becomes invalid. Before the duel can finish, Makuba bolts. He snatches 2 of Yugi's star chips and runs. Yugi tells him this isn't the way. Seto didn't abandon him. He's just figuring stuff out. Yugi says he'll take down Pegasus himself and begs Makuba to return the stolen deck and chips. The gang rushes to the pier, but the loser boat is already gone. Makuba tries to give the star chips back, but Chemo slaps them into the ocean, including Yugi's stolen ones. Then, out of nowhere, Chemo grabs Makuba and says they're heading back to the castle. Yugi challenges him to a duel, but Chemo doesn't accept. Instead, he tells them to meet him at the same duel arena in an hour. Cut to Seto Kaiba, chilling dramatically on a cliffside with his laptop. He's moping about his loss to Yugi, admitting he was only playing for pride, not purpose. He messes with a new dual disc prototype, thinking it'll let him fight Yugi on even ground. Suddenly, a couple of Pegasus's goons burst in. Seto prepares to surrender, then hurls a chair at them and dives straight out the window into the ocean.
Nobody could survive a fall like that.
Looks like he did our work for us.
Yeah, that just leaves the rest of the job.
He leaves his deck behind. Top card, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Back at the duel arena, Chemo shows up with Makuba and says Yugi can win him back in a duel. Then, he steps aside, revealing a guy who looks exactly like Seto Kaiba, and he's here for revenge. This one kicks off with Yugi rolling up to a duel arena, ready to battle Chemo to win back Makuba. But Chemo throws out a curveball. Yugi's not dueling him, he's dueling the ghost of Seto Kaiba. According to Chemo, Kaiba's dead, and what's left is his angry spirit here to take revenge. Makuba obviously doesn't buy any of that, and Yugi's skeptical too, but he agrees to the duel anyway, determined to figure out who this imposter really is. Over at Pegasus's castle, Pegasus is weirdly amused by all this. He shrugs off the Kaiba's dead thing and decides to watch the duel like it's a reality show. He's still confident Yugi will show up at his doorstep eventually, and when he does, Pegasus plans to crush him himself. Back at the duel, Ghost Kaiba is throwing around some real Kaiba-style lines about losing everything and being swallowed by darkness. Yugi pushes back, saying he might look like Kaiba, but no fake can replicate his deck. Then the guy drops Hitatsume Giant, a card Kaiba really had in his deck before. Yugi's rattled.
He's tried to confuse me by making the same opening move that Kaiba did, but it'll have the same result.
But he keeps going and plays Dark Magician, who wipes out the giant in one shot. Ghost Kaiba takes the hit, but seems almost happy about it. He taunts Yugi some more, mentioning things he shouldn't know, like how Yugi lost Exodia. Yugi's visibly shaken now. Cut to the real Kaiba, very much alive, lurking outside a private mansion. A flashback shows how he survived jumping out his office window by clinging to a cliff. He sneaks into his hidden underground lair, using a literal bookshelf entrance and a retinal scan. His computer fills him in on everything. Pegasus trying to take over Kaiba Corp, Yugi entering the tournament, and worst of all, Exodia being lost. Kaiba's stunned, but now he's got two missions. Save Makuba and stop Pegasus by helping Yugi win. Back at the duel, Ghost Kaiba plays Blue Eyes White Dragon. That's when it really hits everyone. This guy either is Kaiba or someone who has his exact deck. Makuba's even more confused now, and Yugi's on edge. In Kaiba's lair, he tries to find the arena Yugi's dueling in, but Pegasus's systems are locked tight, so Kaiba goes full hacker mode, launching a satellite to crack into Industrial Illusion's system, the company that makes Duel Monsters. He tries locating Dark Magician to pinpoint Yugi's duel. The computer hits a wall when it gets to one specific duel arena. Kaiba realizes Pegasus is hiding something in there, so he blows open the digital lock with a backdoor code and gets in using the password Alcatraz.
You were right about the password! The virtual fortress is unlocked.
Back in the duel, Yugi is boxed in. He has no monsters strong enough to defeat Blue Eyes, and Ghost Kaiba plays a trap card called Defense Paralysis, which locks all of Yugi's monsters into attack position, basically forcing them to take damage whether he wants it or not. Blue Eyes takes out Curse of Dragon, and Yugi's life points drop hard. Yugi starts to panic, but Makuba reminds him of the promise Yugi made, that Seto would come back. That little spark gives Yugi the push he needs. He plays Magical Hats, hiding Dark Magician under one of 4 hats. If Ghost Kaiba is really out for revenge, this is his moment. And that's where it ends. Blue Eyes is about to strike, and Yugi's bluff is about to be tested. In episode 10, Yugi's duel with the so-called Ghost of Seto Kaiba continues, and the tension's way up. Ghost Seto's Blue Eyes White Dragon fires a blast at one of the magical hats, a whack-a-mole card that lets you choose between 2 spells or traps and 1 monster, trying to smoke out Dark Magician, but it hits an empty one. Ghost Seto isn't rattled. He says he's just getting started, but Yugi's starting to figure it out. If this guy really had Kaiba's deck, why is he using it in such a clunky way? Over in his underground hideout, the real Seto Kaiba is still inside Pegasus's systems, and now that he's broken through the firewalls, he's watching the duel in real time. And yeah, he's pissed. Someone's using his face, his name, and his deck? Not happening. He immediately figures out that the imposter isn't a ghost. It's one of Pegasus's hired guns called Eliminators, using a perfect replica of Kaiba's deck to psych Yugi out.
Pegasus must have taken my deck.
Seto plans to head to the arena himself, but there's something else bothering him. If Pegasus is going this far, it means Yugi really is a threat to his whole plan. Back at the arena, Yugi draws Mystical Elf, a weak attacker, but with high defense. Normally, it'd be great to stall against Blue Eyes, but with defense paralysis still active, he has to play it in attack mode, making it an easy target. Ghost Seto attacks this turn, wiping it out and cutting Yugi's life points again. Ghost Seto starts getting impatient, and now Makuba's fully convinced this guy's a fraud. He tells Yugi that his brother wouldn't fight like this. Ghost Seto's next move is to bring out a second Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Eliminator inside the Seto disguise drops the act and reveals himself as one of Pegasus's agents named Lictor, but Lictor runs off instead. Mission failed. Pegasus watches all this from his castle and shrugs. It was worth a try, but now he knows Kaiba's alive, and worse, he's back in the game. In episode 11, Joey's still shaken after losing Makuba to Chemo. But there's no time to slow down. They need 10 star chips to reach Pegasus's castle, and right now, Yugi's sitting on 6. Joey only has 2. That math ain't mathin'. While walking, Joey spots some dropped cards and realizes they're Tristan's. One of them is Lava Battle Guard. Joey whips out his own Swamp Battle Guard and jokes that the two are a perfect tag team, then offers to take Tristan's card. Tristan doesn't love it, but hands it over. Taya clowns both of them. Elsewhere, My Valentine finishes off another duel using her signature move, Triangle Ecstasy Spark, with her Harpy Lady Sisters. But honestly, she looks bored out of her mind. Winning isn't even fun anymore. As she chills out on a hill, guess who shows up? Rex Raptor. Still salty from getting dunked on back on the boat, he challenges her to a rematch, but Mai shrugs him off. She flashes her 8 star chips like it's nothing, then tells Rex she might be interested on one condition. Back with the gang, they're hunting for Joey's next opponent in a meadow full of duelists. Joey's hyped, but Taya and Tristan immediately start roasting his dueling skills. Joey gets heated until Mai steps out of nowhere, throwing more shade. She tells Yugi he'd be at the castle already if he didn't drag Joey around.
Everyone knows if Yugi wasn't there to hold your hand, you wouldn't have beat me. Isn't that right, Yugi?
That's not true.
Oh, really? Then I propose he steps out of your shadow here and now.
Then reveals that Rex is her dueling proxy now. He steps out and Joey instantly agrees to the challenge. The catch? No help from anyone. If they say a word, he's disqualified. Tristan tries to shut it down, but Joey snaps and shoves him to the ground. He says he has to win on his own. Tristan reminds him that this isn't just about pride. If Joey loses, Serenity's surgery money is gone. Joey freezes, but still, he says he's going through with it. Mai tells Rex not to forget the prize if he wins. Joey asks what it is. Rex plays coy, and Joey gets mad. Stakes? Both of Joey's chips on the line. Rex puts in 2 of his own. The duel field is split between grassland and wasteland, which benefits beast warriors and dinosaurs respectively. Joey opens with Baby Dragon in defense. He's already planning to bring out Time Wizard and evolve the baby into a big threat. But Rex crushes that dream immediately by summoning 2-headed King Rex and destroying Baby Dragon. Joey's play backfires hard. Joey fires back with Leo Gun, but forgets the field boost. Rex's dinosaur gets a power-up from Wasteland, pushing it to 2080 attack and Rex Leo Gun. Joey's down to 1,670 life points. Time to use the field to his own advantage. He drops Axe Raider into the grassland zone, boosting it to 2,210 attack. It slashes King Rex and takes it out.
I did it! Don't let it go to your head!
Rex comes right back with Sword Arm of Dragon, which gets boosted to 2275 and immediately smashes Axe Raider. Joey's monsters keep getting clapped. He summons Time Wizard, but isn't sure how to actually use it. He sets it for now and drops another monster in defense. Rex drops Mega Zowler, charges up and crushes that set monster. Joey finally finds a break. He summons Flame Swordsman. The grassland boost takes it to 2340. Rex tries to go for a double KO with Mega Zowler, but Mai points out that he forgot the basics. Fire types beat dinosaurs. Flame Swordsman survives and takes Mega Zowler down. Rex loses more points and starts switching to defense. Flame Swordsman starts clearing out Rex's monsters one by one. Joey finally feels like he's in control. Then he plays Swamp Battle Guard, also powered up by the grassland to 2340 attack. Rex isn't done. He drops Serpent Knight Dragon, a rare 2350 attack monster with no field boost needed. It wipes out Flame Swordsman and flips the board again. Joey draws Lava Battle Guard, the card Tristan gave him. He then flashes back to when Tristan saved his butt in a street fight and realizes he's always had his back, even when Joey didn't want it.
Tristan's always been looking out for me. Not because he thinks I always need his help, but because he's a true friend.
Right on cue, Tristan and Yugi show up again, and Tristan yells for Joey to get it together. Joey hears him. He drops Lava Battle Guard next to Swamp Battle Guard. Rex attacks, but it backfires. The combo effect activates. These two cards power each other up when both are on the field. Swamp Battle Guard reflects the attack back and takes out Serpent Knight Dragon. Joey's winning again. Rex's life points drop, and Joey says he's not just fighting for himself. He's got backup now. But Rex isn't sweating yet. He says his strongest monster still hasn't even hit the field. Episode 12 begins. Joey and Rex get stronger the more warriors you have on the field, so they're feeding off of each other's presence. Rex tries to stall by setting a monster, but Joey plows through it like it's nothing. The gang's fired up, hyping Joey, while Rex scoffs at the whole power of friendship thing, warning them that his best card hasn't even hit the field yet. Then, it does. Rex summons his Red Eyes Black Dragon, Even Mai looks impressed.
The Supreme Red Eyes Black Dragon!
Huh?
This card's on the same level as Kaiba's Blue Eyes. It's a 2400 attack beast, and Rex powers it up even more with Dragon Nails, jacking its attack all the way to 3000. That's more than enough to nuke both battle guards in one shot, and Joey's life points drop to just 235. Things are looking brutal. Yugi knows there's only one way Joey can win, but he's not allowed to help. Joey draws, completely lost, until Rex notices the Time Wizard still face down on Joey's field. Rex remembers how Joey used it to beat Mai and suddenly gets greedy. He wants it, so he suggests an ante. Winner takes both cards on the field. For him, that's Red Eyes, and for Joey, it's Time Wizard. Joey's unsure at first, but figures if Rex wants Time Wizard that badly, it must be something serious. He flips it, activates Time Wizard, and goes for its gamble effect. There's a 50-50 chance it works. If it fails, it backfires hard, but Joey hits the jackpot. Time magic activates, fast forwards time, and Red Eyes gets turned into fossil dust. That alone wipes out Rex's life points, and just like that, Joey wins. Rex is forced to hand over his star chips and Red Eyes. Joey's over the moon, until Tristan punches him in the gut as payback for making everyone stress.
Don't you know 2 wrongs don't make a right, you jerk?
Should I make it 3 then?
The usual Joey-Tristan bickering kicks off, and Taya tells Yugi to just leave them to it, it's how they bond. Later, the gang's trying to camp out for the night. Joey's stomach won't shut up, and he almost eats a random mushroom until Tristan stops him. Then, Mai shows up like a diva, snacking on a chocolate bar and dangling it in Joey's face. She offers food in exchange for star chips, but Joey says no, and she's honestly surprised he didn't cave. Still, she offers to hang out for the night anyway. Turns out Mai brought a full-on feast and a tent. She's got everything, but she makes everyone else work for it. Joey and Tristan are sent to get water. Yugi grabs firewood, and Tia gets roped into cooking. While they prep, Mai tells Taya she can use her portable shower. While Taya cleans up, she asks Mai why she came to the Duelist Kingdom. Mai flashes back to working as a cruise ship dealer, constantly surrounded by rich guys who treated her like a toy. That pushed her into dueling, to win on her own terms. She turns the question back on Taya, and Taya says they're all here because they're friends. That actually hits Mai a bit. Suddenly, there's a noise in the bushes. Taya freaks out. Mai rushes in, but nothing's there. After dinner, Yugi mentions Mai couldn't be the first into the castle with all her star chips. Mai says she still wants a match with Yugi, even if they're friendly now. She walks off for some air, and then something grabs her, like full-on dragged into the bushes level creepy. Back at camp, Taya's worried about Mai, but Joey shrugs it off. Then, the bushes rustle again. This time, it's Bakura. Taya's relieved she's not losing it, she's seen him lurking before. Bakura says he's just here to compete too, and Joey's glad to have another ally. Everyone ends up chatting around the fire, showing off their favorite cards. Joey picks Flame Swordsman, Tristan reps Cyber Commander, and Taya picks Magician of Faith. Yugi, Dark Magician of course. Bakura says his favorite is Change of Heart, a spell that lets you take control of your opponent's monster for a turn. Joey thinks that's a weird pick, but whatever. Then, Bakura suggests a casual duel, just for fun, no stakes, and everyone's down. Bakura even says they should put their favorite cards into Yugi's deck to make it a real team deck. They do it, but Bakura smirks. That's when things get weird. A bell chimes out of nowhere, and the Millennium Ring that Bakura has starts glowing. In a flash, Yugi and the others are pulled into the Shadow Realm. Their souls sucked into Yugi's deck. Their bodies just slump to the ground. Bakura, now fully possessed by his dark alter ego, walks over to steal the Millennium Puzzle. But before he can touch it, the puzzle glows, and Yami Yugi wakes up. It's on. Shadow game time. In episode 13, Yami Bakura traps everyone's souls into cards, and we jump straight into this weird, creepy shadow game. Yami Yugi's forced to play Duel Monsters with his friends' lives on the line, and Bakura drops the bomb that he's not really Bakura right now. He's some ancient soul-stealing spirit who wants all 7 Millennium items to take over the world. No big deal. This is mainly a filler episode, so we don't need to go through everything. Just know that the gang makes it out safe after Yugi completely destroys the fake Bakura thanks to some life and death motivation. All the souls return to normal, and Yugi asks Bakura where he even got the cursed ring.
My father picked it up on one of his trips.
He told me it's from ancient Egypt.
Turns out it was a gift from his dad, who bought it in Egypt from some shady merchant. Everyone wakes up thinking it was a dream, until they see Bakura and freak out a little. Then, out of nowhere, they hear a scream in the distance, and the next part of the story kicks off. The episode kicks off right after a piercing scream echoes through the forest. The gang rushes to a duel arena and finds Mai on the ground, her life points just wiped to 0. Her 3 Harpy Lady sisters got obliterated in one go, and her opponent, this big, shadowy guy, has already claimed her star chips. He steps out of the darkness and makes it real clear. He's not just some duelist. He's an eliminator sent to take out challengers. Mai warns the group to be careful. This guy doesn't play fair. Then, he tosses her empty dueling glove like it's trash and says Yugi's next. Joey tries to fight the guy, but the others hold him back. Yugi steps in instead, switches to Yami mode, and says he'll win back Mai's chips himself. The eliminator introduces himself as Panic. Yeah, with a capital K at the end. And he brags about hunting duelists for industrial illusions. Yugi throws down the challenge, wagering all 6 of his star chips. Panic says he took 8 from Mai already, but sure, Yugi's will do. Then, things get nuts. Panic hits a button, and suddenly, Yugi's shackled to the duel arena while actual flamethrowers go off next to him. Panic says if Yugi loses, he'll get torched. Everyone yells at Yugi not to do it, but he doesn't care. He's all in. Mai quietly tells him to forget about her and fight with his own honor. The duel starts. Panic summons Castle of Dark Illusions, which gets a crazy defense boost because it's night. It also casts a bunch of shadows that completely cover his side of the field. Yugi can't see anything. Mai warns that this shadow gimmick is how she lost.
This is exactly how he threw me off my game!
Now you tell us?
Yugi plays it cautious with Celtic Guardian in defense. But Panic's unseen monster attacks with Dark Grasp of Fury, pulling Celtic Guardian into the darkness and destroying it. Yugi realizes the castle needs to go, but its defense is too high. Next turn, Yugi summons Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress, hoping to light up the darkness with its fireball attack. It briefly works. The shadows flicker and Panic's monsters flash into view, but the light doesn't last. Another Dark Grasp of Fury takes out Winged Dragon and Yugi's down to 1606 life points. Panic starts gloating again and blasts the flamethrowers. Yugi's done playing defense. He says the shadows can't last forever, and he's figured out how to win. He tells Panic he's got 5 turns left and flashes a card. Panic scoffs, but Yugi's not bluffing. Yugi sets a spell and plays Curse of Dragon in defense. Mai realizes Yugi's using more than just cards. He's using psychology. Panic assumes the set card is Swords of Revealing Light, and thinks Yugi's made a dumb move by showing his hand early. Panic goes all in with Reaper of the Cards, a monster that destroys face-down spells. He uses Call of the Graveyard to swing at Yugi's set card, but then the scythe stops mid-swing. Yugi reveals it wasn't Swords of Revealing Light at all, it was Spellbinding Circle, which traps the Reaper and freezes it away from the shadows. He baited Panic perfectly.
What is it with this kid? I can't even keep up with him here on the sidelines.
With Reaper locked down, Yugi says he can finally play spells without interference. He now sets the real Swords of Revealing Light plus another unknown spell card, and the episode ends with the duel still underway. In episode 15, Yugi's duel with Panic is still going, but the mood's totally flipped. Panic went from being the intimidating, shadow-loving creep to a jittery mess, especially after Yugi locked him down with Swords of Revealing Light, a card that basically freezes all enemy attacks for 3 turns. Panic tries to psych Yugi out with flamethrowers. Literal flamethrowers. But Yugi couldn't care less, and now Panic's losing his grip. Panic draws King of Yami Makai, and thinks he's about to end the duel. But when he tries to attack Yugi's Curse of Dragon, the attack veers off and destroys Reaper of the Cards instead. Turns out, the Spellbinding Circle still had the Reaper trapped, and it absorbed the blast like a magnet. Yugi flips his set card, Swords of Revealing Light, and the whole field lights up, completely wiping out the darkness that gave Panic an edge. Not only can Yugi now see all of Panic's monsters, but Panic also can't attack for 3 turns. Panic's response is the Chaos Shield, a card that teams up with his Castle of Dark Illusions to switch all his monsters into defense mode and give them a massive defense boost. He's basically turtling now, hoping Yugi won't be able to break through, but Yugi's just sitting there roasting him for hiding behind his monsters and never attacking. Next, Yugi draws Gaia the Fierce Knight, brings it out and follows it up with Polymerization, fusing Gaia with Curse of Dragon to make Gaia the Dragon Champion. Panic brushes it off, thinking his defense is still airtight. Panic then draws Metal Guardian, a defensive monster boosted even further by the castle's night terrain, and plays it outside the shield to block anything that might get through. His whole setup is one big medieval fortress now.
Any attack against my monsters is totally impossible!
It figures. You're cowering again.
But Yugi just keeps calling him scared and says he only has one turn left. Now, it's go time. Yugi summons Catapult Turtle, puts Gaia the Dragon Champion up top, and fires it straight at the Castle of Dark Illusions. But the move wrecks Yugi's life points, dropping him to 300. Panic laughs it off, until the impact cracks the castle's flotation ring. Yugi explains that the only reason that cracked up castle is still floating is because Swords of Revealing Light is holding it up. Once those fade away, the whole thing's coming down, and that's exactly what happens. On Panic's next turn, the swords vanish, and his entire setup crashes. Castle, monsters, everything. Since they were all still trapped under Chaos Shield, none of them could escape. They're destroyed on impact, and Panic's life points drop to 0. Yugi wins. Panic loses the duel, but throws a tantrum anyway, smashing his flamethrower controls and triggering a full-on fire trap. The arena erupts in flames, and 2 jets blast straight at Yugi. But just before they hit, Yugi's Millennium Puzzle glows and blocks the attack. Then, he mind crushes Panic, ending it all.
Oblivion!
After the fire clears, Yugi returns the star chips Panic stole from Mai. She refuses at first, saying she doesn't deserve them, but Joey steps in and says if she doesn't want them, he'll take them, which pushes Mai's buttons and she snatches them back. Joey's whole point is simple. Don't throw away your dream just because your pride got bruised. As the crew walks off, Mai stops Yugi and says she's only borrowing the chips, and that one day she'll face him in a real duel on her own terms. Yugi says he'll be waiting. Episode 16 begins over at Pegasus Castle. Pegasus is sipping wine and chatting with the Big Five, the shady execs from Kaiba Corp who ditched Seto the second he lost to Yugi. They're freaking out because Kaiba's heading for Duelist Kingdom, but Pegasus tells them to relax. No one's touching Kaiba. Once he beats Yugi, their little contract goes into effect, and Kaiba Corp is theirs. Tech, knowledge, all of it. Pegasus is clearly looking forward to round 2 with Kaiba. Then we cut to Kaiba in a helicopter, staring down at the island. He's replaying his last duel with Yugi and thinking about how Yugi told him that cards need heart. Kaiba's not buying it. He just wants revenge. But before he takes on Yugi again, Pegasus is his real target. He blames him for Makuba's kidnapping and for teaming up with backstabbers. Kaiba's also brought along his dual disc prototype. Teia's hogging the tent while everyone else sleeps outside. Yugi and Bakura are still awake though, and Bakura shows off his Millennium Ring, which is literally pointing straight at Pegasus's castle. Turns out, the ring reacts to other Millennium items, like Yugi's puzzle. Neither of them know what that actually means yet, but Yugi's hoping that solving this mystery might help him save his grandpa. Then, boom. Bright lights in the sky. A chopper shows up and lands dramatically right next to their camp. Out walks Kaiba, briefcase in hand. Yugi returns his stolen deck, and Kaiba says he's not here to make friends. He's here to destroy Pegasus.
I'm going after Pegasus to save my brother. Not so I can win some silly prize. Have fun with your tournament.
Yugi asks if he's learned anything about the heart of the cards, but Kaiba just brushes it off. Joey's not having it. He jumps up and gets in Kaiba's face, saying everyone else is working hard for their star chips and Kaiba can't just jump in line. Kaiba flips him to the ground like a rag doll, insults his dueling skills, and turns to leave. Joey challenges him to a duel. Kaiba's interested, but only if Joey helps him test out his new dual disc system. Kaiba opens the case, reveals a futuristic new gadget, and tosses Joey one. These dual discs let him duel anywhere, no arena needed. Kaiba throws down Battle Ox, and thanks to solid vision, it appears in 3D right on the field. Joey follows with Armored Lizard, but gets shredded immediately by Axe Slam attack. He loses 1200 life points just like that. Joey summons Flame Swordsman next, thinking he's got the edge, but Kaiba reminds him that Battle Ox has the advantage over fire types. It's toast. Then, Kaiba plays Mystic Horseman and Polymerization, fuses them into Rabid Horseman. and then just starts steamrolling Joey's monsters. Swamp Battle Guard, Axe Raider, Battle Steer, Garuzis, Rock Ogre Grotto number 1, Rude Kaiser, all wiped out. Joey's down to 500 life points and can barely stand. Taya, Tristan, and Bakura hype him up, and Joey manages to summon Red Eye's Black Dragon. He finally lands a solid hit and takes out Rabid Horseman, but Kaiba's not sweating. He casually summons Blue Eye's White Dragon, blasts Red Eyes into oblivion, and ends the duel. Joey drops to his knees, crushed. Kaiba hits him with more insults, basically calling him a loser with no future in dueling. Taya and Yugi try to stand up for Joey, but he tells them to stop. He knows he's got work to do. Kaiba leaves him with a harsh reality check. It's not about dreams. It's about whether you can carry the weight or break under it. Then, Kaiba turns to Yugi and drops a bit of lore. Pegasus created Duel Monsters, made the rules, and controls every card. The whole tournament? Just a game to him. Kaiba doesn't think Yugi or anyone stands a chance.
If I'm to stand any chance against him at all, I'll have to play by my own ruthless rules, not his.
Kaiba remembers watching Pegasus duel once, except he didn't even duel. During a championship in New York, Pegasus handed his deck to a random kid in the audience, told him what moves to make, and still crushed Bandit Keith. Somehow, Pegasus saw every move coming. Kaiba suspects he was using some kind of trick, probably the same one he used against Yugi, and thinks his duel disc might be the key to exposing it. Kaiba swears he will take down Pegasus and take back everything he lost. He and Yugi have a little moment of mutual respect. Then, Kaiba walks off toward the castle. Meanwhile, Pegasus watches from his window, sipping wine and loving the chaos he's orchestrated. Joey starts off this episode mid-nightmare, getting chased down by a Blue Eyes White Dragon while Kaiba stands over him calling him a loser dog. Not a great look. But it's just a dream, and when he wakes up, he decides he's done being scared. It's day 2 of the Duelist Kingdom tournament, and if anyone wants a shot at Pegasus, they've got to collect 10 star chips by the end of the day. Taya hands Yugi a note from Mai. Turns out she's giving back the star chips he helped her win, and she's going solo from here on out. With that, the group splits to look for duels. Yugi's got 6 chips, Joey's got 4, and they're ready to hustle. But trouble's brewing. Somewhere nearby, 3 punks, Sid, Zygar, and Bones, are spying on the crew and reporting back to their ringleader, Bandit Keith. Keith's a greasy American ex-champion with a chip on his shoulder after getting humiliated by Pegasus. He wants revenge, and he's dragging this squad with him. Keith zeroes in on Joey as their next target and sets up a trap. Bones has a deck full of ghosts, well, zombies technically, and Keith plans to boost it with his own cards.
I got all the power you need right here to build the strongest zombie deck in Duel Monsters history.
They head down to a creepy underground graveyard field that gives ghost-type monsters a power-up. Joey, meanwhile, gets separated from the group and ends up knocked down by Zygar. Yes, they literally punch him in the gut and drag him off. When Joey wakes up, he's already being raised into the duel arena, surrounded by skeletons in a foggy graveyard, and Bones is ready to duel. Joey's terrified, but when Keith starts taunting him, calling him a loser and a coward, Joey flashes back to that nightmare and refuses to back down. He slams his star chips on the table, all 4, and the duel begins. Bones kicks things off by trying to use one of his ghosts, but Keith keeps stepping in, telling him to keep playing warrior or dragon monsters instead. The idea? Trick Joey into thinking Bones' deck is just weak. Joey falls for it and wipes out Bones' first few monsters easily with Axe Raider and Flame Swordsman. Bones' life points drop, and Joey starts feeling cocky, thinking he's got this in the bag without even needing Yugi. Then Keith gives Bones the signal. Bones plays Call of the Haunted, a spell that brings back all the monsters Joey just destroyed, but now they're zombies. On this field, zombies get a boost, and they're basically immortal. Joey's Axe Raider tries to destroy one, but it just reforms itself like nothing happened.
They're zombies now, dweeb. You can't destroy them with an axe.
What? Oh no!
It's not looking good. Up top, the rest of the gang realizes Joey's been gone too long. Taya finds his wallet with a photo of his sister, and they all freak out, knowing Joey wouldn't just drop something that personal. They spot a nearby cave and head inside, but Pegasus has rigged it with creepy traps. Skeletons fall on Taya and Bakura, which gets a scream or two, but the gang pushes on. Back at the duel, Bones' army of zombies, Dragon Zombie, Armored Zombie, and Clown Zombie, is fully revived and powered up. Joey's Axe Raider gets disintegrated by Dragon Zombie's breath attack, and now he's down to just Flame Swordsman, facing off against 3 monsters that literally won't die. Episode 18 begins, and Joey's still knee-deep in his duel with Bones, and things aren't looking good. Bones pulls a cheap move by using Call of the Haunted to bring back the same 3 zombies Joey already destroyed, and now they're stronger. Turns out, each time one resurrects, it gets a 10% attack boost. Joey tries to fight back with Garuzis, takes out the weakest one, Clown Zombie, but it just comes back stronger and fries his monster in return. His life points take a hit, and the zombies keep powering up. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang is tearing through this creepy cave trying to find Joey. Tristan's winded, tries to do a head count and realize there's no Bakura. But before they can even worry, Bakura comes flying out of nowhere with a skeleton latched onto his back. Total panic. Tristan smashes the thing like it's a bug, but the chaos leads them into a trap. A massive boulder starts barreling towards them. They sprint. Bakura trips and eats dirt, and the boulder rolls over him. Everyone's horrified, until Tristan punches the thing and it explodes into feathers. It was fake the whole time. Pegasus really spent money on a balloon boulder. Tristan's pissed and vows to make Pegasus pay. Back in the duel, Joey's stuck. The zombies are immortal and getting stronger every turn thanks to the graveyard field and Bones' strategy from Bandit Keith. Joey remembers all the crap Kaiba said to him and thinks about Serenity. He draws Time Wizard, his classic wildcard. He tries the risky Time Roulette, but it backfires. He loses Time Wizard, Flame Swordsman, and a big chunk of his life points. He's got almost nothing left and starts defending with weak monsters, but Keith isn't letting up. Bones summons Pump King, the King of Ghosts, which powers up all the zombies each turn with a move called Ectoplasm Fortification. They start getting massive, and Joey's monsters can't hold up. The whole thing is turned into a one-sided beatdown.
That defense monster was much too weak. Why don't you give me something stronger to destroy?
You wish!
Eventually, the rest of the gang finds him, and Sid and Zygor block the way, since this duel is for real now. Tristan tries to fight through, but gets decked, and Joey's told if he walks away, he loses everything. Joey remembers why he's doing this, sees Serenity's photo, and keeps going. He keeps playing defense, but Keith has Bones pull stop defense, which prevents Joey from hiding behind defense position monsters at all. Things get worse. Dragon Zombie is now buffed to nearly 3,000 attack. Joey has barely anything left, just Red Eyes Black Dragon. He plays it anyway, blasts Pump King, and the zombies stop getting stronger. But even that doesn't last. Bones' next attack takes out Red Eyes too. Joey is down to 150 life points. Yugi tells him there's still a chance if he believes in his deck. Joey draws Shield and Sword, which flips every monster's attack and defense. Turns out, Bones' zombies have 0 defense, which now becomes 0 attack. Joey plays Battle Warrior, who flips to 1,000 attack and takes down Dragon Zombie for the win. The zombies can't come back if they've got 0 attack. Bones is toast. Keith comes up, shrugs off Joey's call to duel fair, and says cheating is part of the game. Joey says he'll beat him eventually, and Keith leaves with his goons. The gang celebrates Joey's win. He's now just 2 chips away from making it to Pegasus Castle, but as they try to leave the cave, they find the exit being sealed off.
Tough luck, guys. Looks like you're stuck in that cave for life.
Keith and his lackeys are outside rolling a boulder in front of it, but not before knocking them out and stealing their star chips. He walks off with 10 of them, ready to face Pegasus alone. Inside, the group pushes on the boulder, but it won't budge. They're officially trapped. In episode 19, Yugi and the gang are still stuck behind a giant boulder. Tristan figures that there has to be another exit. That's when Bakura's Millennium Ring kicks in, glowing and pointing him down one of the cave's paths. He casually mentions it can track other Millennium items. Joey gets hyped about finally reaching Pegasus, and little do they know, Pegasus is literally watching all of this like it's keeping up with the Yugians. Speaking of Pegasus, we cut to him sipping wine while spying on Makuba, who's locked up in a dungeon with his ankles chained. Makuba's lost in his feels, thinking about better times with Kaiba. Flashbacks, chess games, brotherly bonding and stuff. He clutches a locket with baby Kaiba's face in it and cries, hoping Seto will show up and save him. Back in the cave, things start getting weirder. Joey points out that the walls are starting to look more man-made than natural. But before they can process it, these two weirdos drop from the ceiling doing somersaults. Meet the Paradox brothers, Para and Dox, eliminators working for Pegasus and apparently full-time gymnasts. They challenge Yugi and Joey to a duel with a twist. It's tag team style, and if they win, they can choose between two doors to get out of the maze. One door leads out, the other traps them in the labyrinth forever. Yugi's skeptical, Joey's overly confident, and Pegasus is eating it all up like primetime entertainment. So, the tag duel begins. Dox goes first and summons Labyrinth Wall, a massive 3,000 defense monster, but more importantly, it morphs the entire arena into a giant maze. This is the Labyrinth Field.
A maze? Quite right, and unless you can navigate it correctly, you'll be lost in its passageways forever.
Monsters now have to move through the maze like chess pieces, depending on their level, and if they get taken out, they're stuck in the labyrinth for good. Cut to Kaiba, making his way toward Pegasus Castle, also holding a locket with baby Makuba's photo. He doesn't say much, but his death stare pretty much says, "I'm coming." Back in the duel, Para lays out the tag duel rules. 2,000 life points per player, but if either teammate hits 0, it's game over for the whole team. Dox went first. Now it's Yugi, then Para, then Joey. Yugi summons Beaver Warrior level 4, and it moves into the maze. Para responds by fusing Labyrinth Wall with Shadow Ghoul using polymerization, creating Wall Shadow. This thing slinks through the walls like a horror movie creature, pops up next to Beaver Warrior, and slices it to pieces. Yugi's now down to 1,600 life points, and Joey realizes how busted this fusion is. Wall Shadow can move through the maze instantly by using the walls themselves. Joey's up next and plays Axe Raider in attack position, but doesn't move him, waiting for the right time. He also sets a card. Smart move, he's learning. Dox summons Labyrinth Tank, a big level 7 fusion monster with high attack and long reach in the maze. He also secretly sets Jirai Gumo, a trap monster that'll ambush anything unlucky enough to step into its space. Yugi follows up by summoning Celtic Guardian, also level 4, and moves it forward even though it's clearly weaker than Wall Shadow. Para goes full anime villain mode and orders Wall Shadow to take it out, but boom, Joey triggers his trap card, Kunai with Chain. It binds Wall Shadow and gives Celtic Guardian a 500-point attack boost, making it strong enough to destroy Wall Shadow and deal damage to Para.
Right, that's a good move, Joey.
What a team!
Yeah, they're working together to beat those wacky brothers.
Teamwork pays off. Up in the castle, Pegasus gives a classy golf clap and sips more wine. Croquette walks in with bad news. Kaiba's on the loose. Pegasus isn't even phased. He knows Kaiba's coming, and that's exactly what he wants. Back down in the dungeon, Makuba flashes back to Kaiba defending him from a bully, and promises to stay strong. Meanwhile, Kaiba's still on the way, dead set on crashing Pegasus's little tournament. In episode 20, Kaiba's still stomping through Pegasus's castle grounds like he owns the place, flipping through his little Makuba locket when bam, Kimo claims he's just following Industrial Illusion's orders and tells Kaiba to start walking. Kaiba's like, nah. Guy barely has time to blink before Kaiba's got him by the collar demanding to see Makuba. Meanwhile, in the dungeon duel, Yugi and Joey have just taken down Wall Shadow and are trying to navigate this chaos of a maze. Joey brings out Flame Swordsman and buffs up Axe Raider with Kunai with Chain, bumping its attack to 2,200. All their monsters are huddled together in one square, making it look like a team huddle in a death trap. Dox moves his Labyrinth Tank closer and grins because he's got a trap, Jirai Gumo, sitting right in their path. Yugi summons Dark Magician and takes point. Para flips the field using Magical Labyrinth, reshaping the maze and splitting Yugi and Joey's monsters apart. Not good. Joey pushes forward, but triggers Jirai Gumo, which snatches and destroys his Axe Raider by dragging its attack back to 1,700. Now, Joey's down to 1,600 life points and sweating. Labyrinth Tank is now parked right behind Flame Swordsman.
Labyrinth Tank wields futuristic weaponry. Your archaic soldiers don't stand a chance.
Yugi draws Mystic Box and pulls a solid magic trick. Makes it look like he sacrificed Dark Magician, but no. He swaps it with Jirai Gumo and nukes Labyrinth Tank instead. That's 1,900 damage to the bros and one less death machine to worry about. Cut to Kaiba arriving at Pegasus's castle. Kimo scans them in, still being a weasel. Pegasus sips wine like he's watching this unfold on Netflix. Makuba's still locked up, clutching his own locket like some emotional callback waiting to happen. Back in the labyrinth, Para draws Sangha of the Thunder, one of the 3 cards they need to summon their mega monster Gate Guardian. He sets it face down as a creepy-looking coffin box. Joey moves forward, ready for whatever. Dox draws Suijin, another piece of the trio, and sets it. Then, he flips up Dungeon Worm and powers it up with Invigoration, raising its attack to 2200. It burrows underground and takes out Celtic Guardian from below, dropping Yugi's life points to 800. Yugi uses magical hats to hide Dark Magician and Flame Swordsman. Para tries to counter by summoning Monster Tamer, which temporarily boosts Dungeon Worm by 600 and lets him control it. Now, it's stronger than Dark Magician. The worm strikes a random hat, but misses. Close call. Joey then goes full Chaos mode, has Flame Swordsman leap out of hiding and plays Salamandra to boost its attack by 700. He launches a fire spell down the worm's tunnel, burning it up and cutting Dox's life points to 1600, one less trap in the dark. The brothers draw Kazajin, completing their god trio. All 3 boxes explode in light, and out comes the Gate Guardian, a fused beast combining thunder, water, and wind. It's the final boss of this maze, and Joey's just excited to crush it. Back in the castle, Kaiba and Kimo are walking through underground hallways. Kimo tries to talk like he's got the upper hand, but Kaiba's not having it.
Well, when you put it that way, nothing would please me more than to reunite you with your brother Mokuba.
We get a Mokuba flashback from their orphanage days, just to hammer in the brotherly bond angle again. Kimo suddenly steps on a pressure tile, triggering an alarm. Kaiba bolts off, ignoring him. Pegasus hears about Kaiba's presence, but tells Croquette to chill. He saw this coming. He decides to go greet his guest himself. Mokuba hears the alarm and gets hopeful. He knows Kaiba's here. Back in the duel, Yugi sets 2 cards. Para has Gate Guardian launch a beam from Sanga's part to blast Flame Swordsman. Joey panics as the shot fires. In episode 21, the Gate Guardian fires off a lightning attack at Joey's Flame Swordsman, and Para's already gloating. But Yugi flips the trap Mirror Force, bouncing the attack right back. Just when it looks like the Gate Guardian's done for, Kazajin puts up a windshield called Squall Barricade to block the blast. The brothers brag that their monster can't be touched, but Yugi points out they've still got another monster on the field. That one gets taken out, and Para's life points drop to 900. Meanwhile, underground, Kaiba's dodging guards. He's literally hanging from the ceiling like a freaking bat. Back in the duel, Yugi tells Joey to focus on Gate Guardian's body. It's actually 3 separate monsters stuck together. If they can take them out one by one, they've got a shot. Joey tries to hit the wind section, Kazajin, using Flame Swordsman powered up with Salamandra. But Suijin's water defense blocks the hit before it lands. Dox reminds them that the 3 monsters work together to cover each other's weak spots. Then, Suijin retaliates. It launches a massive water attack through the maze. Dark Magician is fine, hidden inside a magical hat, but Flame Swordsman gets soaked and wiped out, especially since he's weak to water. Joey's life points drop to 1300. He's bummed, but Yugi says it wasn't for nothing. Yugi plays Summoned Skull, and even though it can't walk through the maze, Tristan realizes the water left behind by Suijin can conduct electricity, so Yugi hits the field with a lightning blast. Kazajin tries to defend again, but one of Yugi's hidden magical hats was holding Spellbinding Circle, which locks Kazajin down. The lightning travels straight to Suijin and fries it, knocking Dox down to 900 life points.
1 section down, 2 to go.
Way to go, you! We'll have this ugly lug chopped down to size in no time.
Para immediately plays Remove Trap to free Kazajin from the circle. The brothers are still riding high, but Yugi and Joey aren't done. Joey draws and brings out Red Eye's Black Dragon. Yugi plays Polymerization and fuses Red Eyes with Summoned Skull, creating Black Skull Dragon. Easily their strongest monster so far. But since the labyrinth only allows movement on foot and Black Skull can only fly, it's basically stuck. Then Dox pulls Ryoku, a busted spell card that halves Yugi and Joey's life points and adds the lost points to its own monster's attack. He can't attack this turn, but next turn it's a guaranteed win. Yugi stays calm. He moves Dark Magician 6 steps to the edge of the maze, 1 step away from freedom, then plays Monster Reborn to bring back Suijin. Para, not waiting to see what he revived, fires a combined Gate Guardian blast at Dark Magician. Yugi blocks it with Suijin's water shield just in time. That buys 1 more turn. Then Joey pulls Copycat. He copies Ryoku, flips the script, and drains the brothers down to 450 life points each. while giving all of that power to Black Skull Dragon. Now it's packing 4,000 attack, but Dox laughs it off. The dragon still can't move inside the labyrinth. Dox attacks again, first with Kazujin, which Yugi blocks with Suijin's effect. Then, Sanga attacks, and this time Suijin can't stop it. Bakuda explains the effect only works once per turn. Suijin's gone. Pada thinks they've got the win locked for next turn, but Yugi was counting on that. With Suijin gone, they forget about Dark Magician, who's now standing right at the edge. Yugi plays Monster Replace, switching the positions of Dark Magician and Black Skull Dragon. Now, Black Skull is right in front of the Gate Guardian. Yugi gives the order, and with one final Molten Fireball attack, the fused beast blasts Gate Guardian to pieces. The Paradox brothers are both wiped out. Game over. Joey and Yugi hit 10 star chips each. They're going to Pegasus's castle, but the brothers throw one last hurdle. You still have to pick the right door to escape the labyrinth.
If you cherish your lives, you will choose my way.
Select my side or else you'll pay.
They each say their own door is the way out. Yugi, already expecting this nonsense, pulls out 2 coins, one with each door's symbol. He rigged the whole thing to expose their trick. Then, they walk straight through the correct door and move on. Meanwhile, Kaiba finally reaches Makuba's cell, and before Kaiba can finish unlocking everything, Pegasus shows up. Pegasus uses his Millennium Eye to steal Makuba's soul, trapping it in a card. Kaiba is furious, but Pegasus calmly says if Kaiba wants to duel him, he has to earn it by beating Yugi first. If he fails, Makuba's stuck in card form forever. Seriously, what has this old man got against little kids? Episode 22 begins. Kaiba doesn't like being ordered around by Pegasus, but he knows he has no choice. He's in if he wants his freedom. Meanwhile, Yugi and the others finally make it out of the labyrinth and head toward Pegasus's castle. Joey's pumped. Teia's in deep thought about Yugi acting like 2 totally different people, and Yugi, well, he trips on a rock. Teia flashes back to when Yugi once saved her. This whole wild memory where she was working part-time at a burger place in secret, got blackmailed, lured into a gym storage room, and attacked. Yugi rushed in, got knocked out, then turned into Yami Yugi, who challenged the creep to a shadow game and wiped his mind. Teia's been trying to figure out that whole 2 Yugis thing ever since. Back in the present, she brings it up again. Yugi just says sometimes he feels like someone else takes over. She says it doesn't matter, he's still Yugi to her.
Whatever's going on with you, both of you are really good guys. Trust me.
Thanks, Teia.
They hold hands and head to the castle. And boom, Kaiba's waiting for them. He tells Yugi they're not going any further. He's realized something on this island. His drive. His reason to win. Yugi picks up on it too. Something's changed in him. Kaiba calls him out for a duel, and Yugi, already shifting into his other self, accepts. They head to the castle roof. Bandit Keith sees them from a nearby tower and decides to stick around and watch. Kaiba says it's 5 star chips on the line. Winner enters the finals. Kaiba goes first and throws out Ryu, Kishin powered. Yugi brings out Curse of Dragon and wipes it out with a fire blast. Kaiba's life points drop. Then, Kaiba summons Sword Stalker, a monster that gets stronger when another monster falls, giving it just enough attack to beat Curse of Dragon. But before it connects, Yugi activates Monster Replace, pulling Curse out and throwing in Dark Magician mid-attack. Dark Magician nukes Sword Stalker and Kaiba drops again. Kaiba shrugs it off. On his next turn, he summons La Jin, the mystical genie. Yugi tries to zap it with Dark Magician, but Kaiba springs Ancient Lamp. La Jin hides inside, and the attack bounces off and takes out Curse of Dragon instead. Yugi's life points take a hit now. Kaiba's loving it. He's finally enjoying a duel again. But while all this plays out, he's really just stalling. His actual plan is to pull all 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, fuse them, and unleash Blue Eyes' ultimate dragon. In episode 23, Kaiba's Ancient Lamp Trap just evened the score. Now, both he and Yugi are sitting at 1,500 life points. Bandit Keith's off in the distance, watching everything unfold, and Kaiba's thinking he's just a few cards away from pulling off his dream combo, getting all 3 Blue Eyes on the field and fusing them into something ridiculous. Next up, Kaiba draws D-Spell, which destroys 1 spell on Yugi's field. He targets Sword of Revealing Light, which would have stalled him, and gets rid of it. With that out of the way, Kaiba's feeling cocky. Yugi draws Mystic Box, and he's got Dark Magician ready again. But first, he activates the Eye of Truth, which flips Kaiba's hand face up for everyone to see. The Ancient Lamp D-Spell, Sagi the Dark Clown, and Blue Eyes White Dragon are all in there.
Why hasn't he played his Blue Eyes White Dragon yet?
Yugi may have glimpsed the blue eyes in my hand, but I doubt that even he could guess what I'm planning.
Yugi's starting to piece together what Kaiba's planning, and it's definitely that three-headed dragon. Yugi goes for it. He plays Mystic Box. The trap lamp gets skewered by the swords, and Dark Magician finishes off Lajin. Kaiba's life points drop to 800, and Yugi basically tells him he's not letting him get that fusion off. Kaiba ignores him and just grins like he's 5 moves ahead. Kaiba sets the stage for the nastiest trap in his deck. He summons Sagi the Dark Clown in defense mode and sets a trap card. Yugi draws Gaia the Fierce Knight, which took down Sagi in their first duel, so he figures why not try again. He attacks and destroys Sagi, but Kaiba springs Crush Card Virus. Because Sagi has under 1000 attack, any monster in Yugi's hand, field, or deck with 1500 plus attack now gets wiped. That includes Gaia, Dark Magician, and anything else with muscle. Kaiba just nuked Yugi's entire offense. From now on, Yugi's stuck with weak monsters while Kaiba's still packing 3 Blue Eyes somewhere in his deck. Keith watches on and basically calls Kaiba a dirty player. Taya looks worried. Kaiba's already bragging like he's won. Yugi draws Summoned Skull, but thanks to the virus, it's useless. All he can do now is throw out Silver Fang in defense. Kaiba follows up by summoning Battle Ox with 1700 attack. Silver Fang gets demolished. Yugi keeps trying. He plays Griffor and powers it up with Horn of the Unicorn. That gives it enough to take down Battle Ox, knocking Kaiba's life points to 600. It's a glimmer of hope, but Kaiba isn't sweating. Next turn, Kaiba draws his second Blue Eyes. He plays Gift of the Mystical Elf to heal back up to 900 and summons one of the Blue Eyes White Dragons, blasting Griffor straight to the grave. Yugi's life points are now down to 400. Yugi summons Giant Soldier of Stone in defense. He's out of plays. Then Kaiba draws what he's been waiting for, Polymerization. He fuses all 3 Blue Eyes into Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, a beast with 4500 attack.
I create the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon!
It hits the field like a wrecking ball. He blasts Giant Soldier of Stone with Neutron Blast, completely overwhelming Yugi's field. Kaiba thinks this is a done deal. Yugi draws his next card, but his hands are shaking. He thinks about Pegasus, his grandpa, and how this whole tournament hinges on this moment. Joey yells at him to not give up. Yugi agrees. He's not done yet. He draws the next card, banking everything on it. Episode 24 begins, and Yugi's down to 400 life points, and Kaiba's staring him down with the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, a 4500 attack monster made by fusing 3 regular Blue Eyes. On paper, Yugi's toast, but then he draws Kuribo, a literal puffball with 300 attack points. Kaiba almost laughs him off the castle, but Yugi isn't trying to win with brute force. He plays Multiply, which clones Kuribo into a massive wall of clones. Multiply only works on monsters with 500 attack or less, but now there's an army of them. Kaiba fires off Neutron Blast, but it doesn't do anything. The Kuribos self-destruct as they're hit, so the blast can't hit all of them at once. Yugi basically builds an infinite shield. Then Yugi goes on the offensive. He uses a combo with Living Arrow to hijack Kaiba's dragon with a copy of Polymerization. That lets him fuse his Mammoth Graveyard, a rotting undead beast, directly into the Ultimate Dragon. Because Mammoth Graveyard is undead, and Kaiba's dragon is alive, plus it's a light monster, so that clashes with dark. The fusion starts rotting away the dragon from the inside. Each turn it loses 1200 attack. Kaiba's big play is literally decaying in front of him. While Kaiba keeps launching attacks, they all get blocked by the Kuribos. The dragon's power keeps dropping, eventually all the way to 900 attack. Kaiba just stands there, stunned. Then, things get weird. He has a hallucination where Makuba is trapped inside the decaying dragon, and younger Kaiba screams at present Kaiba for not doing enough. Back in the duel, Yugi draws Celtic Guardian and slices off one of the dragon's heads, finally doing damage. Kaiba drops to 400 life points, but the dragon still has 2 heads left, and each one holds its own attack, so it's not totally out. Then, Kaiba starts walking backward toward the edge of the castle roof. He says he's going to step back 1 pace for every 100 life points he's lost. Basically, he's putting his life on the line, either out of pride, desperation, or both, and he dares Yugi to finish the job. He draws Monster Reborn and uses it to bring back the destroyed Blue Eye's head. It's got 3,000 attack again, but since it was part of a fusion before, it can't attack this turn. Yugi's got him cornered, but if he orders one more attack, Kaiba might literally fall and die. That's the play here. Yugi's other self gears up to do it. Taya begs him not to. Yugi hesitates, then snaps out of it and collapses. He lets the moments pass. Kaiba immediately takes control, orders an attack, and wipes out Celtic Guardian. Yugi's life points drop to 0. Duel over. Kaiba wins. Outside, Pegasus is already informed that Kaiba did well. He tells his goon that Kaiba's next opponent will be him, and it won't be a normal duel. It'll be a shadow game.
Good job, Kaiba boy. As you wished, I will be your next opponent.
Back at the castle, Yugi's wrecked. The gang tries to comfort him, but he's shaken. He let the darkness inside him almost kill someone. He says he's scared of that version of himself and doesn't want to duel again. Kaiba tells him he showed weakness, but Taya flips it on Kaiba, saying Yugi had the guts to spare someone else even when he could have won, while Kaiba basically bet his life like a spoiled brat. Kaiba takes the 10 star chips and enters Pegasus's castle. He doesn't say a word. He's going straight for Pegasus. In episode 25, Yugi's still sulking over the Kaiba duel, feeling like he can't trust himself anymore. Joey tries snapping him out of it, but it's Mai who shows up with extra star chips and throws down a challenge. If Yugi won't take them, he has to win them. He stays silent, so Taya steps up to duel in his place. It's mostly filler. Mai dominates early on, but Taya slowly turns it around using Shining Friendship and a smart combo of spells. She wins, earns the chips, and gives Yugi the boost he needed to keep going. They all head into Pegasus's castle. In episode 26, Yugi, Joey, and Mai finally hit the 10 star chip mark and head straight for Pegasus's castle. Kimo tries to gatekeep, but the three flash their gloves and march in. Tristan, Taya, and Bakura try to follow, but Kimo blocks them. Mai distracts him with a wink, and the rest of the gang just rushes through. Mai clocks him with her purse, they shut the gate behind them, and that's that. Inside, they spot Bandit Keith, who's somehow also here. Joey tries to punch him for the whole cave stunt, but Keith dodges it and says to chill, there's a better show coming up. Down below, Kaiba is standing on a bridge, ready to duel Pegasus. Croquette shows up to formally welcome the finalists, and the uninvited guests too. Turns out, Pegasus wants everyone to watch as he goes up against Kaiba.
This match should give you an idea of what's in store for all of you.
So basically, it's meant to intimidate us, huh?
Kaiba's here to save Makuba, who's still soulless, and Pegasus is promising a fair duel if Kaiba wins. But when Kaiba tosses him a duel disc to use, Pegasus says nah, he'll duel, but someone else will operate the disc. That someone? Makuba, still zombified and literally chained up. Pegasus reveals that Makuba's soul is sealed in a card called Soul Prison, and he'll only release it if Kaiba wins. Kaiba refuses to duel Makuba and demands a real match. Pegasus obliges. Sort of. The bridge retracts and a full-blown duel arena descends from the ceiling. The duel kicks off. Pegasus sets a monster and a trap. Kaiba summons Rude Kaiser and destroys Toon Alligator. Pegasus plays Parrot Dragon, but Kaiba uses Mesmeric Control to weaken it and counter. It looks like Kaiba's got the upper hand, but this is Pegasus we're talking about. Kaiba tries to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon, but Pegasus activates a trap card called Prophecy. He guesses the card's attack and the exact name correctly. Using it, Pegasus steals Blue Eyes straight out of Kaiba's hand. Kaiba's stunned.
That's impossible. There's no way he could have seen my blue eyes before I played it.
Kaiba tries the Sagi the Dark Clown and Crush Card Virus combo, but Pegasus plays Negative Energy, boosting Sagi's attack over the virus threshold and nullifying it. He then flips Dark Rabbit, boosted to 2200 attack, and takes Sagi out. Kaiba's life points drop to 1000. Pegasus smiles. The mind games have only just begun. Episode 27 begins and Kaiba's in trouble. Pegasus starts steamrolling him with cartoon monsters that somehow dodge attacks and laugh while doing it. Yugi suspects the obvious. Pegasus is reading Kaiba's mind with the Millennium Eye. No one wants to believe it, except Bakura, who silently confirms it's real. Kaiba tries to shake it off and play defensively, but Pegasus whips out Toon World, a spell that sucks his monsters into a giant picture book and turns them into living cartoons. What in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is this stuff? His Dark Rabbit becomes a joke character that still knocks out Kaiba's monsters while ducking back into the book where it can't be hit. Then, Pegasus summons Kaiba's own Blue Eyes White Dragon from earlier and turns that into Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. It's stronger, faster, and way more annoying. Kaiba has no way to land a hit. Every attack gets dodged with cartoon physics. So, Kaiba dumps his entire hand to stop Pegasus from reading his thought and top decks another Blue Eyes. Pegasus is impressed for once, but his toon version still dodges Kaiba's attack like it's nothing. Pegasus brags about cartoons never getting hit and says his toons can't be destroyed unless by other toons.
Let the fun begin.
You must be kidding!
Kaiba manages to draw Shadow Spell, which chains down Toon Dragon and weakens it enough for Blue Eyes to finally blow it up. It's a huge moment, but Pegasus immediately counters with Dragon Capture Jar, sealing away Kaiba's dragon and giving the jar 2700 defense. Kaiba stalls while Pegasus summons Dragon Piper, planning to bring the Blue Eyes back as a toon again. Kaiba tries to shut that down by attacking with Sword Stalker, but Pegasus copies Kaiba's Crush card, infecting the Piper and wiping out almost every strong monster in Kaiba's deck. All Kaiba has left is Monster Reborn, which he uses to summon a useless clown. Pegasus finishes him with Bickery Box. Kaiba loses by deck out, and Pegasus traps his soul inside a card just like Makuba. Yugi's heart breaks. He sees that Kaiba really fought for his brother, but now it's just him and Pegasus. Yugi swears he'll take him down. Episode 28 begins the night before the Duelist Kingdom finals. Pegasus hosts a fancy dinner for the remaining players. Joey and Tristan are inhaling food like they've never seen it before when Croquette drops a bomb. Finalists need 2 cards to compete, Glory of the King's Hand to claim the prize, and Glory of the King's opposite hand to duel Pegasus. Joey and Keith panic because technically neither of them earned their way here. Croquette tells them to check their soup, and a fake Millennium Eye pops out, revealing a letter in each bowl. Yugi gets A, Mai gets B, Keith gets C, and Joey gets D. That sets up the matchups. Yugi versus Mai, Joey versus Keith. Yugi and Mai are chill about it. Joey and Keith, not so much. Joey's sulking about not having the entry card until Yugi hands him his own. Says they started this journey together. They're gonna finish it the same way. Joey's pumped. Keith, spying from a corner, is not.
Take it!
Okay. You're a real pal, Yugi.
Night falls. Yugi reflects on his mission, saving his grandpa, Kaiba, and Makuba. Mai's hyping herself up in her room. Joey's passed out dreaming of his sister. Taya gets Tristan and Bakura to sneak around the castle, trying to figure out how Pegasus beat Kaiba. They stumble across a peephole and think Pegasus might have been spying with a telescope, so they climb the tower, using a rope, in the dark. Inside, they find a painting of the same woman from the dining room. Pegasus appears, drops the nice guy act, and uses his Millennium Eye to trap them in a creepy magic dimension. They see ancient-style duels with stone tablets and dragons, and someone literally gets torched by white flames. Pegasus is controlling it all. He tries to read Bakura's mind, but Yami Bakura fights back and blasts him with ring power. Yugi wakes up in bed, unsure if it was a dream. Taya and Tristan think the same. Bakura, though, knows something real went down. Meanwhile, Keith steals Joey's entry card, and Mai fully locks in for her match. In episode 29, the finals are finally here, and Yugi's in his head. He suits up, slaps on the Millennium Puzzle, and meets up with Joey. It's down to the last 4. Yugi, Joey, Mai, and Bandit Keith. Pegasus makes his grand entrance and announces that the winner gets a shot at him and the title of King of Games. Also, a cash prize. Joey's hyped. He needs the money for Serenity. First up is Yugi versus Mai. Mai kicks things off with Harpy Lady and sets a trap. Yugi responds with Gaia the Fierce Knight, but her trap, Mirror Wall, activates and halves Gaia's attack, letting her crush it next turn with a powered-up Harpy Lady. Yugi brings out Summoned Skull, but attacks again and hits the same Mirror Wall. She's baiting him, and it's working.
Yugi, please, let me help you. No! I can't take that risk!
Yugi's clearly distracted, thinking more about Pegasus than the match in front of him. Mai keeps stacking equip spells to boost Harpy Lady, wipes out Yugi's back roll with Harpy's Feather Duster, and drops Harpy's Pet Dragon, which powers up with every Harpy on the field. Things get worse fast. Yugi's monsters are picked off one by one. Mirror Wall blocks his offense, and Mai adds Shadow of Eyes, which forces Yugi's monsters to attack when he wants to play defense. Even his go-to card, Dark Magician, gets baited into attacking and is destroyed. Yugi's down to 300 life points. The crowd's stunned. Mai says her combo is perfect, and Yugi's pretty much boxed in. But the real issue is that his head's still not in the game, and Mai knows it. She's calling him out on it. In episode 30, Pegasus watches the match between Mai and Yugi pretty smugly, thinking Yugi's on the verge of a breakdown. And honestly, it looks like he is. Up on the balcony, Joey admits that maybe it wasn't luck when he beat Mai before. Mai overhears and tells him straight. That duel forced her to face herself. She used to hide behind card tricks, but losing to Joey taught her real strength comes from accepting your flaws. She throws it at Yugi now. Does he have that kind of courage? Yugi reflects on how scared he was during the Kaiba duel, and how his other self took the fall. That's when he and Yami fully sync for the first time, and Yami takes the wheel with a new mindset.
And we're not alone. We have the support of all my friends, just like I've had from the beginning.
Yami draws Brain Control, uses it to take Mai's dragon, and launches it with Catapult Turtle straight into her mirror wall, blowing it up and dealing damage. It's a sick combo, but Mai's still got the edge with Shadow of Eyes and her Harpy Swarm. She sets up for the kill with Elegant Egotist, turning one Harpy Lady into 3, each boosted to 2450 attack. Yugi sets a bluff trap, Monster Recovery, and lets her pass. She plays it safe, refusing to attack just yet. Yugi uses the card to shuffle his hand, but what he draws isn't much better. His female monster Mystical Elf is the only thing that doesn't get forced into attack mode, thanks to Shadow of Eyes only targeting male monsters. Mai revives her dragon with Monster Reborn, and now it has 2900 attack. She wipes out Mystical Elf and leaves Yugi wide open. On his next draw, he pulls Swords of Revealing Light, locking Mai down for 3 turns. Now it's a race to summon something that can actually win this duel. Yugi throws out Kuribo, which gets mocked by everyone except him. He draws more cards, finally revives Gaia the Fierce Knight, but even that's not enough. With 1 turn left before Mai's army breaks free, Yugi draws one last card, Black Luster Ritual. He tributes Gaia and Kuribo to summon Black Luster Soldier, the strongest warrior in his deck. It slices through Harpy's pet dragon, leaving Mai stunned and her life points hanging by a thread. She realizes she's got nothing left that can beat it and surrenders. Yugi thanks her, because through this duel he found clarity. Mai walks away, knowing this loss will make her stronger. Then they both give each other a thumbs up, both changed from the duel. In episode 31, Joey's up against Bandit Keith in the semi-final. And yeah, things go off the rails right away. Keith's already being shady, and Joey suddenly realizes he's lost his entry card. Turns out Keith stole it, trying to cheat his way into an easy win. Joey panics, thinking he left it behind, and runs off to find it. Croquette tells him he's got until 11 or he's out. Meanwhile, Keith acts smug, trying to convince everyone Joey just chickened out. Yugi doesn't buy it. Outside, Joey's seconds away from giving up, until Mai shows up. She gives him her own extra card.
Taya told me about your little sister. How you're dueling to win the tournament's prize money for her, so she can have that operation? Sounded like a bad soap opera, to be honest, but then who doesn't love a bad soap opera?
Saying it's because they're friends. And just like that, Joey's back in the game. He makes it to the arena just in time. Duel starts. Keith opens with a set monster. Joey does the same. Keith brings out Pendulum Machine and takes out Joey's Battle Warrior, but Joey used it as a bait. Joey summons Guiltia the D-Knight and attacks, but nothing. Keith's monsters are immune to magic. Not great. Keith summons Launcher Spider, blasts Guiltia, and Joey's life points drop hard. Knowing he can't overpower Keith's machines, Joey sets a monster card and a trap card. Then he sees Keith accidentally reveal Zoa, which isn't a machine, so there's a weakness. Joey draws Flame Swordsman, powers it up with Salamandra, and tries to go in. But Keith activates Magic Metal Force, turning Zoa into Metal Zoa, and bouncing the spell damage back at Joey. Keith uses Stop Defense to expose Joey's Axe Raider and attacks with Metal Zoa, but gets caught in Chasm of Spikes. His life point takes a hit, and Joey's momentum shifts. Joey plays Garuzis and knocks out Pendulum Machine. Keith fires back with Launcher Spider, but Joey activates Kunai with Chain. It boosts Garuzis and wipes out Keith's monster. Keith's down to 1100 life points. Everyone watching is shocked. Even Pegasus is locked in. Keith's losing control of the duel, and Joey's just getting warmed up. In episode 32, Joey's barely ahead in the semi-final duel, but Bandit Keith's not letting up. Pegasus watches from above, using his Millennium Eye to read their thoughts. Keith's thoughts are just anger and desperation, but Joey's are all about his sister and his friends. Pegasus sees it as a duel between bitterness and hope.
Why, it's practically a battle of good versus evil. How amusing.
Keith keeps trash talking, acting like he fought his way up from nothing. Joey shuts that down, saying Keith forgot why they even duel in the first place. Then Keith summons Barrel Dragon, a machine with 2600 attack that can randomly destroy up to 3 monsters per turn. It wipes Joey's field clean. Joey throws down Time Wizard with Baby Dragon and gambles it all on Time Roulette. It lands. Baby Dragon ages into Thousand Dragon, and Barrel Dragon rusts into a weak 1800 attack mess. Joey attacks and wins the exchange, but Keith instantly brings Barrel Dragon back using Time Machine, and Thousand Dragon goes down. Keith keeps hammering Joey and brings out Slot Machine, wrecking more of Joey's monsters. Joey considers holding back Red Eye's Black Dragon, but eventually plays it, knowing it's risky. Keith tries to finish him, but Joey activates Copycat, copying Metal Morph from earlier and boosting Red Eye's into Red Eye's Black Metal Dragon at 2800 attack. It crushes Barrel Dragon, and Joey's back in it. Keith responds by playing 7 completed, boosting Slot Machine's defense to 3000 and tanking Joey's next move. Then he cheats, literally pulling another 7 completed from his wristband to raise its attack to 2700. He also attaches Blast Sphere to Joey's dragon, which detonates next turn. Joey survives using Dragon Nails, bumping Red Eye's to 3400. Both monsters are now evenly matched. Keith steals Shield and Sword with Pillager, flips the stats, and takes down Red Eye's. But Joey's got one last trick. Grave Robber steals Time Machine and revives Red Eye's Black Metal Dragon, which blasts Slot Machine and wins him the duel. Keith loses it. He claims Joey cheated, but Pegasus exposes his cheating with hidden cards.
Man, Keith, that's low.
Take the scoundrel away, far away.
No!
Guards grab him, but he breaks free and demands the prize money. Pegasus triggers a trap door and drops him into the sea. With Keith gone, it's official. The finals are Yugi versus Joey. In episode 33, the Duelist Kingdom finals kick off with Yugi versus Joey. Both of them step into the arena with one goal: beat the other. Not out of rivalry, but with respect. Yugi's doing it for his grandpa, Joey for serenity. They both know what's at stake, and neither plans to hold back. Yugi starts with Celtic Guardian, but Joey immediately takes control by summoning Giltia the D-Knight, a solid 1850 attack beat stick, and wipes Yugi's field. Yugi claps back with Gaia the Fierce Knight, stronger at 2300 attack, and takes it down. Joey plays it smart with Armored Lizard in defense, clearly baiting Yugi. Yugi bites, summons Summoned Skull 2500 attack, and crushes the lizard. But Joey set the stage. He summons Flame Swordsman, then uses Shield and Sword to swap everyone's attack and defense. That turns his weaker monster into a stronger one, takes out Summoned Skull, and lands a solid hit. Yugi's then done playing around. He fuses Gaia with Curse of Dragon using polymerization and brings out Gaia the Dragon Champion, a 2600 attack powerhouse. He destroys Flame Swordsman and swings the momentum right back. Joey draws Copycat, already holding Grave Robber. He pulls Summoned Skull from Yugi's graveyard, copies polymerization, and fuses it with Red Eye's Black Dragon to summon Black Skull Dragon, a 3200 attack monster that completely outmuscles Gaia the Dragon Champion. One massive fireball later, Yugi's monster is toast.
It seems I'm the only one who appreciates watching two friends push each other to the brink of their abilities. I guess it's something of an acquired taste.
This duel's turned into a heavyweight chess match. Both of them are pushing each other to the edge, and despite the emotional stakes, neither's holding back. Joey's finally playing on Yugi's level, and for the first time, he feels like he belongs here. In episode 34, Joey versus Yugi is still going, and things are getting way too real. Pegasus is watching from above, loving how Joey's raw power is actually pushing Yugi. The big threat right now is Joey's Black Skull Dragon. Yugi's answer is to play Dark Magician, then hide him under magical hats. That card shuffles his monster and one other card under 4 hats, and Joey has to guess where to attack. Joey swings at the wrong hat, and nothing happens. He then summons Garuzis in attack mode, but purposefully doesn't strike again. He just lets Yugi chill, which makes Taya and the others question if Joey's cracked. But Bakura figures it out. Joey's trying to bait out the Dark Magician. Yugi doesn't fall for it and hides a set card under one of the hats too, upping the mind games. Joey keeps guessing wrong, and eventually hits Spellbinding Circle, which drops Black Skull Dragon's attack by 700. Suddenly, the most dangerous card on the field is vulnerable. Yugi powers up Dark Magician with Book of Secret Arts, raising its attack to 2800 and finally blows Black Skull Dragon off the field. Joey's down to 450 life points, but he's not quitting. He thinks about his sister Serenity and draws Baby Dragon. That sets up his favorite combo. If he's got Time Wizard, he can evolve Baby Dragon into Thousand Dragon and maybe win this thing. Yugi suspects what's coming and tries to wipe Baby Dragon out with an attack. But Joey chains Kunai with Chain, boosts Garusis, and blocks the hit. Then it happens. Joey draws Time Wizard. He plays it, spins the wheel, and it lands on success. Baby Dragon evolves into Thousand Dragon, and Dark Magician ages 1,000 years, becoming a weak old man with 100 attack. Joey thinks it over.
All I gotta do is attack, and I'll have actually beat Yugi. I'm gonna win!
He attacks, but Yugi activates Makiyu, the magical mist. Turns out Dark Magician didn't just age, he evolved into Dark Sage, then immediately uses Dark Sage to pull Monster Reborn and revives Black Skull Dragon. Joey accepts his fate. Yugi finishes it with one massive fireball, and Joey loses. After, Joey hands Yugi the prize card, but Yugi refuses. He tells Joey to keep the money for Serenity's operation, and Joey immediately breaks down crying. In episode 35, Yugi's about to face Pegasus in the final duel. Before it starts, he has a quiet moment with his deck, thinking of his grandpa and the promise to bring his soul back. His friends give him a quick pep talk, then it's game time. Pegasus rolls in with his usual dramatic flair, flanked by guards holding his deck like it's made of solid gold. Yugi demands Pegasus agree to release the souls of Solomon, Kaiba, and Makuba if he loses. Pegasus, smug as ever, agrees, because he doesn't plan on losing. Tension spikes when it's revealed that Yugi's own soul is on the line too. If he loses, he ends up just like Kaiba, trapped in a card.
It's a risk I'm willing to take to free the soul of my grandpa and the others.
Meanwhile, Tristan decides he's not just going to sit and watch, so he sneaks off to try rescuing Makuba himself. After stumbling through the castle in a suit of armor, he accidentally finds a secret passage, knocks out a guard, and manages to find Makuba locked in a cell. He grabs the kid and starts hauling him out, but more guards are already closing in. Back in the arena, the duel begins. Yugi tries to start off with a basic attack, boosting his Beaver Warrior using Horn of the Unicorn to hit Pegasus's red archery girl. But Pegasus had a trap ready, Tears of a Mermaid, which stops the attack and weakens Beaver Warrior. Then, Pegasus counters and knocks it out, cutting Yugi's life points. What's worse is that Pegasus is already reading Yugi's mind with the Millennium Eye. Every move, every card, he knows them all before Yugi plays them. The guy's practically playing with cheat codes. Yugi's shaken, and his friends are realizing this is going to be way harder than they thought. As Pegasus continues his mind games, he reveals Yugi's whole hand, including the summoned skull he just drew. Yugi's stunned. He knows now for sure Pegasus can see everything. If Yugi doesn't find a way to block this, he's got no shot. In episode 36, Yugi's getting steamrolled. Every play he makes, Pegasus already knows it. Yugi tries to fight back with Summoned Skull and Spellbinding Circle, trapping Pegasus's Ryu-Ran. But Pegasus immediately flips that trap with Trap Displacement and sticks the curse on Summoned Skull instead. Yugi loses his monster, loses more life points, and realizes Pegasus is a whole game ahead.
I can't hide anything from his eye.
No matter how bad it looks, we can't give up, Joey.
You're right, Paya.
Meanwhile, Tristan's still hauling Makuba through the castle trying to escape. He runs into guards and looks cornered until Yami Bakura shows up, using a glowing card, Chain Energy, to trap the guards in light chains. It's weirdly magical but effective, and the two manage to run off. Back in the duel, Pegasus drops his most broken card yet, Toon World. His monsters jump into a giant cartoon book and transform into invincible, untargetable joke versions of themselves, like Toon Mermaid, Manga Ryu-Ran, and even Toon Summoned Skull, after using Mimicat to copy Yugi's own monster from the graveyard. These things attack, then instantly hide inside Toon World, making it impossible for Yugi to retaliate. Yugi tries testing the waters with Celtic Guardian, but Toon Mermaid catches the sword mid-swing like nothing and counters. Pegasus even activates Gorgon's Eye, which turns all of Yugi's face-down defense monsters to stone, then hits him with bonus damage when they're destroyed. Yugi's out of ideas and low on life points. Every strategy gets read, every card gets countered. Even his last draw, Dark Magician, is exposed by Pegasus before Yugi can do anything with it. At the same time, Bakuda and Tristan finally find an exit. That leads to a deadly drop off a cliff. Tristan almost falls off, but Bakuda saves him at the last second. Before they can regroup, more guards show up. Bakuda grins and reaches for his deck, ready to use more shady magic.
We're totally outmanned. We won't be after I enlist some help from the Shadow Realm. Huh? The Shadow Realm? This can't be good.
Back at the duel, Yugi's crushed. But after thinking about his grandpa and the Kaiba brothers, he refuses to give up. Even if his odds are garbage, he's staying in the fight. Pegasus sees that spark of defiance and just laughs, confident this duel's already his. In episode 37, Yugi's still hanging on by a thread. 900 life points, no monsters, locked down by Toon World and Gorgon's Eye. And Pegasus is still peeking into his brain, but Yugi pulls Dark Magician, summons it, and then hides it with magical hats. Problem is, Pegasus immediately calls out which hat it's under. He read Yugi's mind again. Or did he? When Pegasus attacks the correct hat, the Dark Magician wasn't under it. That's when Yugi's voice comes through. Not Yami Yugi, but the real Yugi. Turns out, the two have switched. Pegasus realizes it too late. He can't read both of their minds. By swapping who's in control, they just made his Millennium Eye useless. They call it Mind Shuffle. Pegasus is rattled for the first time. Down in the dungeon, things go full horror movie. Yami Bakuda summons actual monsters, Man-Eater Bug, Morphing Jar, and the Reaper of Cards, to wipe out armed guards like it's nothing. Tristan, carrying Makuba, finally clocks that Bakuda is possessed. Back in the duel, Pegasus fires back with magical neutralizing force field, wiping the field clean and exposing Dark Magician. He sends Toon's summoned skull to finish it. But that's exactly what Yugi wanted. They reveal the card Pegasus couldn't read, Mirror Force. With Toon World destroyed, all of Pegasus's toons revert and are wiped out by their own reflected attack. It's a brutal reversal. Yugi finally takes the lead. Pegasus is down to 600 life points. He's shocked that Mind Scan failed and realizes Yugi's two souls working together are actually a threat. But he's not done. He activates the Shadow Game, something way darker than a regular duel. Shadows rise around the arena as Pegasus's tone shifts from smug to full villain.
You and I will finish this contest in the Shadow Realm, Yugi! And this time, it's winner take all!
Whatever comes next isn't just about cards anymore. In episode 38, the duel's gone full nightmare. With the battlefield now inside the Shadow Realm, every move Yugi and Pegasus make hits a whole different level, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Pegasus thinks he's got it locked down with his Millennium Eye, but Yugi keeps up the mind shuffle, switching back and forth with his other self to stay one step ahead. Pegasus is getting pissed and decides it's time to escalate. In the castle, Yami Bakuda tries using Makuba's unconscious body as his new vessel, but Tristan pulls a quick one and yanks off the Millennium Ring, snapping Bakuda out of his possession. Crisis averted for now. Back in the duel, Pegasus summons Dark Eye's Illusionist, which paralyzes anything that attacks it. Then he ditches it to bring out Relinquished, a monster that absorbs Yugi's creatures and uses them as shields. It grabs Curse of Dragon, then takes Dark Magician, basically making it impossible for Yugi to land a hit without hurting himself. Yugi keeps trying to swap minds to dodge Pegasus's scans, but the Shadow Realm's energy is too much. It overwhelms him. His spirit fades, and Yami Yugi suddenly realizes Yugi's gone silent. Everyone outside the dome feels it too. He's just gone.
I think that our little buddy's in big trouble.
With Yugi's half of the mind out of commission, Pegasus can now read every one of Yami Yugi's plays. Yami tries a stall move with Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress, but Pegasus shrugs it off and drops Jigen Bakudan, a bomb disguised as a monster. In 2 turns, it explodes, wiping out the monsters that Relinquished has absorbed. But only Yugi will take the hit. Pegasus has it all mapped out. Unless something massive changes, this duel is over. In episode 39, outside the Shadow Realm, Taya, Joey, and Tristan are panicking. They can't see Yugi anymore, and worse, they can't feel him either. It's like he's vanished completely. Inside, Yami knows he's on a timer. Jigen Bakudan is set to blow up soon and take his life points with it. But with Yugi's consciousness gone, there's nothing stopping Pegasus from reading every single move he's about to make. Then Yami hears a voice. Solomon Muto, Yugi's grandpa. He reminds Yami that Yugi is still there, and that the bond he shares with his friends is keeping his spirit alive. That spark gives Taya an idea. She gets Joey and Tristan to join hands with her, all of them focusing on the friendship pact they made with Yugi. They channel that energy towards him, hoping it can somehow reach through the shadows. And it actually works. When Yami draws a card, Pegasus tries to read his mind, but the vision gets scrambled. Instead of a card, he sees Taya, Joey, and Tristan, and Yugi, being supported by them.
Get out of his mind and stay out!
Thank you. Together we can stand strong against him.
Pegasus is stunned. His Millennium Eye can't break through. Their friendship is blocking him out. Yami plays Mystic Box, swapping Dark Magician with Jigen Bakudan. Now, when the bomb blows, it'll only take out Relinquished, not Yami's monsters. Pegasus is furious. Then, Yami uses brain control to take Relinquished temporarily. Pegasus laughs. When the bomb goes off, it'll kill Dark Magician again. But Yami's been one step ahead. He flips over Yugi's last card, Dark Magic Ritual. Sacrificing both Dark Magician and Jigen Bakudan, he summons Magician of Black Chaos. Pegasus fires back with Polymerization, fusing Relinquished and Thousand Eyes Idol into Thousand Eyes Restrict. It's a monster that paralyzes everything and absorbs enemies. He plans to use it to wipe out Magician of Black Chaos and finish Yugi off. Yami isn't having it. He flips Kuribo and Multiply, flooding the field with hundreds of mini Kuribos. Thousand Eyes Restrict is forced to absorb them all, and they blow up inside it. Yami takes a small hit, but Magician of Black Chaos is freed and blasts Thousand Eyes Restrict, ending the duel. Pegasus is crushed and collapses over the duel table. The Shadow Realm fades. Yugi is back. The gang rushes in, congratulating him. Joey is annoyed everyone said what he wanted to say, but he's just glad Yugi won.
Yeah! We all won! Thanks, guys!
Then they realize something. Pegasus hasn't freed the souls yet, and now he's missing. They're about to chase after him, but Bakura appears, saying he's fine and will watch over Makuba. But as they leave, the Millennium Ring silently reappears around Bakura's neck. The spirit inside is back, and he's not done. In episode 40, Yugi and the gang are sprinting through the castle, trying to find Pegasus. They know he's the only one who can release the trapped souls, including Yugi's grandpa. Taya suddenly recognizes a nearby tower. It's the place she saw in that weird dream with Bakura. Tristan remembers it too. It wasn't a dream after all, and they head toward it. Inside the tower, Pegasus stares at the soul cards. He's emotionally wrecked and exhausted. With nothing left to gain, he releases the souls. Grandpa, Kaiba, and Makuba all start to wake up wherever they are. Pegasus mutters to a portrait of a woman named Cecilia, saying it was all for her. But before he can do anything else, Dark Bakura shows up. The evil spirit inside Bakura is back and immediately confronts Pegasus. He draws cards from Pegasus's own deck and starts using a creepy tarot-style reading with them. Every card reveals something about Pegasus's tragic past, his lost love, his emotional pain, his real motives. Then, the final card signals death. Dark Bakura launches a shadow game, and Pegasus is way too drained from dealing Yugi to keep up. He's completely outmatched, and Bakura defeats him easily. Pegasus screams as Bakura rips out the Millennium Eye.
You have lost the game, and that entitles me to take your Millennium item, the way you meant to take Yugi's.
No!
The group hears the scream. When they finally reach the tower, they find Pegasus being carried out by his guards. Croquette claims Pegasus is just sick. Yugi asks about the soul cards, but Croquette dodges the question. Inside Pegasus's room, they find a portrait of Cecilia and a diary. Taya reads aloud. It's basically a love letter to Cecilia, revealing Pegasus's whole motivation. He lost her right after they got married, and it broke him. He traveled the world looking for a way to bring her back, which led him to Egypt and the Millennium Eye. He even met a mysterious Egyptian man named Shadi, who warned him that the path he was on could lead to disaster. The man appears right now, again, stopping Yugi before he can leave the room. Shadi knows Yugi has a Millennium item and decides to use his own, the Millennium Key, to enter Yugi's mind. What he finds shocks him. Yugi's psyche has two rooms. One is clearly innocent, Yugi's. The other is dark and ancient, Yami's. Yami challenges Shadi to navigate a mental maze full of traps. I guess you could say that Yami Yugi's mind is amazing? Anyway, Shadi barely survives. He's saved by Yugi, who pleads with Yami to stop. Then, the maze leads them to giant stone tablets with duel monsters carved into them. Shadi explains that they were once real creatures used in magical wars 5,000 years ago, sealed away by an ancient pharaoh. When the Dark Magician appears to defend the chamber, Shadi tries summoning Blue Eyes White Dragon, but Yugi stops him. The magician yields to Yugi, and that's when Shadi realizes Yugi is the chosen one.
This boy is the chosen one. The prophecy comes to pass.
He exits the mindscape and apologizes. The world is in danger, and the one who stole Pegasus's eye is still out there, possibly coming for Yugi next. Shadi vanishes, leaving Yugi with more questions than answers. In episode 46, we're skipping 5 episodes that are entirely filler. Basically, Yugi and the gang return home, everyone recovers, and Pegasus is left MIA. The important stuff is that Grandpa's soul is back, Kaiba and Makuba are fine, and Joey uses part of his tournament prize money to start saving for his sister's surgery. Life is kinda normal again, until Yugi's grandpa is fuming outside the game shop, ranting about a flashy new competitor down the street. They only sell trendy games and have zero respect for the classics. Naturally, Yugi checks it out. Turns out the new place is run by Duke Devlin, a guy who's launching a game called Duel Monsters. From his office above, Duke is already plotting something. He thinks Yugi's a fraud and wants to expose him.
I'm after a much greater prize, the total destruction of Yugi Muto.
At school, Duke pulls a crowd by showing off dice tricks. Joey takes the bait and gets tricked into a simple cup game. Furious, he challenges Duke to a duel. Duke accepts, but with a twist. They'll use fresh booster packs to build brand new decks. Joey, of course, agrees without thinking. They duel after school in Duke's private arena, broadcasted live. It starts out great. Joey pulls solid cards like Sword Hunter and Goblin Attack Force, keeping the pressure on. But Duke turns it around using Limiter Removal and Fairy Meteor Crush to double his Gradius's attack and cut through Joey's zero defense monster, wiping out the rest of his life points. Joey loses, and because of the bet, Duke forces him to wear a dog suit and obey humiliating commands for a week. Yugi's had enough. He steps in and Yami takes over. He challenges Duke, but not in Duel Monsters. Duke wants to play Dungeon Dice Monsters. If Yugi loses, he can never duel again. In episode 47, the duel kicks off with Yugi and Duke repeating the stakes. Joey's freedom versus Yugi's future as a duelist. Duke activates the arena, revealing a massive grid-based board where their monsters will move like pieces in a strategy game. This is Dungeon Dice Monsters, and Yugi has no idea how it works. Duke hands Yugi a tray of dice to build a 15-die deck. Each die has different summoning odds depending on level, but Duke doesn't explain any of that. Yugi, unknowingly, picks mostly high-level ones. Great power, but super hard to summon. Duke goes first, and immediately rolls 2 summoning crests. He summons Ryu Kishin, and the die transforms into a path tile leading towards Yugi's side. That's how monsters travel in this game. Each summon expands your dungeon path. Yugi rolls, and gets nothing. Duke explains that there are 6 crest types: Summon, Movement, Attack, Defense, Magic, and Trap. And you can store unused ones in a crest pool. He summons Yoranzo and moves it forward. Yugi rolls again, still nothing. Duke summons Gator Dragon, then 13th Grave, stacking monsters near Yugi's heart points, which represent his life. Yugi finally lands 2 level 4 summoning crests and brings out Mighty Mage, who manages to destroy 13th Grave just in time. Duke counters by summoning Blast Lizard, and later uses 2 magic crests to trigger its special effects, destroying Yugi's summon, Winged Dragon. Then, he brings on Dark Assailant, and parks Gator Dragon and Blast Lizard right at Yugi's front door. Yugi's stunned. Duke didn't just master this game, he created it, and he blames Yugi for ruining his big break with Pegasus. Duke thinks Yugi cheated to win Duelist Kingdom, and now he's here for payback.
And it's all your fault! You don't know what kind of man Pegasus was at all!
He was a great man!
Yugi's only hope is a new monster, Thunderball, but he doesn't know how to use its special effect, and Duke's monsters are already ready to end the game. Episode 48 begins, and Joey's still a dog in a suit. Taya and Tristan can't wait for Yugi to win and shut this circus down. They're both sick of Duke's whole act, especially blaming Yugi for something that was never his fault. Back in the duel, Yugi's already lost a heart point, and Duke's monsters are closing in. But Yugi figures out how to use Thunderball's ability by using double magic crests to destroy Blast Lizard, then uses 3 more stored crests to take out Gator Dragon 2. Joey starts waving a handmade no Duke sign and barking support like a proud mutt. I swear, if I didn't have context for this, that would be the weirdest sentence I've ever said. Duke tries to act unfazed, but he's clearly shook. Yugi rolls and summons Knight of Twin Swords, but can't use it yet. Duke keeps taunting, but Yugi's catching on. He's now storing crests like a pro. Duke summons Battle Ox and burns through movement crests to charge Yugi's Knight, but Yugi throws it into defense mode just in time to survive the hit. Yugi retaliates with 2 attack crests and slashes Battle Ox down, but Duke points out that his dungeon path now blocks the board. Yugi's boxed in. Then, Duke plays his trump card, Warp Vortex. If he gets a second Vortex out, his monsters can teleport straight into Yugi's territory.
So start working on your retirement speech.
Yugi rolls his own Warp Vortex and uses it to sneak Strike Ninja, one of his own summons, onto Duke's side, taking out Ryukishin. Then he rolls movement crests and slams Duke's heart point. Duke tries to counter with Orgoth the Relentless, powers it up and goes for the kill, but Yugi activates Strike Ninja's trap defense just in time. Yugi scores another hit. He's winning, but Duke's not done yet. He finally wipes out the Strike Ninja and brings it back to even. In episode 49, Yugi's in trouble again. Orgoth's charging through the Warp Vortex and lands right next to his monsters. Yugi rolls a movement crest and scrambles to form a wall in front of his heart points. But Duke powers up Orgoth with a magic crest and wipes out Thunderball, leaving Yugi with 2 defenders. Duke keeps piling on, saying there's no more space for Yugi to summon anything. Yugi rolls again and tries to hit Orgoth with Mighty Mage's long-range attack. But Duke blocks it using a defense crest and taunts him for relying on help screens. Things get worse fast. Duke powers up Orgoth with 6 magic crests, shreds Mighty Mage, and leaves only Knight of Twin Swords standing. Yugi starts doubting himself, but Joey breaks out of his slump to hype Yugi up, reminding him why he's the king of games. Fired up, Yugi powers up his Knight and strikes Orgoth, but Duke activates Yoranzo's ability to convert his crest pool into defense crests, stopping the attack cold. Then, Orgoth destroys the Knight, and Yugi's field is wide open. Orgoth crushes another heart point. Yugi rolls a level 4 summon. Duke laughs. There's no space. But Yugi finds a way to unfold the die, and summons Dark Magician. A blast later, Orgoth's toast. Duke retaliates by opening a chest and firing Dark Assailant at Dark Magician using the monster cannon. But Yugi hides his magician with magical hats. Yeah, he sure loves doing that a lot. Then he uses Mystic Box, warps Magician across the board, and skewers Yoranzo. With the path clear, Dark Magician lands the final hit. Yugi wins.
My dog days are over! Hooray!
Duke finally admits he was wrong. Yugi never cheated. Then, Industrial Illusions emails Duke. They're in on this new game. Dungeon Dice Monsters is going global. Episode 50 begins, and Yugi's getting ready for school when he has a quiet moment with the spirit inside the Millennium Puzzle. The spirit warns him that they'll need each other more than ever, and Yugi agrees. They're in it together. Taya swings by to walk with him, and they head out. On the way, they stop at a robed fortune teller's stall. The guy says that he needs a personal item to tell Yugi's future and then convinces him to hand over the Millennium Puzzle. The guy immediately grabs it, flips the table onto them, and bolts. Yugi instantly gives chase, ignoring every obvious trap sign because losing the puzzle isn't an option. Taya splits off and runs into Bakura, but the moment she leaves, Dark Bakura takes over. He whips out his Millennium Ring, which points straight toward the puzzle, and starts following the trail, but also scrambles it so that no one else can.
But I can't have you and your sniveling friends interfering with my destiny.
Yugi ends up in a creepy warehouse with a full duel arena. The puzzle's bolted to the wall, and the mystery thief says if Yugi wants it back, he'll have to win it in a duel. He's not just some random weirdo either. There's another figure lurking in the shadows with the Millennium Rod. Yugi tries to reach the puzzle spirit, but it's weak. This time, he's dueling alone. He starts with Celtic Guardian, but it gets wiped out by Cyberjar, clearing the field and letting both players summon new monsters. The duel escalates fast. The masked player uses Mechanical Chaser and Boogroth, and Yugi realizes the style. It's Bandit Keith, but Keith insists he's just a puppet now, being controlled by someone else. He summons Machine King, which gains 100 attack points per machine monster. It wrecks Yugi's defense. Yugi fights back with Gaia the Dragon Champion, but it's no match for Keith's machine boosts. Just when it looks hopeless, Yugi draws Summoned Skull and combos it with Makiyu the Magical Mist, lowering the machine's power and blowing up Machine King. Keith isn't done. He cheats with Graceful Charity and plays Zera Ritual to summon Zera, wiping out Summoned Skull. Meanwhile, Joey, Taya, and Tristan are lost in a maze of scrambled arrows, and Dark Bakura senses something evil nearby. Yugi's running out of options, and the guy behind Keith is getting ready to claim the Millennium Puzzle for himself. In episode 51, Yugi's on the ropes. With only 400 life points left and Zera staring him down, things look grim. He draws Kumori Dragon, which is way too weak to go on the offense, so he throws it in defense. The guy controlling Mindslave Keith thinks Yugi's done. He even forces Kumori Dragon into attack mode with stop defense, then wipes it out with Zera, dropping Yugi to just 100 life points. Keith adds more trap and magic cards to the field, and things get worse when he plays Seiyaryu, a 2500 attack dragon. Yugi brings out Dark Magician and tries to hide him using magical hats, but Keith blocks it with Magic Jammer. Then he flips Curse of Fiend, switching Dark Magician into attack mode, and has Zera crush him. Yugi's barely hanging on. Meanwhile, Dark Bakura sneaks into the warehouse and realizes this duel isn't just about cards, it's about the puzzle. Yugi finally draws a trap card that can turn things around. Keith uses Tribute to the Doomed to destroy Yugi's monster, but Yugi activates Living Arrow to bounce it back. Zera is destroyed. Bakura uses Millennium Ring to sever the mind control link on Keith, who comes to and realizes he's wearing a robe and has no clue what's going on. But the controller tries to regain control, and Keith, caught between two forces, flips out.
There's someone inside my head! Shut up and duel! Keith? Go away!
He grabs the puzzle and smashes it against the wall, breaking it into pieces. Yugi's horrified. Dark Bakura swings down from the ceiling, knocks Keith out, and scoops up the puzzle's pieces, -1. He secretly keeps it, infusing it with dark magic, and swears to track down the rest of the Millennium items using his ring. Keith, now fully unhinged, causes a fire. Yugi's stuck. He won't leave without the puzzle, which is still chained to the wall. Joey and Tristan break in and try everything to unhook it. Eventually, they use a pipe as a lever to rip the bolt from the wall and carry Yugi out. At the hospital, Yugi's safe. The puzzle's back together and his friends are by his side, but Taya knows this isn't over. Someone dangerous is after the Millennium Puzzle, and whatever comes next, it's only just getting started. In episode 52, a mysterious woman named Ishizu Ishtar arrives in Domino City, bringing with her a set of ancient Egyptian artifacts and some serious Millennium item energy. She's got the Millennium Necklace, which lets her see into the past and future. Publicly, she's hosting an exhibit on ancient games. Secretly, she's on a mission to stop dark forces from getting their hands on something dangerous. Yugi, meanwhile, is still shaken. The puzzle almost got stolen and destroyed. He feels like the danger's just getting started. Taya sees him walking alone but doesn't catch up. On TV, Ishizu's exhibit is making headlines. She invites game fans to explore the ancient roots of Duel Monsters. One of those fans is Makuba, who begs his older brother Kaiba to check it out. Kaiba says no, until Ishizu calls him personally and invites him to a private viewing. She says it'll change his life. Curious, Kaiba rolls up to the museum in style and meets Ishizu face to face. She claims Duel Monsters was based on real ancient magic and monsters, and Pegasus created secret, overpowered cards from what he found in Egypt. Kaiba doesn't believe a word until Ishizu takes him to a hidden room and shows him more stone carvings that look exactly like Duel Monster cards, including Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Now do you believe in destiny, Kaiba?
This can't be real.
Then, she hits him with a vision from the past using her necklace. Kaiba sees a sorcerer who looks just like him, dueling a pharaoh who looks like Yugi, and the sorcerer summons Blue Eyes. Ishizu tells him that this duel was from 3,000 years ago and is playing out again today. Still skeptical, Kaiba gets another vision, one where the sorcerer calls forth Blue Eyes to obliterate his enemies. Now, he's hooked. Ishizu explains that these ancient cards are the Egyptian god cards, the most powerful ones ever created. Pegasus had them, but feared their power and passed them on. She now needs Kaiba's help to recover the missing two from a group called the Rare Hunters, elite duelists who steal rare cards. She gives Kaiba one of the god cards, Obelisk the Tormentor, and asks him to host a tournament to draw these hunters out. Kaiba agrees, but not because of fate. He just wants to crush Yugi and reclaim the top spot. In episode 53, Joey's hyped because his sister Serenity is finally getting her eye surgery thanks to the prize money Yugi won. But he's not going to visit her at the hospital today because his mom's going, and their relationship's complicated. Anyway, Tristan doesn't care and says he'll visit her himself, maybe even win her over. Joey is not thrilled about that.
Don't get any funny ideas.
Tell me which hospital she's at, and I'll go visit Sweet Serenity alone.
Meanwhile, Yugi asks Taya to hang out with the spirit inside the puzzle. Ever since the attempted theft, Yami's been feeling disconnected. Taya agrees to meet with him the next day. At the train station, Yugi switches to Yami, who's immediately awkward about this not being a duel. Taya takes him around the city to cheer him up, and eventually suggests that they check out the new Egypt exhibit. One of the artifacts shares the Millennium symbol. Yami admits that he knows almost nothing about who he was. All he's sure of is that he came from ancient Egypt and that he has a mission to fulfill. Then they spend the day like it's a chill date. Music store, feeding pigeons, and catching a movie. Yami's most animated when they visit a game shop and he picks out a couple of cards, especially Light Force Sword. Then they head up an arcade, where a cocky dancer named Johnny Steps challenges Taya. She crushes him in a dance-off. Later, he demands a rematch, this time in Duel Monsters. Yami steps in. The stakes are, if Johnny wins, Taya goes on a date with him. If Yami wins, Johnny backs off forever. The duel starts rough, but once Yami pulls out Dark Magician, it's over. Johnny's trap Metal Morph fails when it doesn't apply on defense. He surrenders after realizing he just challenged the Yugi himself. Taya gives him a pep talk about chasing real dreams instead of quitting. Inspired, Johnny says he'll try again. Yami, moved by Taya's passion, agrees as well. It's time to stop running from the past. Episode 54 begins at the museum. Yami and Taya check out the Egypt exhibit, but things get serious fast. Yami's Millennium Puzzle reacts to something below, leading him to a secret room filled with stone carvings. One shows someone who looks exactly like him, dueling someone who looks exactly like Kaiba. That's when Ishizu Ishtar shows up again. She calls him Pharaoh and reveals she's been waiting. Her Millennium necklace lets her see the past, and she claims Yugi once saved the world from destruction using a primitive version of Duel Monsters. To uncover the full truth, she says he has to win the next tournament. Yami's unsure until he sees that carving again. If Kaiba's involved, there's only one way to get answers: beat him in this new tournament. Cut to Kaiba Corp, where Kaiba himself is strapping on his freshly built duel disc. It's time for a live test, and Kaiba, being Kaiba, is testing it against a max-level duel robot using his own old deck, complete with all 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons. It's dangerous, but he doesn't care. He's got something better now. Obelisk the Tormentor, one of the Egyptian god cards Ishizu gave him. Powers it up by sacrificing monsters and completely demolishes the robot. He's hyped. If one god card is this strong, he'll be unstoppable with all 3.
If this is the power of one card, with all 3 Egyptian god cards, I will be unstoppable.
That night, Yami and Taya spot the other top duelists: Mai, Weevil, Rex, Mako, even a guy claiming to be psychic. Kaiba announces the Battle City Tournament. New duel discs, put up your rarest card, and prepare for war. Somewhere in the shadows, a new threat watches. Marek, wielding the Millennium Rod, and he's sending the rare hunters out to hunt. In episode 55, Joey's fuming because Kaiba didn't invite him to Battle City, even though he placed second at Duelist Kingdom. But Yugi's determined to enter. He explains that there's something way bigger than just cards going on. Some ancient evil is rising, and winning the tournament might be the only way to stop it. Joey's all in. He flashes his Red Eyes Black Dragon and decides to fight alongside Yugi, but he needs to get a duel disc first. Downtown, the gang finds the registration shop. Yugi signs up easily. Kaiba's system already has him marked as a top-tier duelist. He gets his duel disc and is ready to go. Joey? Not so lucky. The system says he's only 1 star and doesn't qualify. But once the shopkeeper sees Joey's Red Eyes card, he quietly bumps Joey's rating up and hands him a duel disc. He also makes a sneaky call to the rare hunters. Joey rushes off to see his sister Serenity before her eye surgery, but on the way he's ambushed by cloaked duelists demanding his Red Eyes.
You're not giving me a choice, are you? Then I guess I accept.
Then let the hunt continue.
One of them challenges him to a duel. Joey uses Panther Warrior and Scapegoat, takes out a couple defense monsters, and even brings out his Red Eyes Black Dragon by tributing Panther Warrior and Alligator Sword. He's sure he's about to win until the rare hunters reveal all 5 pieces of Exodia and instantly ends the game. Joey loses his Red Eyes. The rare hunters beat him up and walk off laughing. The next morning, Serenity refuses her surgery because Joey isn't there. Meanwhile, the gang realizes Joey's missing and splits up to find him. Tristan eventually locates him. He makes it just in time. With tears and a heartfelt apology, he promises Serenity he didn't forget her and never would. She finally opens the door and hugs him. Surgery's back on. Later, Joey calls Yugi to say everything went fine, but he's not done. The rare hunters stole his card and he's going to find them and take it back. Episode 56 kicks off. Grandpa's outside the game shop complaining about Yugi slacking off on chores, until he remembers the Battle City tournament starts today and bolts out the door himself. Upstairs, Yugi and Yami finish building their deck. Yami says this tournament is personal and he'll need Yugi by his side to win. They trust each other and the deck they built together. Across town, Joey's stressing in his messy apartment about losing his Red Eyes Black Dragon before the tournament has even started. He calls Serenity to check in and gets Tristan instead, who's been hanging out at her hospital room. Joey flips when Serenity gushes over how great Tristan is. Fireworks explode over Domino as duelists pour into the streets with duel discs strapped on. Yugi meets Mai, and then the usual suspects show up. Weevil, Rex, and Mako, each ready to prove they're not the pushovers they were at Duelist Kingdom. Meanwhile, the rare duelist who stole Joey's card sips coffee nearby, browsing the profiles of duelists to target next. Suddenly, Kaiba's giant blimp hovers overhead. He broadcasts the tournament's rules. Duelists use their duel discs to duel anywhere. The loser gives up their rarest card, and winners claim locator cards. You need 6 locator cards to unlock the finals. Kaiba's also competing and ready to crush Yugi. Yugi spots Joey chasing after the rare hunter. Joey demands a rematch but is brushed off. He already lost his rarest card.
My hunt for your deck is over, and my prey's already been captured.
Well, that's too bad, because I'm not leaving till I win back my Red Eyes.
Yugi steps in to duel instead. The rare hunter accepts and threatens to destroy Red Eyes if Joey spills any secrets. Duel starts. Yugi sets 2 cards and summons Beta the Magnet Warrior. The rare hunter plays Graceful Charity to draw and discard, landing 3 Exodia pieces early. Yugi activates Light of Intervention, preventing monsters from being played face down in defense position. The rare hunter then says that it doesn't matter and plays Stone Statue of the Aztecs face up in defense. Yugi sacrifices Beta to summon Baphomet, which brings Gazelle with it, then uses polymerization to fuse them into Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast with 2100 attack. Next turn, the rare hunter plays another Graceful Charity, now holding 4 pieces of Exodia. At Kaiba Corp, Kaiba notices the mysterious rare hunter isn't in their database. Clearly a hack job, but lets it slide, knowing he's baiting something bigger. The rare hunter has X-ray contacts to see what his opponent is drawing, and Exodia's final piece is next. Yugi figures it out. This guy's running an Exodia deck, but Yugi's not backing down. He's going to beat the unbeatable. In episode 57, Yugi knows he's up against an Exodia deck now, but that doesn't mean he's in the clear. The rare hunter already has 4 pieces in hand, and thanks to X-ray contact lenses, he knows the 5th is sitting on top of his deck. One more draw, and it's game over. At Kaiba Corp, Makuba wants to eject the guy for cheating, but Kaiba stops him. He's curious. He remembers what it's like to get crushed by Exodia and wants to see how Yugi handles it.
This rare hunter may have something I want, Mokuba.
Also, this guy might be tied to something bigger. Yugi plays a trap and attacks, leaving the rare hunter with just one monster on the field. The rare hunter confidently goes to draw, but Yugi springs Time Seal, blocking the draw entirely. It's a huge save, but only for one turn. Next draw, Yugi pulls Light Force Sword, a trap that randomly removes a card from the opponent's hand for 3 turns. He activates it and hits the right arm of Exodia, another lucky break. Yugi then sacrifices Chimera to bring out Summoned Skull, who wipes out the rare hunter's last monster. Now, the rare hunter is totally exposed, but he plays Swords of Revealing Light, stopping attacks for 3 turns. The rare hunter isn't worried. His deck has multiple copies of each Exodia piece. He draws another head, but still no defense. Yugi summons Alpha, the Magnet Warrior, in attack mode, prepping for the moment the swords disappear. Meanwhile, he reminds the rare hunter that Exodia pieces alone are useless without support. The rare hunter throws an Exodia head in defense, but Yugi is ready. He activates Chain Destruction, wiping out all remaining copies of Exodia's head in the guy's hand and deck. Then he drops Dust Tornado to shred the swords, revives Chimera with Monster Reborn, and wipes out the field. Chimera destroys the head, and the rest, boosted by Skull, goes straight for the life points. Yugi wins. Kaiba's unimpressed. He's got his own ultimate card, and it's not Exodia. Yugi picks up the Red Eyes and a Locator card, but the rare hunter suddenly freaks out. A voice takes over, Merrick, the new villain with a Millennium item that lets him control minds. He says Exodia was just the start, and that he's coming for the Pharaoh's power. He wants the puzzle and more.
I can't let Merrick win, or who knows what darkness will come. He may possess the magic of the Millennium Rod, but I have the strength of my puzzle.
Joey tells Yugi to keep the Red Eyes. He'll win it back someday, fair and square. For now, they're a team. Episode 58 begins, and Joey stumbles onto a duel between Rex Raptor and a flashy guy named Espa Roba, who claims to be psychic. Roba predicts Rex's moves before he even plays them, and finishes the duel with Jinzo, a monster that disables trap cards. Rex is stunned and hands over his Serpent Knight Dragon and Locator card. Roba starts scanning the crowd for his next victim. Most duelists chicken out, but Joey steps up. Rex warns him not to. This guy reads minds. Joey doesn't care. He beat Rex at Duelist Kingdom, and he's not backing down from a challenge now. Meanwhile, Tristan visits Serenity in the hospital and sets up a laptop so they can watch Joey's duel, which is being streamed online. Joey stakes his Time Wizard against Roba's Jinzo, and the duel begins. Joey tries to summon Guiltia the Dark Knight, but forgets the new rule. Monsters over level 4 need a sacrifice now. Roba then calls out Joey's next card, Swordsman of Landstar. Joey's spooked. Maybe this psychic thing is real. Roba summons Cyber Raider and lands a direct hit, knocking Joey down to 2,600 life points. Tristan doesn't want to tell Serenity her brother is getting destroyed. Watching from a rooftop, Yugi notices a bunch of blue-haired kids on another roof. Roba's brothers feeding him card info through a headset.
The extrasensory forces of the universe flow through me. Your strategies are helpless against my all-knowing power.
So much for psychic powers. Roba guesses Joey drew a second graceful dice, but it was actually skull dice. Joey sets both. Roba sacrifices Cyber Raider to summon Fiend Mega Cyber, a 2,200 attack monster. Joey activates Graceful Dice to boost Swordsman of Landstar, but it's not enough. Then comes the surprise, Skull Dice, which lowers Fiend Mega Cyber's attack to 440. Joey wipes it out. Roba panics, his trick's been exposed. The brothers try to run, but Mokuba shows up with a whistle and stops them. They explain Roba only cheated to protect them from bullies, and Mokuba lets the duel continue out of sympathy. Roba draws, sets a card, and ends his turn. Joey draws Alligator Sword, attacks, and brings Roba down to 1,440 life points. But Roba activates Mind Control, stealing Swordsman of Landstar. Just as Joey thought, Roba sacrifices it to summon Jinzo, shutting down all trap cards. Joey realizes he's in deep trouble. His whole strategy just got nuked. Episode 59 kicks off, and Joey's got 2,600 life points left. And Roba's Jinzo is on the field with 2,400 attack. And thanks to Amplifier, its power keeps climbing each turn. Joey's alligator sword is toast, and when Jinzo attacks, Joey drops to 1200. Roba's feeling unstoppable. Joey draws Baby Dragon, and Rex immediately guesses what he's going for, his old Duelist Kingdom move. Sure enough, Time Wizard hits the field next. If the roulette hits, Baby Dragon evolves into Thousand Dragon, and Jinzo should rust. The roulette hits, but Jinzo shrugs it off. It's made of titanium or some nonsense. Basically, it's not rusting anytime soon. Jinzo destroys Thousand Dragon, leaving Joey with nothing and only 700 life points. At the hospital, Tristan's pretending everything's fine for Serenity, while Teia's still wandering around looking for Yugi and Joey. Meanwhile, Yugi's up on a rooftop, watching silently as Joey struggles. Roba summons Reflect Bounder, which bounces attacks back at the attackers, and with Jinzo's attack all the way up to 3200 now, things look hopeless. Just as Joey starts to lose hope, Teia and Grandpa show up with a message from Serenity.
You two are a team, forever. And she believes in you, so don't even think about giving up.
That's all Joey needed. He draws Roulette Spider, a card that attaches to the strongest monster on the field, in this case, Jinzo, and spins it like a top. Wherever it lands, Jinzo attacks. If it's pointed at Joey's side, game over. Joey risks half of his life points and spins the wheel. It stops on Reflect Bounder. Jinzo attacks Reflect Bounder, and the attack bounces back, blowing up both monsters. Roba loses. Joey wins his first Battle City duel. He takes the locator card and Jinzo, but when Roba refuses to hand them over, claiming people depend on him, Joey backs off. Then, Roba's brothers chime in over the radio. They're proud of him anyway. Roba finally accepts his loss and joins his brothers in a big group hug. Joey walks off, locator card in hand, feeling proud. Yugi smiles from afar. Not a bad start. Episode 60 begins in a dark alley. Some goon just won a Battle City duel, but one rare card isn't enough for him. He threatens his opponent for another, until Makuba shows up to shut it down. When the bully brushes him off, Kaiba steps in and completely flips the vibe. He throws open his briefcase full of rare cards and challenges the guy to a duel, using Kaiba's own cards to boost his weak deck. Naturally, Kaiba steamrolls him. After a brief flex, he summons Obelisk the Tormentor, one of the 3 Egyptian god cards, and completely overwhelms the guy. Kaiba walks off with Makuba, saying it's time to find a real opponent, Yugi. Once Kaiba gets the other 2 god cards, no one's stopping him. Meanwhile, in his underground hideout, Merrick finds out Obelisk's been played. Kaiba has it, just like he suspected. He flashes back to when he claimed the winged dragon of Ra in Egypt, only to be stopped by his sister Ishizu, who warned him that he'd betrayed the Pharaoh. Now he knows she gave Obelisk to Kaiba to stop him, but Merrick's not worried. He'll take them all. He orders his rare hunter Arcana to take out Yugi.
Dispatch Arcana to take down Yugi Muto!
Yes, sir.
Cut to Yugi, who's just handed off Joey's Red Eyes Black Dragon, now a symbol of their friendship. Suddenly, a creepy clown lures him into a tent and vanishes him using a magic box illusion. Teia and Grandpa arrive just in time to see Yugi disappear. Yugi wakes up in an underground arena, greeted by Arcana, a masked magician who claims he's the real master of the Dark Magician. He locks Yugi into a trap duel. Their legs are chained, and the loser will get dragged into the Shadow Realm by spinning energy discs that creep closer with each lost life point. The duel starts fast. Yugi plays smart, using card destruction to ruin Arcana's rigged opening hand. Then, he takes Arcana's Fiend Jester, uses it and his Magnet Warrior as tributes, and summons his Dark Magician. One clean hit and Arcana's already down to 1500 life points, sweating as the Shadow Disc creeps closer. Episode 61 begins and Yugi's still chained up in Arcana's Twisted Magic Theater, and things are getting more intense. With Arcana's life points cut in half, Yugi begs him to end the duel before the Shadow Disc takes him out for good. But Arcana's not backing down. He insists he's saved his best trick for last. To avoid another direct hit, Arcana sets Mystic Tornado in defense mode and a face-down card. Yugi attacks with Beta the Magnet Warrior, but Arcana activates Dark Renewal, which sends both monsters to the graveyard and lets him summon his own Dark Magician. Now they've both got a Dark Magician on the field. From there, it's a face-down standoff. Both players lay trap after trap, waiting for the perfect moment. Arcana finally triggers Mystic Guillotine to trap Yugi's magician, but Yugi uses magical hats to hide him.
Now you'll have to guess which hat he's under to attack him.
Arcana follows up with 1,000 knives, but Yugi destroys it with D-Spell, keeping both monsters safe. They each summon their dark magicians again using Monster Reborn, but now Yugi wants to stop the madness. He asks Arcana to unlock the shackles and finish this with dignity. Arcana refuses and reveals his tragic backstory. He was a famous magician whose career was destroyed in an accident. He pushed away his fiancée Catherine and now believes Merrick can help him win her back if he defeats Yugi. Yugi tells him that trusting Merrick will only bring more pain, but Arcana doesn't listen. He claims his deck is built for one thing: taking Yugi's dark magician away from him. Arcana plays Beckon to the Dark to remove Yugi's magician, but Yugi counters with Mystical Rift Panel. Turns out that was a trap. Arcana then uses Nightmare Chains to lock up Yugi's magician, rendering it useless. He hits Yugi with a direct attack. Yugi defends with Big Shield Gardna, but Arcana uses Ectoplasmer, a card that sacrifices a monster each turn to blast the opponent's life points directly. He hits Yugi again, dropping him to 700.
One more hit and my life points will go down to 0!
When Arcana tries to finish him off with another Ectoplasmer blast, Yugi's chained-up Dark Magician activates on his own, intercepting the attack. The duel's still on, but Yugi's barely hanging on. In episode 62, Yugi's on the ropes. His Dark Magician is gone, his life points are low, and Arcana's still convinced he's winning. But Yugi doesn't flinch. He calls out Arcana's blind loyalty to Merrick and questions if he really believes this will get him Catherine back. Arcana glances at the shadowy figure behind the curtain and doubles down, setting what he claims is a monster but actually placing it in the spell trap zone. Yugi draws and summons Gazelle, the king of mythical beasts. But Arcana activates Shadow Balance, forcing the field to match Arcana's monster count. Since Arcana has none, both of Yugi's monsters are wiped out. Arcana draws another Dark Magician, then uses Dark Magic Curtain, paying half of his life points to summon it instantly. He follows up with Anti-Magic Arrows, disabling Yugi's set cards and sends his Dark Magician in for the win. But Yugi flips the script by also activating Dark Magic Curtain and summoning Dark Magician Girl. Arcana laughs. He says she's weaker than his Dark Magician. Yugi reveals her hidden effect. She gains 300 attack for every Dark Magician in both graveyards. With 2 in total, her attack rises to 2,300, just enough to destroy Arcana's magician and win the duel.
When you mistreat your cards, you pay a high price. You lose!
As the duel ends, Makuba, Taya, Grandpa, and Tristan finally reach the building, ready to rescue Yugi. Inside, Yugi frees himself with the key, while Arcana fumbles for his, only for it to vanish. Merrick appears in his mind, revoking his promise and delivering punishment for failure. The curtain lifts to reveal the Catherine figure was just a dummy. Yugi tries to help Arcana, but Merrick fully takes over. He finally introduces himself, revealing he's after the Pharaoh's power, Yami Yugi's power to be exact. Arcana's family guarded the Pharaoh's tomb for generations, and now he wants revenge. With 2 god cards already in hand and 1 more still out there, he says it's only a matter of time. He warns Yugi to watch out for the Quiet One, a rare hunter who holds the 3rd god card. Merrick swears he'll unlock the Pharaoh's full power and claim it for himself. In episode 63, Day 2 of Battle City starts with Mai, Yugi, and Joey regrouping in the square. Joey's pumped after winning 2 locator cards, but Mai casually flexes her 4, and Yugi's sitting at 3. Joey's clearly behind, but Yugi reminds him the tournament's far from over. They split up to hunt for duels, none of them realizing that a silent mime nearby is Merrick's spy, watching every move. Meanwhile, Taya and Tristan show up at Yugi's place too late. He's already gone. Grandpa tags along to help track him down. Joey's soon stopped by a fanboy who flatters him, then asks to try on his duel disc. Once it's on, the kid bolts. Joey chases him through the streets until Tristan intercepts him. The boy claims his deck was stolen by a guy with bug eyes. Joey immediately knows it's Weevil Underwood.
It's gotta be Weevil Underwood! I guess Weevil's still up to his old tricks, eh, Joey?
Of course, The whole thing's a setup. The kid meets Weevil in an alley, gets stiffed on a promised rare card, and slimed with some kind of insect goo for good measure. Weevil's aiming to take out Joey first, then Yugi, all for revenge. At the hospital, Serenity is chatting with a little boy who was hiding from a nurse. She asks him to pull up Joey's duel online so she can follow his progress. She's fully convinced her brother will win no matter what. Joey finds Weevil and challenges him. The duel starts with Joey summoning Swordsman of Landstar, but Weevil's Flying Kamakiri attacks. Joey flips Sword and Shield, flipping stats and winning the trade. But Flying Kamakiri 1 summons Flying Kamakiri 2 when destroyed. Joey sacrifices to summon Jinzo, destroying Weevil's monster and negating traps. But Weevil sets a monster, and when Jinzo attacks, Kisatai latches onto him, healing Weevil every turn. Weevil then cycles through more monsters like Skull-Marked Ladybug, stacking even more life points. Joey plays Panther Warrior, sacrifices Jinzo, and hits back. Weevil responds with his signature combo, Larva Moth plus Cocoon of Evolution, counting down to Great Moth. But then we find out Weevil rigged Joey's deck. He used the kid to sneak Parasite inside. Now, Joey's monsters are considered insects and can't attack thanks to Insect Barrier. What's worse, infected monsters can't even be sacrificed, locking Joey down. Weevil starts attacking directly with Legul, slowly draining Joey's life points while time ticks down. But Joey keeps cool. He remembers what Yugi taught him. A real duelist doesn't panic, doesn't cheat, and always trusts the heart of the cards. Joey sets up his final defense. One more turn until Great Moth hatches. In episode 64, Weevil's Great Moth launches its attack, flattening Joey's alligator sword. He mocks Joey, bragging that hardly any card in Duel Monsters can beat a 3500 attack monster, definitely not with Joey's deck. But Tristan, Taya, and Grandpa won't stop rooting for him. Even in the hospital, Serenity stays confident. Her new friend Kento is ready to give up, but she tells him Joey never quits and neither should he.
We gotta keep cheering, Serenity! Are you with me?
Joey draws, sets a card, and moves all of his monsters to attack mode, which shocks everyone. But Grandpa suspects a trap. Weevil attacks directly with Legul and then targets Parasite with Great Moth to end the duel. But Joey flips Skull Dice, cutting the Moth's attack in half. Then he chains Graceful Dice, giving Parasite enough power to destroy the Moth. I love the irony here that Joey used Weevil's own planted Parasite against him. Furious about all of this, Weevil brings out Insect Queen using Pinch Hopper's effect, and her attack skyrockets by absorbing all other insects' attack points, including Joey's. Weevil's strategy is all about building an insect army that keeps feeding her. Joey draws and forgets to switch his monsters into defense. It's bait. Joey springs Magic Arm Shield, redirecting the attack to Weevil's own monster, dealing damage and triggering another egg. The situation's still bad. Joey's stuck under Insect Barrier, and every new monster will turn into an insect thanks to the Parasite effect. Worse, Weevil keeps cycling Cockroach Knight to keep powering up his queen. Joey's last hope is a card draw, and some inspiration. With Serenity, Kento, and his friends cheering, Joey draws Gearfried the Iron Knight. The Parasite fails to latch onto him. Gearfried's metal body destroys any equipped card, making him immune. He slashes through the Insect Queen's eggs. Weevil panics. He summons another soldier ant and multiplies them with ant reproduction, then sacrifices them to supercharge Insect Queen. But Joey uses Grave Robber to steal Eradicating Aerosol from Weevil's graveyard and wipes out Insect Queen for good. Gearfried clears the last egg, and Weevil's life points drop to 0. Joey wins.
You're out of the tournament!
He won! Joey kicked Weevil's buggy butt!
Yugi watches from afar, proud. His friend is becoming a true duelist even without red eyes. In episode 65, Joey's riding high after beating Weevil and snagging his 4th locator card. Tristan, Taya, and Grandpa are hyping him up, but Taya's still worried about Yugi. Joey wishes Yugi had seen the duel. He's itching to prove he's ready for a rematch. What none of them realize is that one of Merrick's rare hunters is already tailing them. Merrick's ship nears Domino City. He tells his loyal servant Odeon it's time. He's about to unleash the Quiet One, aka Strings, one of his mind slaves, who's currently posing as a mime in the city plaza. Strings suddenly activates, glowing Millennium Eye on his forehead, and sprints off towards Yugi. Merrick's goal is to defeat Yugi using one of the Egyptian god cards. Meanwhile, Yugi's having a heart-to-heart with the spirit of the Pharaoh. He knows Merrick's after the puzzle, but Yugi's not giving up without a fight. He and the spirit might not understand everything yet, but they're in this together this time. The Pharaoh isn't alone. Yami senses danger and takes control just as Strings arrives, possessed and ready to duel. Merrick speaks through him, taunting Yami and saying he's about to lose both the puzzle and his life. Yami accepts the challenge. At the museum, Ishizu senses the storm brewing between her brother Merrick and the Pharaoh. She still hopes he can be saved, but lurking nearby is Dark Bakura, drawn to the Millennium items. He plans to collect all 7 and unlock ancient shadow magic.
You must continue to show me the way to this item, my ring. Soon all 7 will belong to me.
Back in the duel, Strings opens with weak monsters, Humanoid Slime and Wormdrake, but fuses them into Humanoid Wormdrake with 2200 attack. He uses Quick Attack to strike immediately, but Yugi counters with Defusion, splitting the monsters and dodging the hit. Yugi brings out Gazelle and Beta the Magnet Warrior, clears the field, and then sacrifices them to summon Buster Blade. He strikes Revival Jam, a squishy monster summoned by Strings, but it regenerates instantly. Then, Jam Breeding Machine kicks in, spawning slime tokens every turn. Strings activates Jam Defender, forcing all attacks to target the unkillable Revival Jam. Then, he locks Yugi down with Nightmare Steel Cage. In one more turn, Merrick's God card will hit the field. Episode 66 kicks off, and the Nightmare Steel Cage starts fading. Yugi finally has a shot to strike back, but Strings, controlled by Merrick, draws his 3rd slime token. That's enough fuel to summon his god card, Slifer the Sky Dragon. Massive, red, and double-mouthed. Its attack power depends on how many cards Strings has in hand, 1,000 points per card. With a couple draws, Slifer shoots up to 3,000 attack, outclassing everything Yugi has, and it's only going to get stronger. Kaiba, meanwhile, is tracking God card activity from his satellite. When the alert finally pings, Slifer has been summoned. He ditches his duel with Joey mid-trash talk and hops in a helicopter, heading straight for the action. Joey's relieved, but pretends he's not.
Man, did you see the way he took off?
You can drop the act.
You're safe, Joey.
What?
Back at the duel, Yugi knows he needs time. He plays Kuribo in defense and sets a couple cards. Slifer's power climbs higher. Strings attacks, but Yugi activates Light Force Sword, stealing one of Strings' cards and dropping Slifer's power temporarily. Still, Buster Blader can't break through because Revival Jam just regenerates. Protected by Jam Defender, and now Card of Safe Return lets Strings draw 3 more cards every time it comes back. Yugi summons Dark Magician Girl, but Slifer's second effect kicks in. It auto-attacks any new monster summoned and shreds its stats by 2,000. Yugi protects her with magical hats, then hides 2 trap cards underneath, Magic Cylinder and Spellbinding Circle. Strings keeps drawing cards, pushing Slifer's attack past 9,000. Just when Yugi's about to collapse under the pressure, Kaiba's voice echoes in his head, reminding him who he is. Yugi pulls himself together. Merrick might think he's invincible with this 5-card combo, but Yugi knows every strategy has a weak point. Now, it's time to find it. In episode 67, Kaiba keeps egging Yugi on, daring him to prove his win at Duelist Kingdom wasn't just luck. Merrick, still riding high on Slifer's overwhelming power, mocks them both. Slifer's attack points are now at 11,000 and climbing, but Kaiba realizes something. The dragon's power is tied to how many cards Merrick draws, and every deck has a limit.
The dragon's greatest strength is also its greatest weakness.
Yugi draws Monster Reborn, sets it, and summons Big Shield Gardna in defense. Slifer immediately strikes it with its second mouth, chopping Gardna's defense by 2,000. It survives, for now. Kaiba watches, hoping Yugi will crack the god card's weak point before it's too late. Merrick draws again, boosting its attack to 14,000. Yugi activates Monster Reborn to bring Buster Blader back. That triggers more card draws for Merrick via Card of Safe Return, and Slifer's special ability kicks in again, dropping Buster Blader's attack by 2,000, but it's still standing.
If I don't draw the right card now, his Sky Dragon will crush me. But I know the heart of the cards will guide me.
Then comes the real play. Yugi uses brain control. but not to steal Slifer. He takes Revival Jam instead. Now, every time Jam is destroyed, it revives on Yugi's field. That forces Merrick to draw 3 more cards, which then triggers Slifer's auto attack again. Yugi's created an endless loop. Slifer keeps destroying Jam. Jam keeps coming back. Merrick keeps drawing cards until he runs out of cards in his deck. Once that happens, Merrick loses automatically. Merrick is furious. He just lost a duel with a God card. He warns Yugi that this win means nothing. He's got another God card, one even stronger than Slifer. After the duel, Makuba finds the Slifer card on the ground and gives it to Yugi, along with String's locator card. Kaiba, of course, immediately challenges Yugi to a duel, but Merrick takes over Strings one last time to taunt Yugi and threaten his friends. Yugi takes off into the city, determined to protect Joey and the others. Kaiba complains he's breaking the rules, but Yugi doesn't care. His friends come first. As Merrick arrives in Domino, he vows that next time the Millennium Puzzle will be his. In episode 68, Yugi's trying to track down his friends when he's blocked by 2 rare hunters. They say if he wants to save his crew, he's got to duel. But instead of actually dueling, they argue over who gets to go first. Rock, paper, scissors gets them nowhere. Yugi's about to lose it when Kaiba shows up and offers a better idea. They'll tag duel, Kaiba and Yugi versus both hunters. Kaiba kicks things off by playing Pot of Greed. Then Lord of Dragons, followed by Flutes of Summoning Dragon, instantly summoning all 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons and Hyozanru. Total overkill. One hunter throws down a single defense monster, Yugi sets a couple of cards and plays Kuribo in defense. Then, the second hunter sets Mirror Force and a monster. Kaiba warns them it's over. He sacrifices all 3 Blue Eyes to summon his god card, Obelisk the Tormentor. Then, he uses Obelisk's effect by tributing 2 more monsters. Obelisk wipes out every monster on their field. Mirror Force doesn't work on Obelisk. Kaiba ends the duel in 1 move.
Victory is ours! You two are finished!
Yugi grabs a hunter and demands to know where his friends are. Kaiba doesn't care, he just wants their indicator cards. Before Yugi can run off, Kaiba uses his satellite tech to help locate Joey. He says he'll help for now, but once Yugi's friends are safe, they're dueling. Meanwhile, Mako Tsunami is working on a dolphin show gig. Joey spots him and challenges him to a duel. They agree to wager 2 locator cards each. Winner goes to the finals. They duel in a stadium on a platform surrounded by water, with rare hunters watching from the crowd. Joey's first draw is the Parasite card Weevil snuck in. He tries to bluff and sets it in defense, but Mako wipes it out with Flying Fish. Joey recovers and summons Garuzis, but Mako plays Torrential Tribute to destroy it. Merrick, still spying through the rare hunters, gets interrupted by Bakura, who confronts him for the Millennium Rod. Back at the duel, Joey turns it around with Fairy Box and Skull Dice, wiping out Mako's Amphibian Beast and evening the score. But Mako says the sea hides even deadlier monsters. In episode 69, Joey's duel with Mako Tsunami continues in the middle of a fish tank, surrounded by cheering kids and a leaping whale. Mako boasts he's about to win Joey's 2 locator cards, but Joey points out Mako doesn't even have a monster on the field. Joey draws Polymerization, fuses Baby Dragon and Alligator Sword into Alligator Sword Dragon, 1700 attack. But Battle City Rule says you can't attack the turn it's summoned, so his turn ends. Mako hides a new monster underwater, leaving Joey unsure if it's even in attack or defense mode. Joey decides to fly overhead and strike directly, dropping Mako to 1600 life points. That's when Mako plays Tornado Wall, blocking further direct attacks, and tributes his hidden monster to summon the legendary Fisherman with 1850 attack. Joey plays Energy Drain to weaken it, but Legendary Fisherman is immune to spells when Umi is active, so it slashes Joey's monster and drops him to 3050 life points.
My monster is a longtime friend of the sea, and the very waters in which it lives shield it from harm.
Joey sets a monster, but Mako's Fisherman destroys it easily. Joey taunts him for keeping it submerged, so Mako reveals it riding a dolphin, looking like Mako's father. Mako explains the Fisherman card was a gift, sent years after a storm took his dad. He plays each duel to honor that memory. Joey does respect that, but also reminds him that they're both fighting for someone, and he duels for his sister Serenity. Mako summons his ace, Fortress Whale, with 2350 attack. Powered up to 2550 by Umi, he wipes out Rocket Warrior, then hits Joey directly. Joey's at 500 life points. Joey draws and summons Panther Warrior, sets 2 cards. Mako attacks, but Joey activates Magic Arm Shield, grabbing Legendary Fisherman and using it to block the attack. Mako's own monster takes him down to 900 life points. Devastated, Mako feels lost without his card. Joey reminds him he doesn't need a card to remember someone he loves. Mako attacks again, but Joey uses Kunai with Chain, plus 500 attack, then stacks Lightning Blade, plus 800 attack, to take out Fortress Whale. Mako has 150 life points left. Mako revives a monster and hides it, but Joey uses Giant Trunade to return all spells and traps. Umi's gone, and Legendary Fisherman is exposed. Joey uses Scapegoat, sacrifices 1, and Panther Warrior lands the final blow. Mako, grateful, hands over his cards. Joey now has enough locator cards for the finals.
And don't worry, I'll treat it with respect.
You'd better.
Back in the city, Kaiba finds Joey's location. He tells Yugi, but only if Yugi promises to duel him afterward. Yugi agrees, and they head off. In episode 70, Joey calls Serenity to share the good news. He's in the Battle City Finals. She's thrilled. And even better, her doctors say she can finally take off her bandages tonight. She wants the first thing she sees to be her brother winning a duel. Joey promises to send someone to bring her to the arena. I seriously love the bond between these two, it's just so wholesome. After tossing Teia's phone in excitement, she does catch it one-handed, Joey's left wondering who he can send. Tristan eagerly volunteers, practically choking Joey in excitement before sprinting off.
Where am I gonna find someone on such short notice?
Joey's unsure at first, but figures Serenity's in good hands. Just then, Teia spots Merrick, posing as Namu, supporting a badly injured Bakura. Merrick claims he found him like that. Joey and Teia thank him for helping, but Grandpa takes Bakura to the hospital. Merrick keeps up this nice guy act and even pretends to be a newbie duelist, asking Joey for tips. Joey brags about qualifying, and while they chat, Merrick secretly signals his rare hunters to move in. Meanwhile, Yugi and Kaiba walk by, just missing their friends. Across town, Makuba is ambushed by rare hunters and captured. Kaiba's enemies are making their move. Back at the aquarium, the rare hunters close in. Merrick acts like he's caught off guard and warns Joey, but it's a setup. They grab Teia, and despite Joey landing a solid punch, he's outnumbered and knocked out. One hunter answers Teia's phone. It's Yugi calling. She screams his name before the phone gets crushed. Yugi realizes they're too late. Kaiba promises to track them via satellite, but as Makuba is shown dangling from a helicopter, the rare hunters issue a challenge. If Kaiba and Yugi want their friends back, they must duel on a nearby skyscraper. There, they face masked duelists Loomis and Umbra, whose tag team strategy relies on their powerful monsters and combo spells. If Kaiba or Yugi hit 0 life points, they fall into the Shadow Realm. Kaiba refuses to work as a team.
Teamwork is for Boy Scouts and nursery schools, Yugi.
You're wrong.
But Yugi knows if they don't start playing smart together, they're finished. In episode 71, Loomis wastes no time hitting Yugi with Mask of the Accursed, locking down Beta the Magnet Warrior and draining 500 life points from Yugi every turn it stays on the field. He sets a card and ends his turn. Yugi figures Loomis is mostly magic and traps, while Umbra handles the monsters. They're clearly building the tag team. Yugi takes the 500-point hit, then draws Beast of Guilford, a high-level monster he could normally summon by sacrificing Beta, which would also remove the cursed mask. But just as he tries, Loomis flips Mask of the Restrict, blocking both Yugi and Kaiba from sacrificing anything. That includes God cards. Yugi plays one card face down and sets Kuribo in defense. He tells Kaiba they need to work together. Kaiba's not interested. Umbra draws and considers his options. Attack Beta and lose the mask effect, or go after Kaiba's Vorse Raider and risk his trap. Loomis signals him to go ahead. Umbra sets a card, then attacks Vorse Raider with Shining Abyss. Kaiba activates Ring of Destruction, which would destroy Shining Abyss and deal 1600 damage to both of them, but Loomis plays Cursed Transfer, switching the effect to Kaiba's own Vorse Raider instead. Now, that explodes, and both Kaiba and Umbra take 1900 damage. Yugi tries to warn Kaiba they're clearly setting something up, but Kaiba shuts him down and activates Ring of Defense to block the damage, only for Umbra to hijack it with Spell Transfer, redirecting the protection to himself. Kaiba takes the full damage and loses his monster. With Kaiba wide open, Umbra attacks directly with Shining Abyss, but Yugi saves him with Multiply, creating a wall of Kuribos to absorb the hit. Kaiba's not happy being bailed out, but Yugi reminds him that they'll both lose if they don't start working together. Kaiba shrugs it off. Loomis and Umbra, meanwhile, are already planning on how to wipe out the Kuribos and finish Kaiba next turn. Elsewhere, Teia's trapped in a warehouse, trying to find a way out. When Makuba's thrown in there with her, he explains that the rare hunters are after the god cards. Teia suspects that there's much more to it than just dueling. Back in the duel, Kaiba draws his favorite Blue Eyes White Dragon, but with Mask of Restrict still active, he can't summon it. He sets a card and plays Battle Ox in defense. Loomis responds with Mask of Dispel, targeting Multiply. Yugi loses his defense wall and another 500 life points. Then, Grand Tiki Elder wipes out the last Kuribo. Yugi's wide open. He draws Chain Destruction, not helpful, and debates whether to use Card Destruction. Kaiba nudges him, saying he has a powerful card that's useless in his hand but perfect in the graveyard.
It sounds like Kaiba wants to discard his hand. I think I know what I need to do.
Yugi gets it and sets Card Destruction. Umbra plays Curse of the Masked Beast, sacrificing their monsters to summon the Masked Beast, a 3200 attack monster. He swings for game on Yugi, but Kaiba sacrifices Battle Ox to save him. Loomis and Umbra laugh. Kaiba has lost his last defender again, but Kaiba says it's fine. Now it's Yugi's turn to return the favor. Yugi activates Card Destruction, forcing everyone to discard and redraw. Kaiba flips his set card, Monster Reborn. With Blue Eyes White Dragon now in the graveyard, he brings it back instantly. No tributes, no restrictions, just raw power. Kaiba finally smiles. Episode 72 begins, and Kaiba's got Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field, and Yugi's feeling confident. He tells Loomis and Umbra their teamwork can't compete, but Kaiba immediately shuts that down. He doesn't care about teaming up. This is about saving Makuba, and he'll do it on his own. Yugi says their friends are also in danger, but Kaiba's not interested. Still, they're stuck in this together. Loomis and Umbra aren't panicking. Their Masked Beast still has 3200 attack, 200 more than Blue Eyes. Yugi urges Kaiba to attack anyway. Kaiba doesn't like the idea of taking orders, but he knows Yugi's got something planned. He attacks and Masked Beast goes down. Turns out when Yugi discarded Beast of Guilford, it weakened the opponent's monster by 500 points. The setup worked, but Kaiba's annoyed Yugi gets credit for his dragon's attack. Loomis tries to set up a comeback. He sets a monster in defense with 2 face-down cards. Yugi takes another 1000 damage from Mask of the Accursed and Mask of Dispel. Still, he draws Alpha the Magnet Warrior and takes a risk, attacking the set monster. It works. Loomis loses 4-faced Beast, but doesn't spring his trap card, saving it for Kaiba. That leaves the rare hunters wide open and Umbra's getting nervous. Over in the warehouse, Makuba and Teiya try to climb out through a high window using stacked boxes. The rare hunters show up. The boxes collapse and Makuba escapes.
Don't worry about me, just get some help!
He promises to send help. Teia's just stuck there. Joey wakes up tied to a chair, just in time for Odeon, Merrick's loyal servant, to walk in. Merrick uses the Millennium Rod to take control of Joey's mind. Back at the duel, Umbra summons Rogue Doll and attacks Blue Eyes. Loomis boosts its power with Mask of Brutality and weakens Blue Eyes with Mask of Weakness. But Yugi saves the day again using Mystical Rift Panel to transfer the power-up to Kaiba's dragon. Kaiba's furious. He hates being saved. The rare hunters start turning on each other, but Kaiba takes full advantage, pushing Loomis and Umbra deeper into paranoia. Then, Loomis plays Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards, then plays Card Exchange to steal Umbra's hand, and then Chosen One to summon Des Guardius, a 3300 attack monster. Now that could be trouble. In episode 73, Loomis is ready to strike with Des Guardius, but can't decide who to hit. Yugi, who's low on life points, or Kaiba, whose Blue Eyes White Dragon is still a threat. Umbra wants to take out Yugi, but Kaiba taunts Loomis, calling him a coward. It works. Loomis changes targets and attacks Kaiba, destroying Blue Eyes and costing Kaiba 300 life points. Kaiba's not thrilled about losing his dragon and tells Yugi he better make it count. Yugi's life points drop again thanks to Mask of the Accursed and Mask of Dispel, but he's ready to end this. He summons Gamma the Magnet Warrior and combines it with Alpha and Beta to bring out Valkyrion the Magnet Warrior, a fusion monster with 3,500 attack points. Kaiba wants Yugi to attack now, but Yugi's cautious.
But Loomis and Umbra don't seem nervous at all. Do it, Yugi.
He sets a trap and then tells Kaiba to stop rushing. Be duel smart. Kaiba realizes he can summon his god card, Obelisk the Tormentor, using Soul Exchange to sacrifice Yugi's monster instead of his own. But first, Yugi uses Valkyrion to destroy Des Guardius. That triggers its effect. Mask of Remnant attaches to Valkyrion, giving Loomis control of it. Umbra follows up with Masquerade, giving him control of Valkyrion instead. He attacks Yugi, but Yugi activates D-Fusion, splitting Valkyrion back into the 3 Magnet Warriors. Now, it's Kaiba's turn. He plays Soul Exchange, sacrificing Yugi's monsters to summon Obelisk the Tormentor. With 4,000 attack points, Kaiba blasts Umbra directly, knocking him out of the duel. He falls through the trap door, but he's got a parachute and ends up dangling from a flagpole. Kaiba wants to destroy Loomis too, but suddenly, Loomis gets mind-controlled by Merrick, the true villain. Merrick taunts Yugi and Kaiba, saying he's seen the obelisk now and he's not impressed. His own god card, Ra, is stronger, and soon, Yugi's friends will be his pawns. Kaiba grabs Loomis, demanding Makuba's location.
So release my little brother just like you said you would right now.
You trust me? What a fool!
But Merrick drops the control and Loomis collapses. Kaiba takes his locator cards. He and Yugi now qualify for the finals. Just then, Makuba arrives in a Kaiba Corp helicopter and says Taya helped him escape. Kaiba's ready to return the favor. Meanwhile, on a train, Tristan comforts Serenity, who's still nervous about removing her bandages. He reminds her Joey needs her too, and that gives her hope. Back on the chopper, Makuba locates Joey's duel disk, and they head out to find him. In episode 74, Kaiba, Makuba, and Yugi fly towards Joey's location in a helicopter. Yugi explains Merrick's power and the truth about the Millennium items, but Kaiba refuses to believe any of it, even as he flashes back to Ishizu's warning about ancient Egypt. Yugi insists Merrick is dangerous and recalls Joey giving up his red eyes to help him. Kaiba mocks Joey, but Yugi knows he's strong now. They're almost at the site. Yugi's ready to fight for his friends, no matter what. Episode 75 kicks off, and Merrick leads mind-controlled Joey and Taya along the docks, telling them Yugi and Kaiba will show up soon, but they'll be forced to play by his rules. Odeon shows up, saying he's secured 12 locator cards. Merrick tells him to give Joey the new deck they built for him, packed with rare magic cards. He says he's taken what Yugi values most, his friends. In the helicopter, Yugi wants to rescue Joey and Taya immediately. Kaiba says he's going after the 3rd god card first. They argue, and Kaiba says that they can just split up after landing. Makuba spots Joey waiting on the pier. Yugi warns that it might be a trap, but Kaiba doesn't care. They land and Merrick speaks through Joey, confirming it's him. Yugi realizes Joey is fully under his control.
Joey is not present. He's gone away.
It's Merrick!
That's correct.
Joey demands Yugi's god card and puzzle. Kaiba figures out that Joey might have had the 3rd god card. Taya appears, also mind-controlled, and tells Yugi to follow them. Yugi agrees, even if it's a trap. They arrive at a dock with an anchor suspended in the center. Each duelist has to chain their ankle to it. When one's life points hit 0, the anchor drops off after 30 seconds. The survivor gets a key. The loser sinks. If no one wins within an hour, both will drown. Taya is strapped to a chair nearby. If anyone interferes, a crate will fall on her. Merrick demands Yugi remove Slifer from his deck. Yugi agrees, keeping red eyes as a symbol of his friendship with Joey. The duel begins. Yugi summons Gazelle in defense mode. Joey then uses Raigeki to destroy it, then summons Alligator Sword and attacks directly. He plays Big Shield Gardna. Joey plays Hinotama, burning Yugi for 500 more. Kaiba realizes these cards aren't from Joey's real deck. Merrick laughs, knowing Joey's using a rare hunter deck full of powerful cards. Odeon reports that Serenity is in the city. Merrick sends someone to capture her.
Bring the girl to me immediately.
Yes.
Yugi summons Kuribo in attack mode and sets a trap. Joey attacks, but Yugi activates Spellbinding Circle, stopping the attack. Joey plays another Hinotama, hitting Yugi again. Episode 76 begins, and Joey taunts Yugi after hitting him with another Hinotama spell, threatening that once his life points hit 0, the anchor will drop. Merrick watches from his ship, fully convinced he owns Joey's mind now. Yugi refuses to give up, knowing the real Joey is still in there somewhere. Taya tries shouting through to him too, but Joey just keeps attacking, saying the old Joey is gone. Yugi decides to switch places with the Pharaoh. He thinks their bond might be strong enough to reach Joey, and after a quick internal exchange, Yami agrees to step back. Merrick isn't thrilled, but he's confident he'll win regardless of which version of Yugi he's facing. Yugi draws Joey's old Red Eyes Black Dragon, his last hope. Meanwhile, Tristan, still carrying Serenity, is cornered by rare hunters. Just before things get bad, Duke Delvin, of all people, shows up and throws dice at the goons, helping them escape. Back on the pier, Yugi thinks the Red Eyes might break Joey free, but he knows summoning it could be risky. Instead, he uses the spell card Exchange, letting both players pick a card from each other's hand. Yugi lets Joey see the Red Eyes. For a second, Joey hesitates, and his hand trembles. Then he takes Card Destruction instead. It's clear, Joey's still in there fighting. Yugi grabs Magic Arm Shield from Joey's hand and uses it. With his 2 monsters, he summons Red Eyes Black Dragon. Seeing the card again, Joey visibly struggles against Merrick's control.
Fight it! Look at your red eyes and break free! This can't be happening!
Yugi attacks Alligator Sword and lands a direct hit. Then he summons Rocket Warrior and weakens Red Eyes using a combo with a Titrion, slashing its attack down to just 400. Yugi, barely standing, stumbles toward Joey and puts the Millennium Puzzle around his neck. He tells Joey it's his now, his most important treasure. Joey is overwhelmed. He clutches his head, visibly breaking. The duel's still going, but the real fight is inside Joey. Episode 77 begins, and Joey's still holding the Millennium Puzzle, stunned, while Yugi backs away, praying their friendship can overpower Merrick's grip. The timer's down to 20 minutes. Once it hits 0, both of them sink. Merrick tries regaining control, pushing Joey to throw the puzzle into the sea. Joey actually takes it off and starts pulling it apart, but stops short. The flashback hits, him throwing a puzzle piece in a pool way back when, and how that kicked off his friendship with Yugi. Struggling, Joey puts the piece back and hangs the puzzle around his neck. Merrick's pissed, but orders Joey to keep dueling. Joey complies and draws Panther Warrior, a strong monster that can take out Red Eyes and Yugi's remaining life points. But instead of attacking Red Eyes, he has Rocket Warrior hit Beta. It seems small, but it's a crack in the control. Yugi activates Magic Arm Shield, redirecting Rocket Warrior's attack to Panther Warrior. Yugi then summons Beast of Guilford and takes out Rocket Warrior, cutting Joey's life points to 1700. But he still refuses to fully snap out of it. Merrick has him play Skull Dice and Graceful Dice, but Yugi uses D-Spell to cancel Graceful Dice. Skull Dice weakens Guilford, but it's still strong enough to destroy Panther Warrior. Meanwhile, Tristan's trying to figure out where the finals are and ends up in a face-off with the Rare Hunters again, until Mai rolls up in her convertible, bringing Serenity and Duke. They head to the pier. Back in the duel, Joey draws Meteor of Destruction, a card that'll deal 1,000 damage straight to Yugi, exactly what he's got left. All Joey has to do is play that one card, and it's game over.
Now, play it and win me that puzzle!
One more move, and Yugi's gone. In episode 78, Joey's holding Meteor of Destruction, fully under Merrick's control. And it looks like this is it for Yugi, but Yugi keeps pressing, hoping there's still some time to reach the real Joey underneath all the brainwashing. Merrick, getting desperate, demands Joey end it right now. Joey almost does, until the memories come flooding back. Duelist Kingdom, Mai's support, all his victories, and most of all, the promise he made to Yugi. That finally breaks through. Joey resists, falls to his knees, and screams that he can't hurt Yugi, he's his best friend. Merrick tries to push harder, but Joey fights back harder and breaks free completely. Merrick loses control, and Joey's finally himself again. But the duel isn't over. Meteor of Destruction is already activated. Yugi counters with Mystical Rift Panel, which lets him redirect the damage. But instead of saving himself, he uses it to buy Joey time. With 30 seconds left on the clock, Kaiba's secret plan kicks in. His remote-controlled helicopter flies in, snags the crate above Taya, and Kaiba takes out the rare hunter with a flying blue eyes white dragon card. With Taya safe, Yugi still has to end this duel. He sacrifices himself by taking the hit for Meteor of Destruction, dropping his own life points to 0 and unlocking Joey's shackle. But Joey refuses to leave him behind. In a last-second move, he has Red Eyes attack himself, dropping his life points to 0 too, triggering Yugi's ki. As the anchor drops, Joey dives for Yugi's ki, but time runs out. Both get pulled into the water.
No! Yugi! Joey!
Serenity, now able to see, dives in and saves Joey just in time. Back on the dock, Joey's still blaming himself, but Yugi forgives him without hesitation. Serenity tells her brother he showed her what real courage looks like. Joey finally smiles, realizing how much he means to everyone. He gives the Millennium Puzzle back to Yugi. Kaiba quietly watches it all, then turns to leave. The finals are coming and Merrick's still out there, but after everything that just happened, Yugi's more ready than ever. Episode 79 begins, and Joey's on cloud 9 after surviving the duel with Merrick, and he's hyped for the Battle City finals. He tells Serenity she'll get to see him duel now that she can see, but Mai quickly brings him back to Earth, reminding him that she plans to crush both him and Yugi. Joey laughs it off, but Yugi knows she's not joking. Everyone activates their locator cards, and a hologram points them towards the Kaiba Corp Stadium. Finals location confirmed. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Bakura's having a creepy dream. Inside his mind, Merrick and Dark Bakura are plotting. Turns out Merrick hid inside Bakura's brain after his surgery, and the two made a deal. Bakura would help Merrick mess with Yugi, and in return, Merrick would hand over the Millennium Rod. But now, Merrick's changed the deal. Bakura has to win it himself. Dark Bakura's not happy, but he agrees to enter the finals and take the god cards for himself. Bakura wakes up and immediately knocks out Grandpa with his Millennium Ring. He rips off his IV, steals a duel disc from some poor kid in an alley, and heads to the cemetery after hearing that duels are happening there. There, he finds Bones and his lackeys Sid and Zygor, the same guys from Duelist Kingdom running a scam. They dress up like zombies and scare duelists into dropping their cards. They've got 5 locator cards already, but Bakura's not here to be scared. He challenges them to a winner-takes-all duel. Bones summons his Great Mammoth of Goldfire, a fusion of Dragon Zombie and Snake Hair. Bakura shrugs it off, dumps his entire hand to the graveyard, and powers up his Earl of Demise using Spiritualistic Medium, boosting its attack to 4,000. One hit later, Bones is on the ropes. Bakura then reveals they've been in a shadow game the whole time. Losing means being trapped in the Shadow Realm. Bones tries to stall with Nightmare Steel Cage, but Bakura just uses Ectoplasmer, sacrificing his monster to deal direct damage and win. Bones and his friends are swallowed by shadows, and Bakura collects all 6 locator cards. Next up, we're going to skip over episode 80 because it's a filler episode, and we're going to jump directly into 81. In episode 81, Kaiba lands at his stadium and preps for the Battle City finals. Merrick, still disguised as Namu, starts the final phase of his plan. Steal the Millennium Puzzle, grab all 3 Egyptian god cards, and use their power to become Pharaoh. To keep his identity secret, Odeon will pose as Merrick. Yugi, Joey, Mai, and the gang arrive and are given IDs for the tournament. Bakura shows up, totally fine somehow, and is revealed as another finalist. Then comes Merrick, or Odeon, shocking everyone who remembers him as the guy who kidnapped Makuba. Kaiba reveals the real arena, a giant airship, Kaiba Craft 3.
So we're dueling in the sky?
You got it! In fact, 4,000 feet in the sky to be exact!
Everyone boards, including Taya, Tristan, Serenity, and Duke, thanks to Makuba bending the rules. Just before takeoff, the final duelist sneaks in. It's Ishizu, veiled and silent. As the blimp lifts off, Kaiba warns Yugi to have Slifer ready. He's gunning for all 3 god cards. Everyone settles into their rooms. Joey gets emotional with Serenity, but is interrupted by the rest of the gang barging in. Mai's focused. Odeon kneels in loyalty to Merrick, and the real Merrick plots alone, confident his mind games are working. Yugi debates whether to include Slifer. Yami confirms it's the only way to stop Merrick. He's also suspicious of Bakura. If the Millennium Ring's back, so is its evil spirit. The next morning, the finalists are called to the main hall. Kaiba throws shade at Joey on the way. Joey shrugs it off, determined to win no matter who he faces. Yugi readies his duel disc, and Yami takes the lead. The finals are about to begin. In episode 82, Mai's ready to throw down. Joey's busy raiding the buffet, and everyone's gearing up for the first match. When Kaiba launches his dramatic Blue Eyes bingo machine to randomly pair duelists, it lands on Bakura versus Yugi. Joey's relieved that he dodged that bullet. Something about Bakura just feels off. The duel kicks off on top of the airship, 4,000 feet in the air. Yugi confronts Bakura, who drops the act and reveals he's still possessed by the dark spirit of the Millennium Ring. Merrick, still undercover as Namu, watches, pleased. He wants Bakura to win and hand him Slifer the Sky Dragon. Bakura starts with a string of weak monsters, all in attack mode. Yugi wipes them out easily with Gazelle and Gamma, dropping Bakura's life points to 450, but that was Bakura's trap. He needed 3 monsters in the graveyard to summon Dark Necrofear, a 2200 attack fiend that brings cursed energy with it. Yugi fights back by summoning Dark Magician Girl, boosting her with magic formula, and taking out Necrofear. But Bakura laughs. This was also part of the plan. With Necrofear in the graveyard, Bakura activates Dark Sanctuary, a spell that turns the whole field into a haunted nightmare. Ghostly eyes and twisted spirits surround the arena as Bakura hints that Yugi's only made things worse. Episode 83 begins with Dark Sanctuary in play, and Bakura's got the upper hand, kinda. The evil ghost inside it lets him secretly possess one of Yugi's monsters each turn. If Yugi attacks with the possessed one, the attack reflects back at him and he takes damage instead. And yeah, that's exactly what happens when Yugi tries to attack. Twice. First Gamma, then Dark Magician Girl. Both times, Yugi loses life points and Bakura gains them. Bakura then drops Destiny Board, which will automatically win him the duel in 5 turns if he can spell out Final with a series of trap cards. Normally, that'd be limited by a rule called the 5-card zone limit, but Dark Sanctuary lets him bypass that by using monster zones for spell and trap cards. Yugi's in serious trouble. Every time he tries to attack, the ghost possession kicks in and punishes him. He summons Big Shield Gardna in defense just to buy time. Eventually, he figures out that Kuribo is the key, so he uses collected power to equip all spell cards to it, hoping the ghost's hiding there too. Then he nukes Kuribo with Exile of the Wicked, and it works. The evil ghost is gone. With Dark Sanctuary vulnerable, Yugi uses Monster Reborn to revive Dark Necrofear, kicking Necrofear out of the graveyard, which kills off Dark Sanctuary altogether. Now, Bakura's locked into the normal 5-card limit, and he's already filled 4 zones. He needs to drop a spell to play the final Destiny Board letter, but that means opening the field to all of Yugi's monsters. Yugi goes on the offensive and knocks Bakura's life points down.
Go away. I don't need help.
Don't be a fool.
One more shot and he'll win, but Bakura draws a card he claims will end it all, and Yugi knows the entire duel, maybe even the fate of the world, hinges on what happens next. In episode 84, Bakura draws a card he claims will end the duel, Jougin the Spiritualist. By discarding 1 card, it wipes out all special summoned monsters. That means Dark Necrofear gets destroyed, and Dark Sanctuary comes right back into play. Now, Bakura's just 1 letter from spelling out Final with Destiny Board. If Yugi can't stop him next turn, he loses. Bakura sacrifices Jougin to keep Dark Sanctuary going, sets up a trap, and ends his turn. The evil ghost is back, ready to possess another one of Yugi's monsters. Yugi suspects that Bakura's face-down card is Dark Spirit of the Silent again, ready to force a possessed monster to attack. Yugi's stuck. Attack and lose, or wait and let Destiny Board finish the job? He needs a miracle. And that miracle is Slifer the Sky Dragon. Yugi pulls the God card, sacrifices his 3 monsters, and Slifer erupts onto the field, vaporizing Dark Sanctuary with its arrival. The gang is stunned. Kaiba's pissed but impressed, and Ishizu realizes all 3 God cards are now in play on the blimp. Bakura panics. He tries to have the evil ghost possess Slifer, but it doesn't work. Egyptian gods are immune. He's wide open. But just as Yugi is about to finish it, Odeon, who's still pretending to be Merrick, interrupts the duel. He claims Bakura's being possessed and says if Yugi attacks, he could hurt his friend. And Bakura, now back in control, acts confused and weak. Yugi's torn.
I've got to help Bakura!
But if I do, I'll be kicked out of the finals and the entire world will be in danger.
Stop the duel right now!
If he attacks, he might seriously harm Bakura. If he doesn't, he loses. Everyone urges him to finish it, but it's only when the real Dark Bakura returns and tells him it's safe to attack that Yugi lets Slifer blast him. Yugi wins. Bakura's alive but weak, and the gang rushes him to rest. Yugi reflects on the differences between his bond with the Pharaoh and Bakura's with the ring. The Millennium Ring, however, has mysteriously vanished, until we see Taya alone, eyes glazed, holding it while Merrick laughs through her. Episode 85 begins, and after a short break is announced on the airship, the finalists get some downtime. Mai strategizes alone, Merrick sips his drink in silence, and Yugi's group scrambles to help Bakura. They track down Kaiba, who, as always, is completely unbothered and refuses to land the ship. Even Serenity begging him doesn't change his mind, until he finally agrees to send a medical team, explaining their onboard staff is top tier. That's as much sympathy as you'll get from Kaiba. With Bakura taken care of, Yugi and Joey prepare for the finals while Tristan and Duke go off to search for Bakura's missing Millennium Ring. Naturally, they start bickering, especially over Serenity. It gets heated, then physical, and ends with both of them falling off the dueling platform. Tristan just barely grabs the ledge with one hand, and Duke with the other. Right when it seems like they're toast, they're suddenly pulled up by someone mysterious. But when they look up to thank their savior, he's already gone. Yugi, meanwhile, reflects on his deck and his use of Slifer. As he does, Shadi appears in his room, the same cloaked figure who once tested him with the Millennium Puzzle. Shadi warns Yugi that all 7 Millennium items and the 3 God cards are now on the airship. Everything capable of saving or destroying the world is here, and Yugi has to make sure they don't fall into the wrong hands. Shadi then explains how Pegasus first uncovered the Shadow Games and designed the God cards after being guided to ancient Egyptian carvings. But things spiraled. Pegasus's research team was wiped out by the power of the gods, and he eventually locked the cards away with Ishizu. Now, if Merrick gains control of all 3, it could be catastrophic. Yami takes over and promises to stop Merrick. Shadi kneels before the Pharaoh and vanishes. Meanwhile, Merrick, still inside Taya's mind, holds the Millennium Ring and plans his next move. Shadi senses this disturbance and realizes something dark is brewing inside the airship. Something that could throw the balance of all of the Millennium items into chaos. In episode 86, Joey's up next in the Battle City Finals, and he's matched against Merrick, or at least who everyone thinks is Merrick. Most of the gang is on edge, especially since the real Merrick has the Millennium Rod and is known for brainwashing people. Yugi and the others warn Joey to be careful, but Joey's fired up and even claims he'll win in 11 turns.
My brother's so awesome, he's got this whole duel calculated in his head already.
That's right, Serenity. You just keep believing everything he says.
As the duel starts, Odeon raises the Temple of the Kings, a field spell that limits magic and trap cards, but clearly sets up some serious back-end strategy. He loads the field with trap cards, forcing Joey to second-guess every move. Joey plays it safe at first, summoning a few monsters and waiting for the right time to strike. His plan is to use Giant Trunade to clear the field of traps and go in for the win. Except, it backfires. Odeon activates Judgment of Anubis, a brutal trap that not only destroys Giant Trunade, but also wipes out Joey's entire field and slaps him with 2100 damage. Now, Joey's down to 1900 life points and completely exposed. Still, he keeps his spirits high, for Serenity, for Yugi, and probably for his own pride. Odeon keeps turtling behind trap cards while Joey slowly builds up his monsters again. He summons Rocket Warrior to break through, but Odeon responds with Eye of Wijat, redirecting the attack. Joey counters with Fairy Box, dodging the hit, and starts bragging that Merrick must not even have real monsters in his deck. Odeon reveals he's got trap monsters, traps that turn into creatures with 1600 attack. He activates Embodiment of Apophis, not just one, but 3 of them. The duel flips again. Joey's staring down an army now, and the crowd isn't so sure he can crawl out of this one. But Joey's still standing, and that, somehow, is exactly his thing. In episode 87, Joey's hanging on by a thread, and Odeon has 3 fully active trap monsters on the field. It's not looking good. Joey sets a card face down. puts Alligator Sword in defense, and hopes Scapegoat will buy him a turn. But Odeon shuts it down with Magic Jammer, then wipes Joey's monsters and lands a direct hit. One more attack and Joey's out. Joey's ready to give up, but then Mai, Serenity, and the gang rally behind him. Serenity reminds him he gave her the courage to face surgery, and Mai tells him that backing down now would betray everyone he beat to get here. That lights his fire right back up, and Joey stays in it. With only one move left, Joey flips Foolish Burial to toss Jinzo into Odeon's graveyard, then uses Grave Robber to steal it back. Jinzo hits the field and shuts down every trap card instantly, which, yeah, is a nightmare for someone running an all-trap deck. Joey goes full offense. He brings out Battle Warrior and Swordsman of Landstar and attacks with all three, dropping Odeon to just 400 life points. The whole gang's cheering now. Kaiba, meanwhile, is still just here to see if Merrick will play the God card. Odeon's on the ropes, but not out. He drops Swords of Revealing Light, locking Joey out of attacks for 3 turns. Still, Jinzo's effect keeps trap cards off the table. Joey sacks Battle Warrior and brings out Legendary Fisherman in defense, honoring Mako who he won that card from. Then, Odeon draws and freezes. He's holding the Winged Dragon of Ra. Merrick pressures him to play it, even though Odeon knows he shouldn't. It's not meant for him. But he follows orders, hiding the card in the ark at the top of the temple and declaring Joey's fate sealed.
By sealing this card of the gods, I have also sealed your fate!
Joey isn't fazed. He revives the Alligator Sword, sacrifices it with the Swordsman of Landstar to summon Insect Queen in defense. He's now got all 3 rare monsters he won during Battle City on the field. Odeon makes his next move, activating Cup of Sealed Soul and Seal of Circuit. Together with the Temple of the Kings, he summons Mystical Beast of Circuit, but he warns, this beast is nothing compared to what's coming next. In episode 88, Joey's clinging to 200 life points, and Odeon's Mystical Beast of Circuit is now on the field, already stronger than any of Joey's monsters. Worse, if Odeon plays the Winged Dragon of Ra, this duel's basically cooked. Yugi knows Joey still has a shot. He just needs to find Circuit's weakness before it wipes out his field. Meanwhile, we find out that the Ra card Odeon's holding is actually a fake. Merrick had the rare hunters forge it to keep the real God cards safe, but they're almost as dangerous. One test duel even ended with a guy getting fried by lightning. So yeah, not for casual use. Odeon doesn't even want to play it. He believes he can win without it. But for now, with Swords of Revealing Light still active, Joey can't attack anyway. He draws Polymerization, useless for now, and passes. Swords expire, so Odeon strikes. Circuit demolishes Jinzo and gains half of its attack, shooting up to 3,700. Joey's next card is another dud, and Insect Queen is the next meal. Now, Circuit's at 4,900. Serenity can't take it and runs off crying, but Joey calls her back. He tells her he draws strength from her and needs her support. That hits Odeon hard. It reminds him of his own past. We jump into a flashback of Odeon's childhood. He was adopted by the Ishtars, raised underground, and eventually tasked with protecting his younger siblings, Ishizu and Merrick. Despite not being their blood, his adoptive mother begged him to receive the Tomb Keeper's initiation. Before that could happen, Merrick was born and deemed the true heir. When a cobra bit Merrick as a kid, Odeon was blamed, nearly cracked, but Merrick called him Big Brother, and that bond stuck for life. Years later, as Merrick dreaded the initiation, Odeon even offered to take his place. He was rejected and punished, but secretly carved the Tomb Keeper's markings into his own face to prove his loyalty.
I hope this mark proves my loyalty to your family, sir. You're not alone.
After Merrick's ritual, something in him changed, like it awakened a darker force. Back in the duel, Joey keeps drawing dead cards and is barely holding on. Circuit eats Legendary Fisherman, its attack skyrocketing to 5,825. Everyone thinks Joey's done, but he insists he's going to win, even though he has no clue how. He just feels it. Then, Joey calls it out. The guy doesn't feel like the same Merrick who mind-controlled him. This guy fought fair. Something's off. Yugi agrees. Kaiba thinks they've both lost it. Joey stands tall as Odeon orders Circuit to attack, but just before it lands, Merrick halts the move and demands Joey play Winged Dragon of Ra to prove he's the real deal. Odeon begs him not to. He knows how dangerous it is. And now, The whole duel hangs on that decision. Episode 89 begins, and Odeon doesn't want to play Ra. He knows it's risky, but Merrick pressures him, framing it as Odeon's last chance to truly become family. So Odeon gives in. He sacrifices the mystical beast of Circuit, plus half of his life points, to summon the winged dragon of Ra. Since Circuit has absorbed the power of Joey's fallen monsters, Ra enters with a staggering 5,825 attack. Kaiba's loving the free preview, while Joey just braces for impact. The summoning is dramatic. Light floods the arena, the arc cracks open, and Ra's massive golden form rises into the sky. Ishizu senses it from her room. Something's very wrong. Ra's fake, and the gods are not happy. Odeon commands Ra to attack, but nothing happens. The Millennium items react. The sky turns stormy, and lightning starts slamming the field. Odeon begs the fake card to obey, but it won't. The gods are furious. Lightning blasts him, shattering the phony Millennium Rod and revealing to everyone that this guy isn't the real Merrick. Then Joey gets struck too, and both duelists go down with 200 life points each.
You can still win, Joey!
Please get up, big brother!
Kaiba says this isn't dual disc related, it's just nature throwing a tantrum. Since neither duelist is moving, he decides whoever stands first in the next 5 minutes wins. As the gang yells for Joey to wake up, we get a trippy dream sequence. Joey's back in class, asleep, surrounded by his friends urging him to get up and duel. Serenity and Mai are there too, helping him pick up his cards. Even Dream Kaiba shows up to trash talk. Joey realizes that without his friends, he wouldn't have made it this far. He reaches out, and in the real world, his hand rises. With help from his friends, he stands up. Roland declares him the winner. Joey barely remembers what happened, but he sees Odeon and rushes over. Odeon tells him it was an honor to duel. Then he drops the bomb. He's just a servant of the real Merrick. Yugi calls out the truth, and finally, the real Merrick reveals himself, and his darker half takes over. Now, Dark Merrick is here, and he's not messing around. He wants Yugi's puzzle, Kaiba's god card, and total control. Let the real chaos begin. Episode 90 begins, and Joey's recovering fine, but Odeon's still unconscious from the whole fake Ra disaster. The doc says his vitals are okay, but the stress did a number on him. Joey reflects that he only got up because of his friends, telling them about the dream where everyone helped lift him up. Mai listens quietly, and when Joey lies and says she wasn't in the dream, she's pissed. Taya scolds Joey for being clueless, while Mai tries to convince herself she doesn't need friends anyway.
I don't need you guys to win. Believe it or not, I was a good duelist before I met you.
Next up, Kaya fires up the ultimate randomizer to select the semifinal matchups. First name drawn is Mai Valentine. She walks off, confident she can take whoever's next. But then, Merrick Ishtar, the real one, or rather, Dark Merrick. He was literally about to eliminate Odeon for good, but the match interrupts him, and he heads to the field. The duel begins. Mai summons Duname's Dark Witch, while Merrick sets up Revival Jam with Jam Breeding Machine, which auto-generates slime tokens each turn. Mai gets a solid hit early on by nuking Merrick's traps with Harpy's Feather Duster, then destroys a slime token to drop his life points. But Merrick brings out Melkid, sacrifices it and Revival Jam to summon Masked Beast Desgardius with 3,300 attack. Mai counters with Mirror Wall, cutting its attack in half and winning the battle, but Desgardius leaves behind Mask of Remnant, which brainwashes her monster. Then, Merrick plays Remove Trap to destroy Mirror Wall. Things are tilting fast. Mai tries to strike back with Unfriendly Amazon, but Dark Merrick triggers the Shadow Game. Every time a monster is destroyed, a memory tied to that monster is erased. When she kills her own stolen Dark Witch, she loses her memory of Taya. Merrick's goal is to erase every connection she has until she's totally alone, and this is just the start. In episode 91, Mai's still ahead on life points, but she's mentally cracking. Merrick just wiped out her memory of Taya. She's dazed, lost, and Merrick's loving it. He brings out Makiura the Destructor, boosts it with Black Pendant, and goes in for the kill. But Mai counters with Amazon Archers, weakening Makiura just enough to destroy it. Merrick takes damage and loses the memory of Strings in the process. but Makiura's effect kicks in, letting Merrick activate Rope of Life to instantly revive it. Now, with 2400 attack, it slams into Mai's unfriendly Amazon, wiping it out and erasing her memory of Joey. She drops to her knees, overwhelmed. Her childhood flashes back. No friends, no stability, just her and her Harpy cards. She thought Duel Monsters was a solo game, until Joey, Yugi, and the others came along. Yugi senses she's fading fast and uses his Millennium powers to reach into her mind. He reminds her she's not alone.
Yes, Mai, listen. It's the voice of your friends who continue to support you.
And she starts to rally. She summons Amazon Chainmaster and sets a card, but Merrick locks her monster down with holding arms, which prevents it from attacking for 3 turns. Mai isn't done. She sacrifices her own Chainmaster using Grave Arm, triggering its effect to steal a card from Merrick's deck, the Winged Dragon of Ra. Huge move. Joey's hyped. Kaiba and Yugi are both watching closely. She plays Amazon Fighter, dodges an attack, then uses Graceful Charity to draw into Elegant Egotist. She upgrades Cyber Harpy into Harpy Lady's sisters, and then tributes them to summon Ra. The Golden Sphere appears, but Ra's not active. Mai has the God card, but no clue how to unlock it. In episode 92, Ra's finally on the field, but it's locked inside a Golden Sphere. Mai's pumped at first. She thinks she's got Merrick beat with his own God card, but turns out summoning Ra is only half the battle. You need to chant in Ancient Egyptian to actually control it, and she can't read a word of it. Merrick mocks her. He's the only one who knows the chant, since his family's been guarding the Pharaoh's secret for generations. Pegasus knew the trick too, which is why the chant was printed in invisible ink, only visible when Ra is summoned. Mai realizes she walked straight into a trap. Merrick wanted her to take the card, just so he could steal it back once it was too late for her to do anything. Mai tries to defend herself by setting Gravity Bind, a trap that stops high-level monsters from attacking. But Merrick summons Holding Legs, which bounces all spell and trap cards off the field. Now, Gravity Bind is gone, and Mai is wide open. He combines Holding Arms and Holding Legs and summons a giant stone tablet that chains Mai in place. She can't move, and her life points take a direct hit, dropping her to 800. With Mai defenseless, Merrick begins reciting Ra's chant. The sphere opens, and the Winged Dragon of Ra fully emerges, 5,400 attack points, towering over the field. He's ready to end her. Joey rushes in, trying to shake Mai out of it. Bit by bit, she starts remembering him, but Merrick doesn't care. He orders Ra to attack anyway. Yugi leaps in and takes the full blast to protect them. He collapses. Joey tries to fight, but Merrick freezes him and takes his card back. Mai's mind is still sealed inside a nightmare, trapped alone in an hourglass while her memories turn to sand. Joey swears he'll save her.
Sorry I let you down, Mai, but I promise I'm gonna get you out of this mess.
Hey guys, Yugi's waking up!
Meanwhile, Makuba's cracking the secret behind Ra's chant, and Kaiba, well, he's had enough drama. It's his turn to duel. The anime takes a little filler break at this point, where the gang is kind of tossed into a virtual reality world, and they escape, and nothing important really happens here. Like, it doesn't even show up in the manga. So we're gonna return 30 episodes later to the conclusion of the Battle City Finals. In episode 122, the airship finally reaches Kaiba Corp Island, a grim, high-tech arena built over the ruins of Kaiba's old family empire. Kaiba's hyped. There are only 4 duelists left, and he's dead set on standing at the top with all 3 Egyptian god cards. He's already got Obelisk. All that's left is to crush Yugi and take Slifer, then wipe out Merrick for Ra. Joey checks in on Mai, still trapped in a coma thanks to Merrick's shadow game. He vows to save her by beating Merrick himself. Meanwhile, Dark Merrick corners Ishizu, demanding to know where Odeon is. She resists, and he threatens her with the Millennium Rod before leaving to win the tournament his way. Yugi reflects on the damage Merrick's already done. Mai's mind, Bakura's soul, Odeon in critical condition. Yami agrees they can't let it go on. They need to win this thing and shut Merrick down before anyone else gets hurt. The finalists, Yugi, Kaiba, Joey, and Merrick, gather at the duel tower. Inside the tower, Roland lays out the rules. It's a 4-way battle royale. Everyone starts with 4,000 life points. As players lose points, their platforms rise. Once 2 of them hit the top, those 2 will duel each other in the first semifinal. The other 2 will duel after, Each player picks one monster from their deck to decide turn order, but that monster can't be used in the duel. Kaiba throws in a heavy hitter to go first, Masked Beast Desgardius. Merrick picks Rakunga. Yugi goes mid-range with Feral Imp. Joey, being Joey, picks the weak Swordsman of Landstar to save his strong cards for later.
I promised Yugi and mine that I would take Merrick down.
So the turn order is Kaiba, Merrick, Yugi, Joey. Kaiba wastes no time, summoning Vorse Raider and setting a card. Merrick goes defensive with Newdoria, which destroys any monster that destroys it. Yugi summons Big Shield Gardna and sets 2 cards. Joey gets a bad hand, sets a card, and passes. Kaiba tries to attack Joey directly, but Yugi blocks with Regulation of Tribe, locking down Vorse Raider from attacking. Kaiba's annoyed. Yugi's just protecting Joey, because no matter what's at stake, Yugi's not letting Merrick or Kaiba take down his best friend without a fight. Episode 123 kicks off and the duel's getting messier by the minute. Joey's still sore from Kaiba's last jab, but more than that, he's fired up to take Merrick down. He made a promise to Yugi, and he's not letting Mai stay strapped in the Shadow Realm. Kaiba, meanwhile, keeps throwing shots at Joey for being a third-rate duelist riding Yugi's coattails. He insists Yugi's just helping Joey because it guarantees him an easy semi-final. Joey doesn't buy it, but he knows Kaiba has a point. He does need to prove he can handle this himself, so for now, he tells Yugi to back off. Meanwhile, Serenity is still on the ship with Mai, doing everything she can to stay positive. She reminds unconscious Mai how much Joey cares, how hard he fought at Duelist Kingdom to pay for her operation, and now, how he's fighting even harder to bring her back. Elsewhere, Ishizu is at Odion's side, thinking back to when Merrick's dark side first took over. It started with a brutal punishment from their father, and ended with Odion barely managing to hold back the evil inside his brother. But once Odion collapsed during Battle City, that evil took full control. She remembers Merrick turning against the Tomb Keepers, stealing the god cards, and vowing to kill the Pharaoh to escape his destiny. She still hopes there's a chance to save what's left of him. Back in the duel, Merrick makes his move. He suicides Newdoria into Kaiba's Vorse Raider, activating its effect to destroy Kaiba's monster. Then he uses Spell of Pain to shift the damage from that battle onto Joey, knocking him down to 3,300 life points. Joey's freaking out, not from the damage, but just from how high his dueling platform went. Yugi takes his turn and sacrifices Big Shield Gardna to summon Beast of Gilfer and attack Kaiba. Kaiba tries to redirect the hit using attack guidance armor, but Joey has no monsters and can't be targeted. The attack ends up hitting Merrick's Lord Poison, but Merrick counters with Mirror Force. Yugi busts that with 7 Tools of the Bandit, eats 1,000 life points as payment, and the attack goes through. Merrick loses 700 life points, but that also raises Yugi's platform to 3,000, even higher than Joey and Merrick. Joey draws Gearfried the Iron Knight and goes straight for Kaiba, knocking him down to 2,200 life points. Kaiba's pissed. He comes back by summoning Blade Knight and takes another chunk out of Merrick, who's now down to 1,700. At this point, everyone's targeting everyone else, and the board's starting to tilt in unpredictable ways. Kaiba's goal is still to face Yugi, but with this setup, literally anything could happen. In episode 124, Joey's still riding high with the most life points, but that doesn't last long. Merrick summons Dark Geroid, a weak monster with a sneaky effect. It lowers the attack of any monster on the field by 800. He targets Joey's Gearfried, dropping it to 1,000. Joey tries to fight back with Skull Dice, which cuts Dark Geroid's attack in half to 600, making Gearfried stronger again, until Kaiba drops Shrink, halving Gearfried's attack down to 500 and letting it get destroyed. Joey's life points take a small hit, and he's not thrilled Kaiba basically bailed out Merrick. Yugi's turn is next, but he hesitates. He wants to make sure Joey avoids dueling Merrick in the semis, so his plan is to knock out Merrick and Kaiba out of the running. But before he can move, Joey stops him. He wants to be attacked. He's tired of being protected and babied. He says if Yugi really believes in him, then he needs to treat him like a real duelist and stop going easy on him.
If you really believe in me, then you'll stop babysitting me and start treating me like your equal.
After a bit of hesitation, Yugi listens and hits Joey with Beast of Gilfer, knocking him into last place. That's exactly where Joey wants to be, because it means he gets to duel Merrick next. Joey's up. He summons Axe Raider and attacks Kaiba, which surprises everyone. But the move forces Kaiba to activate Ring of Destruction, blowing up Axe Raider and planning to nuke Joey with it. Kaiba plays Ring of Defense to block the damage on his end, ready to finish Joey off. But Joey reveals his own trap, Grave Robber. He steals Merrick's Spell of Pain and redirects the full damage to Merrick instead. Just like that, Merrick is knocked out of the duel. Kaiba finishes Joey off next, sending him to the top of the tower, right where he wants to be. Now the matchups are set. Joey versus Merrick, Yugi versus Kaiba. Joey's confident he'll settle things with Merrick now, and Yugi knows beating Kaiba might be the only way to stop this mess from going global. The tower lifts all 4 duelists up to the next battlefield. The semifinals are on. Episode 125 begins, and the semifinals kick off at the top of the duel tower, and the first match is Joey versus Merrick. Joey's fired up to save Mai, while Merrick's ready to drag him into the Shadow Realm. Kaiba and Yugi arrive behind them. Kaiba's dead set on beating Yugi next, and Yugi's focused on stopping Merrick's chaos. Joey draws Alligator Sword and plays it in defense, while Merrick starts off with Gilgark and a face-down card. Then, as expected, things get weird. A dark cloud creeps over the field. Merrick's turned this into a full-on shadow game. Now, whenever a player's monster takes damage, they feel that pain too. Literal pain. Merrick summons Drillago and destroys Joey's defender. Joey flinches in pain but pushes through it. Mark follows up with a direct attack, but Joey's trapped scapegoat saves him. 4 sheep tokens soak the damage, and since they're not real monsters, Joey avoids the punishment. Joey brings out Panther Warrior, sacrifices a sheep to attack, then destroys Gilgarth. This time, Merrick gets hit, and he actually winces. But of course, he's just getting started. He plays Tribute Burial, revives 2 monsters from the graveyard, and sacrifices them to summon Helpamare. Its attack power matches Panther Warrior's, but Merrick claims there's more to it. He sets a card and ends his turn, not attacking, which already feels like bait. Joey draws Jinzo, which could change the game, but he holds back, sensing a trap. Instead, he summons Rocket Warrior. Merrick summons Plasma Eel, which latches on to Panther Warrior and drains both its attack and Joey's energy every turn. Joey's in serious pain, but refuses to go down. Joey retaliates. Rocket Warrior attacks Helpamere, weakening it. Then, Panther Warrior finishes it off. Helpamare's destroyed, but not gone. Its ability kicks in, dragging Jinzo from Joey's hand into the graveyard and setting up a nasty chain. Joey will now lose a card from his hand every turn. Merrick laughs like a maniac. He's having the time of his life. In episode 126, Joey's got Merrick on the ropes until Merrick flips the whole duel upside down. It starts when Joey finally gets a lucky draw and plays Question, a gamble of a card that lets him revive a monster from his graveyard if Merrick can't guess which one was sent there first.
There's no way you can remember the first monster you destroyed, because you never saw which one it was.
Merrick blanks. He lost track when he used Joey's own monsters to summon Helpamere, and Joey brings Jinzo back. That alone would be a big win, but Jinzo wipes every trap on the field. That means Coffin Cellar, Nightmare Wheel, and even Malevolent Catastrophe. All of the traps that Merrick has already set up go up in smoke. Joey's monsters are free, and Merrick's defenses are wrecked. He doesn't waste the opportunity. Joey sends Jinzo to crush Legendary Fiend, then preps the rest of his monsters for a direct attack. For a second, it looks like Joey might actually pull this off. Even Makuba's hopeful, until Kaiba reminds him that God cards don't care about hope. Just before the finishing blow, Merrick activates Dark Wall of Wind, shutting down all of Joey's attacks. His turn ends, and Helpamere steals another card, plus Plasma Eel keeps draining Panther Warrior's strength and Joey's life points with it. Merrick still doesn't summon a monster on his turn. Instead, he plays Lava Golem by sacrificing Joey's monsters. The 3,000 attack beast lands on Joey's field, locking him in a burning cage. Every turn it stays, it melts down a bit more, and Joey loses life points from the heat. Everyone's confused. Why hand over a powerful monster like that? But Kaiba knows. Lava Golem's too risky. Merrick sets one more trap and dares Joey to attack, laughing while Joey sweats inside the metal bars of his own monster's fire pit. Serenity, watching from the ship, quietly prays for her brother. Joey's stuck with no monsters, no hand, and a lava-spewing monster that might kill him before it can even help. In episode 127, Joey is struggling to decide what to do with Lava Golem. He knows attacking is a risk, but sitting still means slowly burning away his life points. So he swings. And of course, Merrick was ready. He uses Monster Relief to yank Plasma Eel off of Joey's Panther Warrior and play it on his own field, where it blocks Lava Golem's attack. Then, Helpamir steals another card from Joey. Lava Golem burns him for another 700 and things just spiral. Merrick's next move is Machine Duplication. It multiplies Plasma Eel into 3 copies and attaches them to Joey's monster. Each one slowly drains their attack points and Joey's strength. He collapses, but refuses to stay down. Then, a glimmer of hope. Joey draws Guilford the Lightning, a powerful monster that nukes all enemies when summoned using 3 sacrifices. Problem is, Plasma Eels have 2 of his monsters locked down, so Joey pulls a classic move. He uses Graceful Dice to boost one of Merrick's Plasma Eels above 500 attack, breaking Machine Duplication's condition and destroying the clones. Joey frees his monsters and tributes all 3 to summon Guilford. The field clears. Merrick panics, but only for a second. He activates Nightmare Mirror, which reflects Guilford's attack back to Joey. He eats 1,000 damage, and Merrick casually discards Ra from his hand to pay the card's cost. Then comes the real nightmare. Monster Reborn. Merrick brings Ra back, even without sacrifices. Its attack is 0, but that's only temporary.
This is the last monster you'll ever see, little Joey!
He transforms it into God Phoenix Ra, its strongest form, and the sky lights up in fire. Kaiba and Yugi are stunned. Joey's still standing, barely, but it's obvious that this is about to get ugly. Merrick says this isn't just about points anymore. Ra's next move will burn Joey out from the inside. He's going to turn Joey into ash. Serenity rushes toward the tower. Joey's got nothing left to play, and Merrick's final move is locked and loaded. In episode 128, Merrick goes in for the kill, commanding God Phoenix Ra to wipe out Joey and his monster. The flames slam into Guilford the Lightning, and Joey takes the full hit. Everyone thinks this is it. Merrick's laughing like a maniac, and Kaiba's just watching, hoping to study Ra's abilities. But somehow, through sheer willpower, Joey's still standing in the smoke. Merrick is stunned. That attack should have ended Joey, but Joey sees a vision of Yugi, reminding him of their promise to meet in the finals. He realizes Ra's attack must have burned out and left Merrick wide open, so Joey draws his next card, Gearfried the Iron Knight, strong enough to end it right there. Just as he's about to win, Joey collapses. His body shuts down before he can declare the attack. The duel platform falls silent. Gearfried vanishes. Kaiba coldly says the duel isn't over. Joey's got 30 seconds to get up. Yugi begs him to stop the madness, but it's no use. Roland declares Merrick the winner. Everyone rushes to Joey's side. He's breathing, barely, but completely unconscious. Merrick sneers, calling it another soul lost to the shadows. Kaiba, for once, actually respects Joey's guts. Back on the ship, Joey's hooked up to machines. His heart's fine, but he won't wake up. In his mind, Joey's dreaming. He's back in Domino, heading to a Duel Monsters event with his friends. Outside the dream, Serenity and the others beg him to wake up. Ishizu shows up and explains that this is beyond machine. Joey's fighting darkness itself. God damn. Makuba tries to call for a helicopter, but the radio's busted. Kaiba won't approve the transfer anyway. Yugi breaks down, blaming himself. Yami tries to walk away from dueling, but remembers his promise to Joey. He regains his resolve and straps Joey's duel disc back onto his arm, asking him to keep fighting. Then, Yami heads to face Kaiba. Taya tries to stop him, but Yami says giving up would mean everyone's sacrifices were for nothing. Joey believed in him. The world needs him to finish this, and he leaves. At the top of the duel tower, Kaiba awaits. Yami rises to meet him. This duel isn't just for victory. It's for everything. Episode 129 begins, and Yugi finally reaches the top of the tower, with Kaiba already waiting, impatient and cocky as ever. Roland tells him Yugi was almost late, and Kaiba acts like he couldn't care less. He's convinced Yugi's just stalling after Joey's collapse. But deep down, Kaiba knows this is the duel everything's been building toward. Kaiba mocks Joey again, but Yugi shuts it down. This duel means more than ego. It's about protecting the world from Merrick's madness. Kaiba couldn't care less. He wants the title of greatest duelist, and nothing else matters. The duel kicks off with Kaiba loading the arena with the Colosseum simulation and his usual theatrics. Yugi sets Queen's Knight in defense and a face-down card. Kaiba draws Obelisk the Tormentor immediately, lucky him, and sets up for a summon by playing X-Head Cannon and the Spell Sanctuary, which lets both players search for a spell card. Yugi grabs Change of Heart, but suspects Kaiba's up to something. Yugi follows with Alpha the Magnet Warrior, also in defense. Kaiba's next move, Soul Exchange. He tries to tribute both of Yugi's monsters and his own to summon Obelisk, but Yugi interrupts with Change of Heart, stealing X-Head Cannon before Kaiba can use it. Kaiba isn't phased. He plays Enemy Controller, pays 1,000 life, and steals X-Head Cannon back. But just when he's about to summon Obelisk again, Yugi triggers Light Force Sword, sealing the God card away for 3 turns. As Kaiba fumes, Yugi regains his 2 monsters and plays it safe. Still holding out for Slifer, Kaiba builds pressure by summoning Y Dragon Head, then merges it with X-Head Cannon to form XY Dragon Cannon with 2,200 attack.
If Kaiba merges his Z monster with the others, that dragon will be unstoppable!
He destroys Alpha and gears up to summon Obelisk as soon as it's back. Then Kaiba plays Lullaby of Obedience, which lets him pull Slifer straight from Yugi's deck at the cost of 1,000 life points. He thinks it's a brilliant move until Yugi plays Exchange and yoinks Slifer right back out of his hand. Thanks for the draw, buddy. Kaiba's furious. Yugi's finally got Slifer in hand, all thanks to Kaiba. In episode 130, Yugi still has the Slifer card in hand, but Kaiba's still not too worried. He plans to wipe Yugi's field clean with XY Dragon Cannon, keeping Yugi from ever getting enough monsters to summon Slifer. Once Light Force Sword expires, Kaiba gets Obelisk back and plans to end it right there. Yugi knows he's in a tough spot. Slifer's ready, but Exchange gave Kaiba Life Shaver, a trap card that chips away at his hand each turn, and fewer cards in hand means less attack power for Slifer, so Yugi plays Big Shield Gardna in defense and sets a face-down card. Kaiba mocks the play and gears up for his next move. He summons Z Metal Tank, then fuses all 3 of his machines to form XYZ Dragon Cannon, 2,800 attack. Yugi knows he has to act fast. Next turn, Obelisk is back. XYZ Dragon Cannon blasts Big Shield Gardna, but Yugi triggers Soul Rope by paying 1,000 life points. He summons King's Knight, which then pulls Jack's Knight to the field since Queen's Knight is already there. Boom! 3 monsters on the field. Exactly what he needs to summon Slifer. Kaiba's jaw hits the floor. Yugi sacrifices all 3 and calls down Slifer the Sky Dragon. The giant serpent coils around the tower, and everyone from Taya to Merrick watches in awe. Slifer's attack hits 3,000 thanks to Yugi's 3-card hand. Kaiba brushes it off. His XYZ Dragon Cannon is only 200 points weaker, and if he pays Life Shaver, Slifer's strength will drop instantly. Yugi senses this, but knows if he doesn't attack now, Kaiba will summon Obelisk next turn, so he takes the risk. Kaiba doesn't use Life Shaver though. He activates Interdimensional Matter Transporter, temporarily banishing his monster and dodging Slifer's strike. Yugi's attack explodes into the sky with no target. The shockwave jumpstarts the ship's power. The emergency chopper's now on the way, and Makuba starts streaming the duel live across Domino City. Yugi ends his turn, setting Pot of Greed. Slifer drops to 2,000 attack, and Kaiba pounces. With Light Force Sword expiring, he sacrifices his revived XYZ Dragon Cannon and summons Obelisk the Tormentor. The skies erupt again. Now, both god cards are on the battlefield. Slifer versus Obelisk. It's about to get insane. Episode 131 begins and Kaiba's fired up now that both god cards are out. He flexes Obelisk like it's checkmate already, pointing out that it's way stronger than Slifer right now. 4,000 attack versus Slifer's 2,000, thanks to Yugi holding just 2 cards. But Yugi reminds him Slifer's second mouth weakens any monster summoned by the opponent, slashing Obelisk's attack to match. It's a temporary stall, but it works for now. Makuba finally makes it to the tower just in time to see both god cards locked in place. Meanwhile, all over Domino, people are watching these monsters on giant screens like it's the Super Bowl of Duel Monsters. Kaiba sets 2 cards and ends his turn, still acting like he's in control. Yugi draws, activates Pot of Greed, and gets 2 more cards, raising Slifer's attack to 5,000. He swings at Obelisk, but Kaiba's command silencer shuts the move down by preventing Slifer from receiving commands, then lets Kaiba draw a card. That ends Yugi's turn, but not the pressure. Yugi sets 2 cards and drops Slifer to 3,000 again. Kaiba thinks it's a strange move, then Yugi flips Card Destruction, forcing both players to dump their hands and redraw. Slifer stays at 3,000, but then Yugi plays Disgraceful Charity, pulling back his discarded cards and boosting Slifer to 6,000. Kaiba admits it's smart, but not enough. Kaiba plays the Price of Desire to summon 2 monsters, Blade Knight and Sword of Soul, then protects them with Card Guard and uses them to summon Obelisk's special effect, a full 4,000 damage blast straight at Yugi. Yugi discards Kuribo to protect himself, and a whole wall of Kuribos tank the attack. Kaiba is stunned. He sets a card and ends his turn, fuming that a puffball saved Yugi. Yugi draws again. Slifer's back at 6,000. He goes for Obelisk, but Kaiba triggers Power Balance, forcing Yugi to discard half of his hand, cutting Slifer down to 3,000. Yugi counters with Necromancy, reviving 4 of Kaiba's old monsters. Slifer nukes them, and Obelisk drops to 1,600, only for Sword of Soul to give it a final 1,000 attack boost just before the blow lands. Both gods survive, but it seems like the beginning of the end. Episode 132 begins, and Obelisk and Slifer collide at full power, both at 4,000 attack, but neither one budges. The light between them gets more intense until it completely swallows the top of the duel tower. Makuba calls out in panic, while Merrick realizes something ancient is being awakened again. Just like Kaiba's duel with Ishizu, the Millennium items go nuts, and suddenly, Kaiba and Yugi are taken into some kind of vision vortex. They find themselves floating above what looks like a destroyed version of ancient Egypt. Ruins, statues of the 2 god monsters, and a thick, smoky darkness pulsing from a crumbled palace. It's eerie and way too real.
These are ancient versions of ourselves! This whole thing must be one of Merrick's hocus-pocus mind tricks!
Yugi recognizes it from somewhere deep in his memory, and Kaiba, who definitely doesn't believe in magic, has no idea how he's seeing this. Then they watch 2 figures, ancient versions of themselves, begin a shadow duel. The Pharaoh versus a sorcerer with the Millennium Rod. Pharaoh summons Dark Magician, the sorcerer summons Blue Eyes. It's literally the tablet Ishizu showed them, playing out in real time. Before they can even make sense of it, they're sucked back to the present. Both collapse on the tower, totally shaken. Yugi sees this as proof of their destiny. This duel's been 5,000 years in the making. Kaiba brushes it off as some illusion, though it's clearly messing with his head. The god cards are gone, but something deeper just got triggered. Kaiba tries to get his head straight by sticking to what he does believe in, summoning Blue Eyes White Dragon. He uses costs down to reduce its level and sacrifices a clone of Yugi's Gazelle to bring it out. He crushes Gazelle and ends his turn, confident the duel's his again. Yugi knows his only shot now is Dark Magician. He uses Monster Reborn to bring it back. He sets a face-down card, Magic Formula, which can boost Dark Magician to match Blue Eyes if it's needed. It's risky, but it's his only shot. Kaiba draws and sets up his play. He uses Card of Demise to load his hand, then summons Lord of Dragons, which protects Blue Eyes from spells and traps. Yugi tries attacking it, but Kaiba activates Magical Trick Mirror to use Monster Reborn from Yugi's graveyard, and revives Obelisk as a temporary shield. Yugi's attack hits Obelisk, and he takes a hit to his life points, dropping to 1,500. Kaiba laughs. He thinks he's already won. Episode 133 begins, and Kaiba's got 3 Blue Eyes on the field and he's feeling unstoppable. Meanwhile, the gang on the ship watches in disbelief as Obelisk, briefly revived by Monster Reborn, vanishes back into the graveyard. Yugi's in serious trouble. With barely any defenses left, Kaiba taunts him for clinging to ancient destiny, while Yugi silently struggles to figure out a way forward. On the ship, Tristan goes full drama mode, ripping Joey out of his hospital setup and dragging him to the window, hoping the duel will jolt him awake. Joey stays unconscious, but inside his dream, he's reliving an old-school Duel Monsters tournament. He faces a random kid, trades monsters, equips magic cards, gets baited into a trap, and slowly starts losing. It's basically a metaphor duel for his own comeback journey. Back in reality, Kaiba uses Flute of Summoning Dragon to summon 2 more Blue Eyes, giving him 3 in total. He's also still got Lord of Dragons protecting them from Yugi's spell trap tricks. Yugi's field looks pathetic in comparison, just Dark Magician and Beta the Magnet Warrior. Merrick watches from afar, bored, assuming Yugi's about to lose. Inside the dream, Joey nearly gets wiped out, but plays a combo involving Gust Fan and Shield and Sword to try and outsmart his opponent. It backfires, but he takes the loss with grace. The point is, he gave everything. That's when the dream ends, and Joey's spirit literally appears to Yugi in the duel.
It's like you always tell me, look closely and consider all of your options.
All of my options?
Just as Kaiba orders a triple Blue Eyes attack, Yugi pulls off a twist. Using Flute of Summoning Dragon's effect against Kaiba, he summons the Red Eyes Black Dragon, a gift from Joey. Kaiba's furious that Joey's card is back on the field. Yugi uses Magician Selection to redirect one Blue Eyes attack to Kaiba's Lord of Dragons. Then the second Blue Eyes takes out Beta. Kaiba's third Blue Eyes targets Red Eyes, but Yugi stops it with Spellbinding Circle, reducing its attack and letting Red Eyes destroy it. Just like that, Kaiba's momentum crashes. And right as all of this unfolds, Joey wakes up. Eyes open, heart beating, he's back. Episode 134 begins with Joey finally awake. Everyone's in shock, especially the doctor, who can't believe someone in Joey's condition just bounced back like that. And Tristan is so overwhelmed he grabs Joey and yells at him for scaring everyone half to death. Joey, still piecing his thoughts together, remembers dueling Merrick and is crushed to learn he lost, and that Mai's still unconscious. Meanwhile, the duel between Yugi and Kaiba continues at the top of the duel tower. The score's close, but Kaiba clearly has the edge with 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons on the field. He sets 2 cards and ends his turn. Yugi draws and tries to play it safe before switching Red Eyes to defense and setting a card. But Kaiba flips final attack orders, which forces all monsters to stay in attack mode, putting Yugi's Red Eyes at risk. That trap also forces both duelists to trim their decks down to just 3 cards. Kaiba picks out the combo he needs to end this and mocks Yugi for still fighting a battle he thinks happened thousands of years ago. Back in the medical wing, Joey, barely out of bed, throws on his shoes and runs off to support Yugi. The medical staff freaks out, but Joey's already gone. Taya tries to stop him at first, but when Joey reminds her of his promise to help Yugi defeat Merrick, she lets him go. Back at the duel, Yugi's plan is barely holding together. Kaiba plays Monster Reborn to revive his third Blue Eyes, then fuses all 3 with Polymerization to summon Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, the strongest monster in his entire deck, sitting at 4,500 attack points. Kaiba rants about destroying Yugi and leaving his past behind once and for all. Yugi fires back with Double Spell, letting him copy Kaiba's magic cards and summon Dark Paladin, a fusion of Dark Magician and Buster Blader. It gains 1,000 attack thanks to Kaiba's dragons, putting it at 3,900. Not quite enough. Kaiba isn't worried. He uses Absorb Spell to steal Yugi's attack boost, powering up Ultimate Dragon to 5,000. The final attack begins. Yugi activates Defusion, splitting Kaiba's monsters back into 3. That powers up Dark Paladin to 4,900. One final draw. Diffusion Wave Motion. Yugi pays 1,000 life points, lets Dark Paladin attack all 3 dragons at once, and wipes Kaiba out. Yugi wins, Kaiba's crushed, everyone else is absolutely ecstatic. In episode 135, Kaiba's defeat hits hard. His 3 Blue Eyes are toast, and Yugi declares the duel over. Joey's pumped, Makuba's stunned, and Merrick's having a good laugh. Kaiba's still in denial. He had the perfect plan, the perfect setup, but Yugi reminds him, dueling with hate leads nowhere. Kaiba's obsession with burying the past is exactly what cost him the win. As the platform lowers, Yugi reunites with the gang and is shocked to see Joey up and walking. Joey says he shook off the coma because he made a promise to help Yugi beat Merrick. Everyone's hyped. Joey even jokes that his Red Eyes helped win the duel, and Yugi agrees. It did. That card symbolized their friendship, and in a way, they both defeated Kaiba together. Kaiba's isolated, staring at his duel disk like it betrayed him.
I executed my strategy perfectly, carefully playing each card exactly as I planned.
He insists he doesn't need anyone, especially not friends. Yugi disagrees. He says their rivalry made him stronger and pushes Kaiba to see that he's not alone, but Kaiba refuses the idea. To him, relying on others is weakness. He throws his god card at Yugi and storms off. Joey stops him, challenging him to a third-place duel. Kaiba rolls his eyes but eventually accepts, determined to prove that friendship is useless in battle. Their rematch kicks off fast. Kaiba plays Ryukishin powered and sets 2 cards. Joey responds with Gearfried the Iron Knight, immune to equip spells. Kaiba baits him into attacking, uses Shrink to lower his own monster's attack, then triggers Crush card, wiping out all of Joey's powerful monsters from his hand and deck. Joey's left with weak monsters, but pulls Graceful Dice. He summons Swordsman of Landstar, rolls a 4, and boosts it enough to take down Kaiba's genie. Kaiba's annoyed, but still confident. The duel's just heating up. Episode 136 begins, and Joey's backed into a corner, still swinging. He's lost his monsters, Kaiba's field is stacked, and it's looking grim. Kaiba's got his original Blue Eyes back on the field after sacrificing Kaiser Seahorse and using Monster Reborn. But Joey hits back with Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards, pulls Grave Robber to steal enemy controller, and uses it to wipe out Kaiba's Blue Eyes, costing Joey 1,000 life points, but totally worth it. Then Joey brings Blue Eyes back to the field himself using Monster Reborn, and it lands a clean hit on Blade Knight, knocking Kaiba down to 700 life points. Kaiba loses it. He sacrifices Kaiser Seahorse to bring out another Blue Eyes, and the 2 dragons wipe each other out. Joey mocks how dramatic Kaiba's being about losing control of 1 card, but Kaiba just plays Monster Reborn again and brings his dragon back, because apparently only he's allowed to use it. Now, Kaiba's ready to end it for real, ranting about how Joey doesn't deserve to wield Blue Eyes. Joey's only got 100 life points left, but still, he refuses to give up. In episode 137, Joey's duel with Kaiba wraps up in wild fashion. Even with only 100 life points left and nothing but Baby Dragon and Hayabusa Knight on the field, Joey still fights. Kaiba tries to end it with Stop Defense and Blue Eyes, but Joey pulls Nutrient Z from his trap card, instantly jumping to 2100 life points. Kaiba is fuming, but Joey's not done. He draws Time Wizard, spins the clock, and wins the toss, aging Baby Dragon into Thousand Dragon and wiping out Blue Eyes. Except Kaiba was ready for that. He uses Interdimensional Matter Transporter to yank his Blue Eyes out of play before it's destroyed. Joey laughs it off, telling Kaiba to have fun for once.
You and I are fighting a great duel right here, so relax and have fun!
Kaiba snaps, shouting that he duels for power, not enjoyment. Kaiba fuses Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon and uses it with Blue Eyes to end the duel. Joey loses, but he's proud. He made Kaiba sweat and vows to keep coming back until he wins. Meanwhile, Ishizu tries one last time to convince Kaiba that helping Yugi is his destiny. Kaiba scoffs until Makuba speaks up, begging his brother to let go of the hate. Something finally clicks. As Yugi prepares to duel Merrick, Kaiba arrives and hands him a card. Apparently, the key to defeating Ra. Episode 138 begins, and the duel kicks off with Yugi staring at the card Kaiba just handed him, Fiend Sanctuary, a magic card with some mystery behind it. Kaiba won't say what it does or why he gave it to Yugi, just that if Yugi wants to win, he'll need it, and not his little cheer squad. Yugi, despite all the rivalry, shuffles it into his deck. He might not always agree with Kaiba, but he trusts him. Merrick's amped up and declares that this is the duel he's been waiting for. He's turned it into a twisted shadow game. Above the arena, Mai's trapped in an hourglass, nearly buried in sand. And now, both normal Yugi and normal Merrick are bound in magical restraints. The stakes are, if either duelist loses, their lighter half gets erased from existence. Merrick draws first, plays Vampiric Leech with 500 attack and immediately swings, because it can hit on turn 1. Yami takes the damage, and part of little Yugi's body literally starts to vanish. Merrick's made it clear, whenever Yami loses life points, Yugi disappears, and vice versa for himself. Yugi tells Yami to keep dueling. They've always faced things together. This is no different. Yami agrees. If they lose, Merrick gets all 3 god cards and multiple souls go bye-bye. Merrick's plan is moving fast. He ditches Ra into the graveyard with a monster effect, waiting to revive it. But Yami draws Exchange, summons Queen's Knight, and takes Monster Reborn from Merrick's hand, stopping him from summoning Ra. Then he brings out King's and Jack's Knight, setting up for a god summon. Yami sacrifices all 3 knights to bring out Slifer the Sky Dragon with 6,000 attack. But Merrick's trap, Dark Spell Regeneration, lets him steal Monster Reborn right back and revive Ra in its God Phoenix form. Ra is untouchable for one turn, and Slifer's attack is useless. The duel's just getting started, but Yugi's already backed into a corner. In episode 139, the duel hits a turning point again, as Merrick brings Ra back with Monster Reborn and uses its most broken move yet. He sacrifices nearly all of his life points to power Ra's attack to 4699. Then absorbs Jurigato to push it even higher, and since Yugi's got no monsters on the field, it's looking like game over. But Yami had already played a card face down without even looking at it. Fiend Sanctuary, the one Kaiba gave him. The card summons a Metal Fiend token, and now Ra's attack targets that instead of Yugi's life points. Because of the token's reflective surface, Ra's attack should bounce back at Merrick, who has only one life point left. For a second, it looks like Yugi actually won.
Nice try, Pharaoh! It looks to me like your little magic card didn't work!
But then, Merrick pops Defusion, the card he grabbed during exchange, and unfuses himself from Ra at the last second. It cancels the attack, dumps Ra into the graveyard, and restores all of his life points. Kaiba expected the card wouldn't be enough to win, but he's still watching closely. Fiend Sanctuary isn't just about blocking attacks, Yugi just has to figure that out. Merrick mocks Yugi, reminding him that keeping the Metal Fiend token on the field costs 1,000 life points each turn. Yugi tells Yami to pay it anyway, winning is more important. Yami pays the cost, and another chunk of Yugi's body fades away. Then Yami flips another card, Multiply, which turns one token into 3. Merrick realizes way too late that he walked into a trap. Yami sacrifices all 3 tokens to summon Obelisk the Tormentor, his second god card. Now, Obelisk is on the field, looking absolutely massive. Kaiba smirks, realizing Yugi finally unlocked the real potential of the card he gave him. Everyone else is losing their minds. Yami immediately goes for the win and commands Obelisk to attack. Merrick takes the hit full force, and for once, he's not laughing. In episode 140, Obelisk's punch nearly ends the duel, slamming Merrick's life points down to just 700. Everyone starts celebrating, except Kaiba and Ishizu. Something feels off. Why would Merrick just sit there and take a hit like that? Kaiba suspects a trap, and he's right. Merrick's just getting started. Merrick brushes off the damage like it's nothing, even though Light Merrick's body is almost completely gone now. The darker he gets, the more his good side fades. But Yugi doesn't want to win that way. They promised Ishizu they'd save her brother, not destroy him. Trouble is, they're running out of time to do both. Meanwhile, Comatose Odeon is having a spiritual heart-to-heart with Light Merrick. He apologizes for everything, for rejecting his fate, for the hatred he held, and especially for creating the dark version of himself. We get a flashback to his painful Tombkeeper initiation, where Odeon literally scarred his own face to share Merrick's suffering. Back at the duel, Merrick reveals what that face-down card was. Metal Reflect Slime. It mirrors Obelisk, creating a god slime with 3,000 defense. It can't match Obelisk's power, but it can block it. Yami tries to strike again, but it's a trap. Literally, Merrick fuses God Slime with Revival Jam, the same monster that kept regenerating back when Yugi fought Strings. Now, God Slime can't be destroyed by battle at all. It just keeps coming back. Yami summons Dark Magician Girl, tries to take out Merrick's new monster Boganian, but another trap. Jam Defender redirects the attack. Dark Magician Girl slams into God Slime and fails. Yami loses another 1,000 life points, and more of Yugi's body starts fading. But suddenly, Light Merrick's spirit possesses Taya.
You must overpower my dark side at all costs, and don't worry about protecting me.
Telling Yugi to forget about saving him. Just destroy Dark Merrick. That's the only way to stop this. He admits his rage created this monster and now begs Yugi to wipe them both out. Ishizu begs him not to, but Light Merrick's already decided. He's not afraid to go if it means ending this. Merrick, now fully veiny and wild-eyed, draws mining for magical stones. He discards 2 cards to grab Monster Reborn from the graveyard. Ra is coming back again. Unless Yugi pulls off a miracle, next turn could be the end. And just then, Odeon wakes up. In episode 141, Merrick's got Monster Reborn back in his hand, and he's practically drooling over the idea of bringing Ra back one last time. He swears one more turn is all he needs, and then it's game over. Yami's not backing down though. He still believes he can break through Merrick's wall and save his good side before it's too late. Merrick sets a trap, then plays Swallowtail Spike Lizard in defense. As long as it stays that way, he gains 1,000 life points every turn. His plan is clear. Use the boost to pump up Ra and take down Obelisk, then wipe out Yugi for good. Meanwhile, Teia's finally free of Light Merrick's possession, but she's confused. Merrick ends his turn, and Boganian chips off another 300 life points from Yami, dropping him to just 700. Yugi's almost completely faded, and the clock's running out fast. Yami sets 2 cards, summons Gazelle the King of Mythical Beasts, and ends his turn. Merrick gains 1,000 life points from Spike Lizard, then finally plays Monster Reborn, reviving Ra in its God Phoenix form. He pays 1,000 life points to burn Obelisk off the field. But Yami fires back. He flips his own Monster Reborn and brings back Slifer just in time to absorb the hit. Ra burns through Slifer, but Obelisk is untouched. Even Kaiba's impressed. Then, Merrick plays Surprise Attack from Beyond, which lets Ra attack again. Ra returns and hovers over the tower, morphing into its beast form just as Merrick fuses with it, dropping his life points to 1 and giving Ra 699 attack. Yami counters with Soul Taker, giving Merrick 1,000 life points, but it lets Yami sacrifice Merrick's God Slime instead. Since it was fused from 2 monsters, Obelisk powers up with infinite strength. Merrick scrambles and sacrifices more monsters to boost Ra to 4899 attack. It doesn't matter, Obelisk's attack is still infinite. But then, Merrick plays Class System, which makes Ra invincible unless it's attacked by a monster with more stars. Yami's forced to adapt again. He activates Magical Dimension, sacrifices Obelisk and Gazelle, and summons Dark Magician Girl, dodging Ra's next attack. Then, he brings out Dark Magician 2. With both spellcasters on the field, he activates Ragnarok, a nuke that'll wipe out everything Merrick controls.
Well, go ahead and make your move, and crush an innocent soul!
But Yami pauses. If he uses it, he might also destroy what's left of good Merrick. Then, Odeon shows up at the top of the tower, and everything shifts. In episode 142, Odeon finally reaches the edge of the duel ring, completely wrecked but still standing. Dark Merrick, floating inside Ra's forehead like an evil screensaver, mocks him. He says Odeon's too late. Merrick's soul is gone, and there's no going back. Ishizu stops Joey from helping, telling him this is Odeon's burden to carry. It's the only shot they've got at saving what's left of Merrick. Odeon begs Merrick to let his good side take over again. Dark Merrick isn't having it and blasts him with the Millennium Rod twice. But Odeon won't stay down. He tells Merrick he has the strength to take back control. After all, he created this evil version, so he can be the one to end it. That hits home. As Dark Merrick raises the rod for a third shot, Light Merrick finally merges back into the body, grabbing his face where he's been incomplete this whole time. Now, both versions of Merrick are locked in a tug-of-war inside the same body. Light Merrick calls out to Yami, begging him to finish the duel and destroy Ra. It's the only way to banish his dark half for good. Yami hesitates, but Yugi tells him to trust Merrick's resolve. Yami believes him. He activates Ragnarok, using Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl to trigger it. But first, Yugi has to sacrifice every monster in his hand, graveyard, and deck. Spirits of all of his past monsters rise onto the field. Then, Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl combine their powers and cast Ra into a massive sky portal. With a blinding blast, the winged dragon of Ra is erased. But the duel isn't over. Merrick still has 1 life point. As the smoke clears, it's Light Merrick still standing, holding his chest, shaking. Odeon smiles, knowing they won, but Merrick says there's still one thing left to do. He throws off his cloak and reveals the scarred inscription on his back. It's the key to the Pharaoh's lost memories. As a tomb keeper, he was born to protect that secret. Now that Yugi holds all 3 god cards, the time has come. Merrick surrenders the duel and hands over the winged dragon of Ra. Dark Merrick vanishes for good. Yugi wins the tournament. Yugi's spirit is restored. Everyone celebrates. Just then, Kaiba, being Kaiba, shows up to announce that the island's going to explode in just about an hour. Perfect timing, buddy. In episode 143, the gang's still stuck on the island, Engine's dead, and Kaiba nowhere in sight. Everyone's confused why he'd trigger a countdown and then just vanished. Joey's convinced Kaiba ditched them in his private jet. Yugi doesn't buy it. He thinks Kaiba's still around, so they split up to look. Turns out, Kaiba is still there, watching the countdown from a control room with Makuba. He's not just trying to erase the duel tower, he's trying to wipe out everything it represents. To Kaiba, blowing up the island is symbolic. He thinks once the tower goes, he can finally start building the future he promised Makuba. He and Makuba hop into an elevator, headed down and out. Meanwhile, the ship won't start. The gang panics. But then Joey spots the medevac helicopter, still parked and fully functional. The one sent for him when he passed out. He rallies the group and they all pile in. No time to wait for Kaiba. As the chopper takes off, the countdown hits 30 seconds. The duel tower explodes in dramatic anime fashion.
I hope those guys made it out.
Everyone braces for the worst. Then, rising from the smoke, a blue-eyes white dragon appears, except it's Kaiba's custom jet. He himself is piloting it, laughing like he's starring in an action movie. Makuba's in the back, teasing them over the radio, and the gang's stunned. Kaiba brushes off the fact that they almost died. He and Makuba are off to build Kaiba Land, and he tells Yugi their rivalry isn't over. Yugi and Yami both silently hope Kaiba can move on and finally find peace. Back in Domino, Ishizu and Merrick thank the Pharaoh. Merrick asks if they can still be friends despite everything, and Yami says yes. Then, the Ishtars take off on their own ship. Duke heads out next, handing Serenity his number. Tristan flips out. Mai also leaves after sharing a quiet goodbye with Joey, one that hints at more, but keeps things cool. Kinda cute. Finally at dawn, Yugi and Joey meet in the plaza for one last duel. Not for revenge or tournaments, but to see how far they've come. They activate their duel discs. Their Battle City ends here. The show once again takes a long filler break, and we return to the main story after over 50 episodes. The episode opens with Bakura running through Dark City streets, clearly panicked. He ducks into a church hoping to escape, but he's not getting away that easy. Dark Bakura. Yeah, the sinister spirit living within the Millennium Ring is already inside. He tells Bakura it's time to finish what they started, collect the remaining Millennium items and unlock an ancient power. Bakura resists, but he's not in control anymore. We jump into a flashback narrated by Grandpa Muto. Back in 1960, a much younger Solomon Muto, rocking a tuxedo and some wild hair, travels through Egypt's Valley of the Kings with two guides, Mushada and Ahmet. He's not there for gold or fame, he's chasing the ultimate game, and he's sure it's hidden in a lost pharaoh's tomb. Inside the tomb, the traps come fast. Statues with swords, collapsing walkways, walls with spikes. This place is brutal. Solomon cracks the first challenge by realizing you have to walk with your left foot forward as a sign of respect to the pharaoh.
Walk with your left foot forward, just like the sign said.
But Mushada panics, makes a wrong move, and gets swallowed by a pit of shadows. Harsh. Then Ahmet, clearly getting greedy, tries to force Solomon into finishing the trek solo. He even shoots him in the shoulder once he's no longer useful. But the tomb doesn't mess around. When Ahmet tries to claim the golden treasure box at the end of the path, he's eaten alive by a stone monster. Just when Solomon's about to fall to, a mysterious light appears, and so does the pharaoh himself. He saves Solomon, who wakes up holding the golden box, the Millennium Puzzle. Back in the present, Grandpa finishes telling the story to Yugi, who's prepping for his upcoming trip to Egypt. Yugi's eager to unlock the pharaoh's memories once and for all. Later that night, Yugi dreams about his bond with Yami and how much they've grown together. It's sentimental and peaceful. Then, of course, Weevil and Rex crash the moment by literally breaking into Yugi's room and stealing his bag. Yugi chases after them barefoot, but by the time he finds them, someone else has arrived. Bakura, or rather Dark Bakura, now fully in control, standing over Weevil and Rex like something out of a horror movie. Episode 200 begins, and Yugi confronts Dark Bakura during a storm. Rex and Weevil are knocked out behind him, and Bakura casually says he banished them to the Shadow Realm for trying to steal the God cards. He tosses Yugi's bag back. Cards are safe, but keeps the Millennium Ring for himself. Says he'll return it when the time's right. They both want to reunite the Millennium items anyway, so what's the rush? Yugi's suspicious, but Bakura claims he's helping. He talks about returning all 7 items to the Millennium Stone, which will open a doorway to the spirit world. Yugi asks if that'll free the Pharaoh's soul. Bakura says yes, and plays it off like he's doing Yugi a favor. Yami shows up and shuts all of that down. He doesn't buy the team-up talk and tells Bakura to stop messing with Yugi's head. Bakura just laughs and says they're more alike than Yami wants to admit. Both ancient spirits inside someone else's body. The only difference is that Bakura remembers who he was. Yami doesn't. Bakura says the only way Yami can get his memories back is by playing one final game, something buried deep in his past. A shadow game tied to his forgotten identity. Yami's not sure if he's telling the truth, but he's not backing down either. Bakura walks off, saying everything's going according to plan. Phase 2 starts now.
That encounter went exactly as planned. Now on to Phase 2.
Elsewhere, Kaiba's working late at Kaiba Corp when the lights cut out. Bakura appears on his computer screen holding an unconscious Makuba. He tells Kaiba to bring his deck and duel disk to the roof. Kaiba's furious, but he's not backing down. He grabs his case and heads up. On the rooftop, Makuba collapses into Kaiba's arms. Bakura tells him it's a dark game, but Kaiba doesn't care. He wants his brother back. The duel begins. Bakura fuses 2 monsters to summon Duke of Demise. Kaiba plays Vorse Raider and Shrink, cutting the Duke's power in half and landing a solid hit. Bakura summons Diabound, a monster that can inherit the ability of any monster it kills in battle. Then, he uses a spell to create a doppelganger of Diabound, and then uses the doppelganger to weaken Vorse Raider and wipes it out. Kaiba responds with Lord of Dragons and summons Blue Eyes White Dragon. Bakura smirks. This is exactly what he wanted. Episode 201 begins, and Yami's now fully in ancient Egypt, standing on a throne, somehow the newly crowned pharaoh. Everyone around him acts like this is normal, including his grandpa's lookalike, a dead serious guy who looks exactly like Kaiba, and a whole royal court wielding Millennium items. They're all part of something called the Sacred Court, handpicked by the items themselves. The Kaiba lookalike, Seto, kicks off the celebration with dancers and drums while Yami tries to process what the hell is going on. Then, out of nowhere, someone tries to assassinate him with a blow dart. The court immediately springs into action. Seto doesn't want him tossed in a cell. He wants to use this as a live demo for how justice works in this kingdom. They hold something called a Millennium Trial. First, Shada, one of the Pharaoh's 6 guardians, uses his Millennium Key to read the guy's mind, and reveals there's a creature of darkness hiding inside him. Akhenaten, the guy with the Millennium Eye, pulls that thing out, literally, and Seto uses the Millennium Rod to seal it into a stone tablet. Yami realizes that this might actually be the origin of Duel Monsters. Back in the present, Yugi and the others are shaken. Yami's spirit is gone, and a ghostly Shadi tells them the Pharaoh's now reliving his forgotten past.
The Pharaoh will finally learn about his past, but he must defeat the great evil all over again.
But it's not just a memory trip. He has to fight Bakura again, and this time it's part of an ultimate shadow game. The stakes are literally the future of the world. Shadi says the only way for them to follow Yami is through the Millennium Puzzle. He promises to guide them. Meanwhile, ancient Bakura's already back. He's possessed the body of a chained thief, looted an old tomb, and is now casually dragging a sarcophagus toward the palace like it's a party favor. He's prepping for a confrontation he's been waiting on for centuries. Inside, Seto and Mahad argue over how the assassin got through. Mahad blames the Millennium Ring acting weird lately. Then we see Isis, the Ishizu lookalike, who pauses the party. Her necklace senses a massive evil force heading straight for the palace. Outside, Bakura arrives. He tells his followers it's time. In episode 202, Bakura rides straight into the palace, dragging the former pharaoh's sarcophagus like it's a trophy, setting the city on fire as his crew launches flaming arrows into the marketplace. The police guards try to stop him, but he leaps his horse right over them and kicks off a full-scale invasion. Mahad's Millennium Ring glows. He can feel how dangerous this guy is. Bakura storms into the throne room mid-ceremony, taunting the Pharaoh and making it clear he's after the Millennium items. Seto immediately threatens him with the Millennium Rod, but Bakura laughs and dumps stolen treasure at their feet. Then he whistles, and his horse drags the sarcophagus, slamming it down in front of the court. It's their former pharaoh, Akhnamkanon. The court prepares a Millennium trial to judge Bakura's soul. Karim's scale can't find balance. It's overwhelmed by the darkness in him. Shada tries to probe his spirit with the Millennium Key and sees a monstrous serpent. Then, Diabound fully manifests, and Bakura tells Yami to meet his end. Seto tries to seal Diabound, thinking it worked. Bakura even fakes gratitude, but it's a trap. Diabound breaks out of the sealing tablet, fully unleashed. Meanwhile, Yugi and the gang enter the Millennium Puzzle with Shadi's help. Inside, Shadi explains that the puzzle reflects the Pharaoh's mind, and nothing in here is straightforward.
Yeah, I guess that explains why this place is so complicated.
Back in Egypt, the court arms themselves with dia-dianks, ancient devices that let them summon unheard-of monsters from stone tablets. Seto summoned Garist Goloth, but Bakura uses winged sage Falcos to destroy it. Turns out he stole the old pharaoh's dia-diank too. The court launches a counterattack. Mahad summons Illusion Magician. Karim fuses Battle-Ox and Mystic Horseman to create Rabid Horseman, literally the origin of fusion monsters. But Diabond shrugs it all off and knocks their monsters out. With the court losing ground, Yami finally steps forward and calls on the Egyptian gods. He summons Obelisk the Tormentor. Bakura tries to strike back with a Blue Eyes-style blast from Diabound, and the palace is filled with blinding light as the two god-tier monsters collide. Kaiba, back in his office, suddenly turns. He could swear he just heard Blue Eyes. In episode 203, Obelisk and Diabound collide in the palace, unleashing a massive blast. When the smoke clears, both monsters are still standing. Neither one won. Bakura smirks. He barely survived thanks to Diabound absorbing Blue Eye's power. He retreats for now, warning Mahad not to get too attached to the Millennium Ring. It used to be his. Mahad calls him a liar, but Bakura claims all 7 Millennium items are destined to be his anyway. Bakura hops on his horse and escapes. The Pharaoh tries to stop him, but he rides off, jumping over guards and walls. As he disappears into the city, Yami starts thinking maybe he was sent back to live through these memories again. He looks up and sees a massive, upside-down pyramid hanging in the sky. When he points it out, Mahad and Shimon see nothing. Yami wonders what this strange object means and why only he can see it. Seto joins him on the balcony, silently questioning if this really is the chosen pharaoh. Behind him, Akhenaten praises the pharaoh's strength. Yami wishes Kaiba could have seen this version of himself fighting by his side. He's also trying to figure out why Bakura's monster had the power of the Blue Eyes. Back in the present, Kaiba stares at his Blue Eyes card and the Millennium Eye on his desk. He mocks the ancient nonsense until the eye glows and gives him a vision. Him as ancient Seto standing with the pharaoh. Shaken, he bolts upright. Next thing, he's flying off to Egypt in his jet, determined to end this mystery once and for all. In the tablet chamber, Akhenaten and Seto talk about Bakura's escape. Akhenaten's worried. They're not dealing with some petty thief. That monster of his is almost as strong as the Egyptian gods. Seto's got an idea. If Bakura's power came from darkness in his heart, maybe other criminals have creatures like that too. Akhenaten's worried it's dangerous and unethical, but Seto argues it's worth it. If they can harness those dark spirits using the Millennium items, they'll have an unbeatable army to protect Egypt. Episode 204 kicks off outside the cave. Mahad's forces are standing off against Bakura's men. They're watching for any sign of what's going on inside, but they've got a plan. Once Diabound appears on the stone tablet they've set up, they'll know Mahad won and sealed it. They charge into battle while praising the pharaoh. Inside, Mahad calls Bakura out for disrespecting the king and threatening their people. Bakura, as smug as ever, tells him to fork over the Millennium Ring, but Mahad's not playing defense anymore. He's been storing power in this exact place for years. Purple energy wraps around him as he says this is where he trained and where he buried his real strength. Bakura summons Diabound again, now bigger and scarier. Mahad summons Illusion Magician, now also stronger, and they start dueling. Illusion Magician gets the first clean hit. Then, Mahad fuses more of his energy into him for another blast. Diabound tanks it, but he's clearly feeling it. Bakura's shocked a spellcaster is doing this much damage.
I must stop him! In the name of the Pharaoh.
Back in the palace, Yami suddenly bolts upright in bed. He senses something's wrong. One of his guardians is in danger. Meanwhile, Isis also reacts, her flame flickering as she grasps Mahad's name. The fight continues. Mahad brings out Shadow Ghoul, who slips through the walls and claws Diabound from behind. Mahad calls another coordinated attack, and it lands. But Bakura's not done. Diabound fakes out the same ambush, dodges, grabs Shadow Ghoul, and crushes it. Mahad takes the hit too, staggering in pain. Then, suddenly, Diabound disappears. Mahad thinks it's over, but then, Diabound reappears right behind him and smashes Illusion Magician against the wall. Bakura laughs. Turns out, Diabound inherited Shadow Ghoul's wall-facing ability when it destroyed it. Back in Mahad's sanctuary, Mana, one of Mahad's childhood friends, shows up saying she had a dream that Mahad was in trouble. Yami says he had the same dream. Suddenly, Illusion Magician's stone starts to crack. Mana panics. If Illusion Magician is destroyed, Mahad's soul will be too. Inside the puzzle, Yugi's group finds a door that leads to Bakura, now transformed into some monstrous shadow. Flames blast at them and they barely escape. Shadi tells them that this creature is the Pharaoh's true enemy. Back at the duel, Mahad is on the ropes, but he activates traps in the cave and even springs a scythe on Bakura. He's down, but not out. The battle's still going. In episode 205, Isis shows up at the ruins where Mahad fought Bakura. Mana's devastated, kneeling in front of Mahad's stone tablet, begging him to come back. The Pharaoh's there too, trying to comfort her, but nothing's helping. Isis tells Mana Mahad's not gone. He's stronger now. He fused with his monster and became something new, the Dark Magician. That gets a reaction, but not the one Isis hopes for. Mana breaks down again, saying she still needs her master. Meanwhile, Yugi and the gang finally land in Egypt. They've made it inside the Pharaoh's memories. Shadi tells them they're on their own now. Only those the Pharaoh called upon can stay here. As expected, no one in the city can see them, and they can't interact with anything. They're like ghosts, except weirdly, one guy can see them. A big round dude named Bobasa.
You got some for us?
Help me! I'm being attacked by hungry ghosts!
He's stealing fruit, talking to them like it's normal, and casually snacking. No explanation yet, but they're just glad someone can help. Back at the palace, Seto tells the Pharaoh they still don't know what happened to Bakura. Some think he's buried under the rubble. Isis can't confirm anything, her vision's blocked. Seto asks to lead the manhunt. His plan is to lock down the kingdom and start screening citizens for evil monsters hidden inside their souls. Shimon and the Pharaoh reluctantly agree. Soon after, Seto and Shada are already out collecting people. Shada uses the Millennium Key to read one guy's spirit and finds a monster forming. Sagi the Dark Clown. Seto orders him jailed. Another man claims he's seen the legendary white dragon protecting people in the desert. That does grab Seto's attention. Bakura, of course, is alive and evolving Diabound. He sneaks into the palace using the ring and ambushes Akhenaten. As Diabound looms behind him, Bakura accuses Akhenaten of slaughtering his people at Kul Elna and abandoning his own son Seto. In episode 206, Bakura fully leans into his villain era here. He's got Akhenaten right where he wants him, beat up, cornered, and now forcibly recruited into Team Evil. Bakura's not just seeking revenge for the destruction of Kul Elna. He's planning to weaponize Akhenaten's hidden darkness and make him serve. Akhenaten tries to resist, but Bakura forces a transformation, unlocking the part of Akhenaten that helped start this entire mess. The Pharaoh senses all this chaos through the Millennium Puzzle and finds out Bakura just bombed a village. Guards scramble, but Bakura's already on the move, jumping rooftops and escaping the sanctuary. Seto and the priest squad find Akhenaten wounded but alive, babbling about pure evil. Seto's done playing defense. It's time to finish Bakura off. Bakura rides out of the city, Diabound at his side, tearing through guards with invisible force. The Pharaoh chases him down, summoning Slifer the Sky Dragon. The duel begins, but this time, it's no game. Diabound hits Slifer with Illusionary Shockwave, an ability stolen from Mahad. letting it strike Slifer's mind directly. The Pharaoh retaliates and Diabound takes a hit, but Bakura still lands a sneak attack before the monsters clash in the sky. Meanwhile, we dive into Akhenaten's past. Turns out he's the one who started it all. He secretly forged the Millennium items using a dark ritual that involved sacrificing the entire village of Kul Elna. Yeah, including little Bakura's home. He justified it as the only way to protect Egypt, but it cost him his family, his morals, and eventually his soul. Oh, and Seto, that's Akhenaten's son. He ditched his wife and kid to protect them, only to watch Seto rise on his own and swear loyalty to the Pharaoh. Now Akhenaten's got one goal: make Seto the next king, no matter what. Back in the skies, Diabound keeps landing invisible hits on Slifer using its shadow travel ability. Bakura offers a deal: surrender the Millennium Puzzle and he'll spare the city.
Continue to fight me or save your people!
The Pharaoh nearly gives it up, but it's a bluff. Slifer lunges at Bakura, and Diabound moves to kill the Pharaoh in response. But right as both attacks are about to land, a new monster steps in. Seto's beast saves the Pharaoh, the Guardians have arrived, and the real fight is just getting started. In episode 207, Bakura retreats, but not for long. Diabound pops back up, forcing Seto and Karim to summon their own monsters to chase him down. The Pharaoh warns them that Diabound thrives in darkness, and sure enough, it ambushes them from the shadows, taking out Karim's monster instantly. Slifer appears in the sky, giving the others a clue to the Pharaoh's location, and Yugi and the gang keep heading toward him. As Slifer hunts down Diabound, Akhenaten secretly stabs the god's stone tablet, disrupting the bond and causing Slifer to get obliterated. The Pharaoh gets hit hard by the backlash and starts to collapse. But just as he's fading, Yugi and the others show up and revive him with their presence. That jolt of energy is enough for the Pharaoh to summon Ra, the third and final god. The light it brings exposes Diabound and gives them a shot. Bakura panics. Ra transforms into his phoenix form, burns Diabound, and seemingly fries Bakura in the process. Guards cheer. Bobasa shows up, and it looks like it's finally over, until Bakura uses the sands of time to reverse everything. Time rewinds. Slifer is destroyed again, and this time, the Pharaoh's ridge collapses under him. Bakura kicks him into the darkness and rips the Millennium Puzzle from around his neck. Seto leads the search while Tristan tries to punch Bakura in revenge. It doesn't go well. Bakura swats him away and his shadowy henchmen appear. Barbossa helps the others hide while Bakura sets his sight on collecting the rest of the Millennium items. Meanwhile, Chara watches over a recovering Akhenaten, who immediately gets up and heads out after hearing about a mysterious peasant girl with a powerful soul. At the palace, the royal court is in chaos. Seto is convinced the Pharaoh's still alive. Isis warns of a ripple of darkness growing fast. Then, it all shifts underground. Seto finds Akhenaten running a gladiator-style monster pit beneath the palace. Prisoners are being forced to duel with shadow creatures that go stronger through rage and fear. Akhenaten wants Seto to take the throne and lead an empire backed by his new monster army. And to prove a point, he throws Kisara, the peasant girl, into the ring. Seto is horrified. Akhenaten doesn't care. He sees her as a weapon, not a person. Seto watches helplessly as the terrified girl is forced to fight for her life. Episode 208 begins, and Kisara stands defenseless as two prisoners attack her with monsters. Akhenaten demands she unleash the power hidden inside her, but she just stands frozen. Seto also watches from above, stunned that Akhenaten would treat someone so innocent like this. As the monsters close in, Seto summons Duos and jumps in front of Kisara. He frees her using the Millennium Rod, then tells her she's safe now. The prisoners aren't impressed. They blame Seto for their imprisonment and send their monsters after him.
Let us show this sacred guardian how things are done below the palace!
Seto has Duos sever one of the platforms, dropping one man and his beast into the abyss. But the other monster wraps Duos in webbing and targets Seto. That's when Kisara glows with blue light, and above her, Blue Eyes White Dragon forms. Massive, glowing, and powerful. Seto finally realizes that this is the monster he saw as a child. Kisara unleashes its attack, destroying the insect beast and its summoner in one blast. Akhenaten is thrilled by the display. To him, this confirms that Kisara's dragon could destroy Bakura's Diabound, but he wants more. He wants to take the creature from her. which means sealing her soul in stone. Seto refuses, horrified. Akhenaten pushes harder, saying the pharaoh's gone and Egypt needs a new king. Seto walks away disgusted. If Seto won't act, Akhenaten decides he'll just do it himself. Meanwhile, deep in the cursed village of Kul Elna, Bakura places the Millennium Puzzle and Millennium Ring back into the stone altar. His goal is to resurrect Zork, the original source of all shadow power. But the ritual stops midway, and a giant hand made of darkness tosses him aside. Zork demands an 8th key, something even Bakura hadn't considered. After a moment of shock, Bakura realizes it must be the pharaoh's real name, erased from the historical records. He laughs. Now he knows what to search for. Elsewhere, Yugi and the gang find Mana, a young magician with a knack for accidentally exploding fish. They convince her to help search for the pharaoh. Then, Bobasa stumbles across the pharaoh's cape floating in the river. Encouraged, they push forward. After some flashbacks and cryptic visions, the pharaoh regains lost memories of his father, Akhenaten, and sees how deeply his father sacrificed to protect him. A mysterious figure named Hassan appears briefly to warn him about Zork's return, then vanishes. Finally, Yugi and the others spot the pharaoh standing by the river. Reunited, they rush toward him. In episode 209, Kaiba lands in Egypt, looking for answers. Specifically, the stone tablet connected to the pharaoh, but Ishizu tells him it's already gone, back to its original resting place. Not that Kaiba cares. He's more interested in the Millennium Eye he just got from Bakura. That name gets Merrick's attention, and Ishizu offers Kaiba a deal. Help them stop Bakura, and they'll help him uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Yugi catches up with the pharaoh on the beach, and they talk about Bakura, the missing puzzle, and what little the pharaoh now remembers about his childhood. His real name is still a mystery.
So it's still blank, huh?
No one here calls me by my real name.
But back at the palace, Seto quietly worries about Kisara. She saved him with the power of the blue eyes, and now Akhenaten wants that power for himself, even if it means sealing her soul. News reaches Seto that the pharaoh's alive. He orders Kisara hidden and heads off. Isis confirms the pharaoh is safe, but then gets a vision. The Millennium Puzzle is gone. Shada and his guards find the pharaoh, and they reveal Bakura's hiding spot, an abandoned village called Kul Elna. They all head there, but the place is creepy. Shada's guards are ambushed by skeletons, and Mana finds the courage to help fight them off with her magic. Meanwhile, the pharaoh descends into an underground chamber where Bakura is waiting. This is where it all started. The Millennium items were forged here using the souls of villagers. Bakura was the only survivor. He blames the pharaoh's father. Mahad, now the Dark Magician, appears to defend the pharaoh. A massive duel starts, and Bakura summons an evolved Diabound, while Dark Magician uses his magic to hold him off. Diabound attacks, but the pharaoh and Mahad fight back with clever moves, revealing Diabound's position and blasting it hard. Still, Bakura taps into the spirit's rage and powers Diabound up again. A brutal exchange ends with Dark Magician being taken down by Diabound's lightning blast. But just as Bakura thinks he's won, Dark Magician Girl swoops in to save Mahad. Mana's up on the roof casting spells. Looks like she figured out how to help after all. Episode 210 begins, and Dark Magician Girl carries Dark Magician to safety. And from a rooftop, Mana watches proud. Mahad praises her growth. She's clearly kept up her training. Meanwhile, Seta and the remained Sacred Guardians are riding through a village swarming with undead spirits. Shada summons his two-headed jackal warrior to shield Seto from one of them, then urges him to hurry to the pharaoh. Seto agrees and rides off with the others, leaving Shada to hold the spirits back. Back underground, Mana joins the pharaoh. Mahad and Mana fire magic blasts at Diabound, but Bakura mocks the effort. He spawns 2 more Diabounds using the souls of Kul Elna. The clones are taken out, but the original uses helical shockwaves, smashing Dark Magician and injuring the pharaoh. Mana protects him with magical hats, but Diabound blasts them all. Right as Diabound's claw comes for the pharaoh, Seto's monster Duos shows up and slashes its arm, knocking Bakura back too. The rest of the Guardians arrive. Karim, Isis, Shimon, and Mahad reappears, saying he'll protect the pharaoh, even in death. Isis summons Mystical Elf to restore the pharaoh's strength. Bakura fumes as the pharaoh prepares to fight again, but Shimon warns him that it's too risky without his Millennium Puzzle. The Guardians insist they'll handle this. Karim summons Curse of Dragon, joining Duos, Dark Magician, and Dark Magician Girl. They all attack, but Diabound is protected by a web of dark spirits from Kul Elna, who hate the kingdom too much to let anything through. Elsewhere, Akhenaten walks through the ruined village, feeling the spirits' anger. He believes what he did, sacrificing lives to make the Millennium items, was necessary. Spirits rise to confront him, but Shada saves him.
Are you alright? You shouldn't be walking these streets alone.
The Millennium Key reacts to something underground. Shada follows it down a stairwell and discovers Diabound's stone tablet. He tries to destroy it, but is betrayed by Akhenaten, who knocks him out and steals the Millennium Key, believing this is all for Seto's future. Back in the cavern, Bakura keeps taunting them. Diabound takes out Mystical Elf, and Isis falls. Bakura gloats that soon, all 7 Millennium items will be his. Meanwhile, Yugi and the gang realize the Pharaoh must have erased his name from history to keep Zork sealed. They decide to head for the palace to look for records that could reveal his true name. Back at Kul Elna, the Guardians merge Curse of Dragon and Duos into Duos Dragon using the Millennium Scale, with Dark Magician riding it. The fusion attack clashes evenly with Diabound until Bakura's flying eye monster knocks out Karim and steals the scale, breaking the fusion. Diabound wipes out all their monsters in one hit. Bakura fuses Diabound with the eye monster, giving it new powers. He unleashes the spirit shield again, and the Pharaoh, seeing everyone down, offers himself in exchange for their lives. Bakura agrees and uses the scale to let the spirits invade the Pharaoh's body. But inside him, his father Aknamkanon appears and absorbs the spirits into himself, choosing to pay the price for their suffering. Diabound weakens, and Mahad destroys it with one final Dark Magician attack. The Pharaoh tells Bakura it's over, and as Shada watches, Diabound's tablet finally shatters. Episode 211 begins, and the gang make it back to the palace, hoping to finally get some answers about the Pharaoh's real name. This time, when Yugi reaches for the gates, his hand phases right through it. It actually works. The whole group splits up to search for clues, except for Tristan, who lingers behind with that same suspicious energy. Down below, Bakura's crawling toward the Millennium Stone, trying to complete the ritual himself. But just as he's about to insert the final item, suddenly, Bakura's body starts glowing and cracking. His host body gets tossed aside like trash. Akhenaten shows up with the Millennium Key and hijacks the moment. The Pharaoh and the others try to stop him, but Akhenaten freezes them all in place with dark magic and yanks the remaining items straight from their bodies, including his own Millennium Eye. As the final item clicks into place, the whole scene morphs into something much weirder. Turns out, this whole thing has been a game played between Bakura and the Pharaoh. Literally, they're seated across from each other at a giant shadow game table in the middle of a void. The board is ancient Egypt. The players are everyone we've been following. Bakura has time manipulation tokens, and he's already used one to rewind history. He's been rewriting events this whole time. Back in the real timeline, Akhenaten finishes the ritual and offers the items to Zork. The evil god accepts and turns Akhenaten into a twisted new version of himself, the Great Shadow Magus.
Seto, my boy! No longer shall we live in the shadow of my brother!
He's now fully in on this end-of-the-world deal and wants Seto, his son, to replace the Pharaoh as king. Seto's horrified. Akhenaten is his father? Just as the Pharaoh is about to be blasted, the Hassan guy swoops in and deflects the hit. Yami pulls out a Hassan token in the game. Turns out he's got some tricks of his own. Hassan breaks the time freeze, unfreezing the Pharaoh's group, just in time for round 2. Bakura, meanwhile, reminds Yami that this isn't just a war, it is a god-tier strategy match. Whoever wins controls the fate of the world. And Bakura just started the countdown. Episode 212 begins, and the duel between Yami and Bakura continues across the RPG board. Bakura gloats that once time runs out, everything Yami knows will be destroyed. Meanwhile, in ancient Egypt, the Shadow Magus Akhenaten is still trying to recruit Seto by pushing the whole "your royal blood, your destiny is bigger than the Pharaoh" agenda. Seto stands firm, refusing to betray the Pharaoh, even when he's told that Akhenaten is his actual father. Hassan steps in to confirm the family link, but insists Akhenaten has been consumed by darkness and isn't the same person anymore. At the same time in the present, Kaiba arrives at the underground stone tablet chamber. Stepping over an unconscious Bakura and then spotting Yugi and the others passed out too. As he studies the stone carvings, the Millennium Eye activates and projects vision of ancient Seto, the Pharaoh, and the Magus. Kaiba sees his past self and thinks he's hallucinating again. Back in the past, the Pharaoh begs Seto not to repeat Akhenaten's mistakes, but the Magus hits back with a history lesson. He claims Akhenaten was a weak king, too idealistic to protect Egypt, while he has real power behind the throne. Flashbacks show Akhenaten secretly making moves, like using a dark spellbook to create the Millennium items, meant to protect the kingdom, which ultimately led to Zork's rebirth. Everyone pretty much agrees that this was a terrible idea. Seto starts getting pulled into the Magus' vision, especially when reminded of the white dragon that's followed him since childhood. His eyes start glowing, signaling he finally might give in. But Kisara, still in bed, senses trouble and calls out to him, which summons the white dragon in full form. That blast of spiritual energy snaps Seto out of it for a moment. Meanwhile, possessed Tristan, controlled by Bakura, lurks nearby, keeping tabs on Kisara and Bobasa.
Who is this Bobasa character? I must find out what role he plays in this shadow game.
The gang, meanwhile, finds Bobasa crying over an empty pantry and dragging their half-starved bodies to feed him one last grape. It works. Bobasa inflates and floats them to the Valley of the Kings to find the Pharaoh's name carved on his future tomb. He disappears after delivering them, leaving everyone very confused. Back in the RPG, Bakura pulls Kaiba's soul into the game to reawaken Thief Bakura using his energy. Seto falls under Akhenaten's spell again, just in time for Thief Bakura's dramatic re-entry, setting the stage for Zork's return. In episode 213, Thief Bakura's back and immediately makes it clear he's running the show now. The Pharaoh and his guardians are rattled. Bakura was defeated, but somehow he's here again. Turns out Zork's power brought him back, and now that he's got all 7 Millennium items, he doesn't even need a tablet to summon Diabound. It's stronger than ever and already launching attacks. While Bakura sets the chaos in motion, he sends the Shadow Magus to deal with Seto, trying to push him back into embracing his dark destiny and taking over Egypt. Bakura then breaks the game board apart, scattering Yami's allies into different locations and tossing Seto into a shadowy portal with the Shadow Magus. Meanwhile, Kaiba wakes up, still stuck in ancient Egypt. Then he meets Kisara, who's somehow the only one who can see him. She warns that a great evil is coming and rushes off to find Seto. Back at the RPG table, Yami watches helplessly as his friends struggle. Karim and Isis are under attack from monsters. Karim sacrifices what little strength he has left to boost Shada, who takes out a huge enemy and rushes to regroup. Mana is alone too, facing down beasts with just Dark Magician Girl at her side. Bakura's having a blast watching everyone fall apart. Eventually, the Pharaoh shows up, but it's too late for Karim. He dies after transferring his power to help. Fueled by grief, the Pharaoh races off to rescue Seto before he's completely lost to the shadows. Meanwhile, Yugi and the gang make their way through the Pharaoh's tomb, dodging traps and solving puzzles Grandpa once hinted at. When they finally reach the chamber where the Pharaoh's name should be, it looks like a dead end, until Joey, by accident, triggers a secret message. And of course, possessed Tristan is watching the whole time, smirking like a creep, waiting for the perfect moment to ruin everything. In episode 214, the gang steps into what's supposed to be the heart of the Pharaoh's tomb, expecting answers, but the room's completely empty. At first. Then they spot a huge eye design with hieroglyphs around it. Tristan reads it aloud. Somehow. The one who solved the puzzle must return the wish they were granted. Only then can they move forward. That freaks Yugi out, because his wish was to have real friends. He can't exactly return that.
You were my wish! You mean that? It was us?
You never told us that.
Meanwhile, Seto gets dragged into another wild vision. He finds himself on a rooftop in the desert with the Shadow Magus, aka his deranged, power-hungry dad Akhenaten, talking about how Seto's meant to be the next pharaoh. Then we see Kisara running towards Seto. She's carrying the spirit of the white dragon. The Magus tells Seto to take that power, even if it means killing her. Seto refuses. Akhenaten summons a fiery monster to attack, and things go south fast. Kisara summons the white dragon to protect Seto, but Akhenaten traps it inside a sealing stone using Spellbinding Circle. Kisara, already drained, still chooses to fight until the flame beast strikes her down. Her soul merges with the white dragon. Grieving, Seto confronts Akhenaten and runs him through with his sword. But the Magus' spirit enters Seto's body anyway, possessing him completely. That's when Pharaoh shows up and finds Seto kneeling beside Kisara's body. Seto's now possessed and declares it's time for a duel. Seto summons the White Dragon. Pharaoh calls out Dark Magician and they clash. White Dragon wins. Seto's about to finish it, but something stops the dragon. It won't obey. Deep inside, Seto's real self begs it to stop. Kisara's spirit appears, shatters Akhenaten's hold, and saves Seto. The white dragon dissolves peacefully, and Kisara tells Seto he's finally free. Then, modern-day Kaiba strolls up like, what is happening? He's completely baffled by the ancient world. Pharaoh tells him the danger's real and they've got to deal with it. Back inside the tomb, Tristan turns on the gang and drops them into a trap. But they survive, get into the next room, and finally see the Pharaoh's true name on the wall. Just when things start looking up, fake Tristan reveals himself to be Bakura and challenges Yugi to one final duel. In episode 215, Yugi's locked in a one-on-one duel with Bakura, and this time he's flying solo. No Pharaoh, no real deck, just cards pulled from his mind. Bakura lays it out. If Yugi wins, he gets to reunite with the Pharaoh and reveal his name. If he loses, it's game over. Shadow Realm Edition. Yugi opens up with a defensive setup using Marshmallow, a tiny pink blob that can't be destroyed by battle and deals 1,000 damage when attacked. Yugi follows up with Silent Swordsman level 0, a monster that gains attack power each turn. He then uses Marshmallow glasses to redirect any attack away from it. Bakura forces Marshmallow into attack mode with negate defense, slashes it down, and chips away at Yugi's life points. Meanwhile, above ground, the ultimate nightmare begins. Zork, the massive demonic beast responsible for the Shadow Realm, has finally arrived.
There is only one person who can defeat Zork, the chosen Pharaoh!
He wrecks the desert, marches toward Egypt, and shrugs off the military's best efforts. His attacks start bleeding into the present day, kicking up storms in Domino City and throwing the entire timeline into chaos. The ancient guardians, Seto, Mana, Isis, Shada, throw out their strongest monsters, but Zork barely flinches and wipes them all out in one move. Shada even sacrifices himself to save the Pharaoh, but it's no use. Zork is winning. Back at the duel, Yugi's Silent Swordsman levels up and hits 1500 attack, but Bakura uses a nasty combo. Call of the Earthbound forces the swordsman to attack Zoma the Spirit, which then hits Yugi directly for double damage. Yugi's only saved by Turn Jump, a spell that skips the battle phase and fast forwards his swordsman to level 4 with 3000 attack. He blasts Doom Caliber Knight, and even throws in a cheeky Marshmallow bite for more damage. Now, Bakura's down to 1600 life points, and for once, he's sweating. But he's not out yet. As Zork approaches the palace and the world starts to fall apart, Bakura reminds Yugi that this duel isn't just about life points. It's about whether the Pharaoh ever gets his name back, or everything sinks into darkness forever. In episode 216, Zork's officially unleashed. And yeah, he's just as unstoppable as everyone feared. While civilians flee in panic, Seto's out front trying to hold the line with his soldiers. He knows there's only one thing that can stand up to Zork, the White Dragon. Meanwhile, in the real-world duel, Bakura rubs in the chaos he's caused, bragging that this whole thing is Yami's fault. If the Pharaoh hadn't gone poking around in the past, Bakura couldn't have followed him, and Zork wouldn't have awakened. Yami's only hope is to remember his real name, but he still can't. Yami counters that he's not alone, he's got Yugi, and together they can fix this. Back in Egypt, things are falling apart fast. Zork is breaking through the palace defenses like they're made of paper. Shimon tells the Pharaoh that there's only one shot left, summoning the 3 Egyptian gods. But that's off the table without the Millennium Puzzle, or enough energy to wield them.
Without those items, none of us has the strength we need.
Then we must search the desert until we find them.
So Isis and Mana take off to search the desert for the scattered items, riding the winged dragon of the fortress. Bakura banishes Silent Swordsman with Spirit of Sword Sealing, then attacks Marshmallow. which can't be destroyed, but still costs Yugi life points. Then, Yugi plays a weak monster. Bakura mocks him, until Yugi activates Blockin's effect to shield his life points. Yugi summons Lengard, a weak monster that ends up being key. When it takes damage, it frees Silent Swordsman, who then destroys Bakura's monster. But Bakura dodges the damage again with another effect and sets up a creepy new trap, Cursed Twin Dolls. Yugi ends up with the Good Box, gaining life points when cards hit his graveyard. Bakura, meanwhile, summons phantoms from his graveyard. Useless for now, but clearly part of something bigger. Isis and Mana find the Millennium items and race back, but Zork spots them and attacks. Isis holds him off, but gets blasted mid-air. Her monster Spiria fades away and she falls, apologizing for failing. Mana, crying, gets the items back to the Pharaoh with Shimon's help. Shimon then summons Exodia the Forbidden One, an ancient monster powerful enough to wipe out armies. It's an epic clash, Exodia versus Zork. For a second, it looks like Exodia might actually win, but Zork's darkness is endless, and eventually he tears Exodia apart. Shimon collapses and dies trying to hold him off. Just then, Mana finally reaches the Pharaoh and gives him the Millennium Puzzle. He powers up again, renewed by the spirits of everyone who sacrificed themselves. With that, he steps forward to challenge Zork one last time. In episode 217, Bakura thinks he's got Yugi cornered with a horde of undead monsters, but Yugi's not folding yet. With Silent Swordsman level 6, Marshmallow and Silent Magician on the field, Yugi's still swinging. The problem, Bakura keeps spawning more Necro Soldiers at the start of every turn, and each one brings another copy with it. Plus, that narrow corridor trap is still locking Yugi into only 2 attacks per turn. Every time he clears monsters, they come back as useless but still counted phantoms, clogging the field and triggering more card discards. Bakura's real play is the counterbalance spell. For every monster on the field, Yugi has to discard that many cards from his deck at the end of his turn. Since Bakura doesn't have a graveyard anymore, he's immune, but Yugi's deck is vanishing fast. Things get worse when Bakura summons Necro Mannequins and uses them to multiply even more. Then he drops Necro Wall, which spawns tokens based on how many zombie monsters he controls. Yugi fights back. Silent Swordsman levels up to 4,500 attack and wipes out the tokens. But it doesn't slow Bakura down. In a surprising move, Yugi uses Aria from Beyond to replay an earlier trap, Spirit of Sword Sealing, on his own monster, locking Silent Swordsman away. Joey and Taya are confused, but Yugi's playing a long game. Sealing his own monster means it can't be destroyed, and he avoids filling Bakura's graveyard with new fodder. He ends his turn, discards a massive chunk of his deck. Now, Yugi's got just 1 card left in his entire deck. Next turn, it's game over. But instead of panicking, Yugi stares Bakura down, draws his final card, and smiles. He tributes Marshmallow and Silent Magician to summon Gundora the Dragon of Destruction, a Chaos Dragon with a field-wiping effect. Yugi activates it, Boundless Giga Rays, and Bakura's entire board gets wiped out in 1 move. Episode 218 begins and Zork's winning. The gods are stone, the sun's blacked out, and the Pharaoh is barely standing. Inside the crumbling Millennium Puzzle, Shadi watches it all fall apart. Zork goes full tyrant, trashing Ra's statue and blowing up the city with fireballs. Soldiers retreat. Mana tries to help the Pharaoh, but he's out cold.
Escort the Pharaoh back to the palace at once!
But if I do that, you'll...
Go! And leave Zork to me!
Seto steps up instead. With the Millennium Rod in hand, he charges Zork and summons Blue Eyes White Dragon, channeling Kisara's spirit. It actually lands a hit and pushes back the darkness, giving Egypt a brief moment of hope. But Zork snaps back. Literally, he grabs the dragon, rips it apart, and crushes Seto with a wave of shadow. Kaiba watches in disbelief, then challenges Zork himself, dual disc in hand. He brings out all 3 Blue Eyes and fuses them into Blue Eyes' ultimate dragon. Meanwhile, Yugi finishes his duel against Bakura. After summoning Gundora the Dragon of Destruction and nuking Bakura's army, Gundora sacrifices itself. But that frees Silent Swordsman, who comes back swinging with 4,500 attack points and ends it. Bakura's done, but he taunts Yugi. It's too late to save the Pharaoh. Yugi and the gang escape the collapsing tomb, fight off some sword-wielding riders with duel monsters, then take flight using sheer willpower. Yugi realizes thoughts shape reality here. In the real world, Makuba sees the ancient battle unfolding from Kaiba's jet. The clash between Zork and the Ultimate Dragon is tearing through dimensions. Zork now wants Earth too. The Pharaoh wakes up and sees Kaiba fighting Zork. He grabs the Millennium Scale and fuses with Kaiba and the dragon, forming Master of Dragon Soldier. They unleash a massive energy blast, engulfing both Zork and the dragon. When the dust clears, Zork still isn't dead. Shadi, inside the collapsing puzzle, merges with the items and becomes Hassan, a guardian of the Pharaoh. Zork tries to finish the job, but Hassan intercepts the blast, sacrificing himself. Zork declares that all light will fade. But just then, 4 glowing figures streak across the sky. Yugi's coming. Episode 219 kicks off. Zork is still going full Doomsday mode, standing outside the wrecked palace and taunting the Pharaoh, who's barely holding himself together. The Pharaoh refuses to give up, but Zork's not just flexing power. He straight up says that humans create the darkness. He calls out for Yugi, saying he can't stop Zork alone. Just as Zork winds up to finish him off, 4 streaks of light crash down. It's Yugi and the gang. They made it out of the memory world and they're here to help. Zork hurls a fireball, but they dodge. Right on cue, a mob of Bakura's roamed henchmen show up and transform into zombies. Yugi summons Dark Magician, who swears to protect the Pharaoh. Joey joins in with Red Eye's Black Dragon, and Taya and Tristan bring out Fire Sorcerer and Super Robo Yaru. The zombies rush them, but the monsters hold them off. At first. The zombies keep regenerating though, until Dark Magician Girl appears, summoned by Mana from the palace balcony. She joins Dark Magician Girl to cover the group while they help the Pharaoh. Yugi tells the Pharaoh they found his name but couldn't read it. It's in ancient hieroglyphics. That's when Taya remembers the cartouche she gave him. They all concentrate on the symbols, trying to mentally engrave his name onto it. Zork fires another attack. But Kaiba shows up out of nowhere with Ring of Defense blocking it. He gets blasted back, but the cartouche glows, and it works. The Pharaoh's true name is Atem. Once he says it out loud, the Egyptian gods revive. But this time he fuses them together to summon the Creator of Light, a radiant, divine figure who annihilates Zork for good. With the battle over, Atem thanks everyone, calls them heroes, and says his mission is almost complete. Then he hands the Millennium Puzzle to Seto, tells him to lead Egypt, and flies off with the others as his spirit begins to fade away. In episode 220, Yugi and the gang wake up on the cavern floor, back in the present. The Millennium Puzzle glows as the Pharaoh confirms he's still with them, and the darkness unleashed by the Shadow Games is finally gone. Everyone's relieved, especially Joey, who jokes about the Pharaoh taking 5,000 years to wrap things up. But then, Bakura shows up, confused, weak, and clearly the good version. He passes out hungry, and Joey and Tristan help him out while Atem takes the now empty Millennium Ring. As everyone leaves, Atem stays behind to collect the Millennium Key and Scale, thinking about Shadi and how Seto eventually brought peace to Egypt. With that knowledge, he's finally ready to rest. Outside, Ishizu and Merrick tell Atem it's time to seal the items away forever at the Millennium Stone. This triggers his final mission, to enter the spirit world. They take a boat, since the ancient belief is that spirits must travel west by sea. At the docks, Grandpa, Makuba, and Duke show up, having joined spontaneously. Pegasus, watching from afar, monologues about how everything has led to this moment, how Yugi, unknowingly, touched and connected every life in his journey. Back on the ship, Merrick reveals a final ancient ritual. Before the Pharaoh can pass on, he must lose a duel. Duke notes that for someone like Atem, losing may be the hardest thing. Joey volunteers to duel him, but that gets shut down. That's when Kaiba steps in, demanding the honor. Yugi declines them both. He's going to duel the Pharaoh. Everyone's shocked. Even Kaiba flips, grabbing Yugi by the collar until Yugi convinces him this is something he has to do.
Trust me, this is something I know I need to do! And deep down, you know it too!
Kaiba drops him and lets Yugi pick his own deck. Yugi chooses the one he and Atem built together. That night, Taya checks in, fighting back tears. She doesn't want the Pharaoh to go, but deep down, knows it's time. Yugi reflects on how much he's growing since solving the puzzle. And finally, he's ready. As he finishes his deck, the Pharaoh appears and confirms Yugi's ready. Then it's Atem's turn to build his deck. By sunrise, both are done. The ship docks, Atem steps out, everyone's waiting. It's time for the last duel. In episode 221, the gang follows Ishizu deep underground to a hidden chamber called the Shrine of the Millennium Stone. It's time for the final duel. Yugi versus the Pharaoh. Everyone's hyped except Taya, who suddenly realizes they're about to say goodbye to the Pharaoh forever. She brings it up, and it hits everyone at once. This really is the end. Yugi reassures her that this duel is necessary. If they wait too long, the Pharaoh's spirit could get stuck in the present. Once inside, Yugi places all 7 Millennium items back into the stone, each one glowing with ancient energy. When he finally returns the Millennium Puzzle, a beam of light from the Eye of Wijat separates Yugi's spirit from the Pharaoh's, creating 2 physical bodies. For the first time ever, they'll duel each other. No more sharing a mind. This one's one-on-one, heart versus heart. Kaiba, of course, is only here to see who the real king of games is. The duel kicks off. The Pharaoh uses the Tricky and sets up a sneaky magic card. Yugi slows things down with Swords of Revealing Light and summons Green Gadget, which pulls Red Gadget from his deck. The Pharaoh uses Rebellion, forcing Green Gadget to attack Yugi directly, but Yugi blocks it with Stronghold the Moving Fortress. He still takes some damage though. Yugi plays Ties of the Brethren, bringing out Red and Yellow Gadget, powering up Stronghold to 3000 attack, but the Pharaoh flips Bounce, copying the no attack effect onto Stronghold. Yugi's strategy is stuck for now. Then the Pharaoh drops the hammer. He uses Tricky's spell 4 to summon 4 tokens and tributes 3 of them to bring out Obelisk the Tormentor. It wipes out Stronghold and slams Yugi's life points. Everyone's shaken. Obelisk is no joke.
You gotta hang in there, dude!
The Pharaoh means business.
Yugi, staying cool, sets up Silent Swordsman and a bunch of traps. The Pharaoh plays Card of Sanctity to refill both their hands and tries to end it with Obelisk, but Yugi reveals his plan. Ground Erosion starts draining Obelisk's attack, and Turn Jump skips 3 turns, during which Silent Swordsman powers up to 2500 attack. Now, both monsters are evenly matched. But the Pharaoh isn't done. He activates Summoning Clock, sacrifices his last token, and brings out Queens, Kings, and Jack's Knight. Then he uses all 3 to summon Slifer the Sky Dragon. Slifer enters with 3000 attack. Yugi fires back with Ambush Shield, tributing Red Gadget to boost Silent Swordsman to 4000 attack. Slifer no longer the strongest on the field. Then Pharaoh retaliates by clearing Yugi's remaining monsters with his knights. Then uses them to summon the Winged Dragon of Ra. All 3 Egyptian gods are now on the field. With the ultimate power assembled, the duel is just getting started. In episode 222, the Pharaohs got all 3 Egyptian gods on the field. Slifer at 2000 attack, which instantly jumps to 3000 after Pot of Greed. Ra sitting at 5000, and Obelisk holding 2500. Yugi's hanging on with just 1400 life points, and everyone watching thinks this duel is already wrapped. Even Kaiba starts mocking him, saying Yugi's basically just a stand-in who can't duel for himself. Joey claps back, saying Yugi can win, but he doesn't have a clue how. Merrick explains that while each god card has a weakness, together they're nearly unbeatable. Ishizu adds that if Yugi can't defeat them, the Pharaoh might be stuck in this world forever. Kaiba shrugs it off and turns to leave, but Yugi calls him out, reminding him of the bond between him and the Pharaoh, one that goes back thousands of years. That stops Kaiba in his tracks.
You mean to tell me you actually have a strategy in mind for defeating all 3 Egyptian god cards?
Yugi tells him that this duel matters, and Kaiba agrees to stay just to watch Yugi fall flat. Then Yugi draws and powers up Silent Swordsman to level 4, now at 3000 attack. Then sacrifices his 3 Magnet Warriors to summon Valkyrion the Magnet Warrior at 3500 attack. Slifer's second mouth effect kicks in, which normally cuts Valkyrion down by 2000, but Yugi activates Mirage Spell to negate it and gain 2000 life points, jumping to 3400. He ends his turn, leaving both monsters in attack mode. Everyone's confused why he didn't attack. The Pharaoh draws, bumping Slifer to 4000, and attacks Silent Swordsman. Yugi drops to 2400. Then Ra takes down Valkyrion, knocking Yugi to just 900. With Obelisk's final blow about to land, suddenly, Valkyrion and Silent Swordsman return. Turns out Yugi's trap Mirage Ruler brings them back and restores his life points to 3400, only costing him 1000. Kaiba actually respects the move, but thinks it only bought Yugi time. Ishizu, though, feels something's changed. Maybe Yugi was never just a vessel for the Pharaoh. Maybe he is his modern-day counterpart. Yugi, now realizing the Pharaoh's face-down card hasn't been touched since it was set, guesses it's Mirror Force. If he plays this right, he might finally take the gods down. Silent Swordsman levels up to level 5, 3500 attack. And Yugi sacrifices Valkyrion to resummon Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Slifer targets them, but Yugi flips Magnet Force, which redirects Slifer's ability back onto the gods, dropping their attack stats. Slifer to 2000, Ra to 3000, and Obelisk to only 500. Yugi goes in for the win, ordering Silent Swordsman to hit Obelisk, but the Pharaoh triggers Mirror Force, wiping out everything. Just when it looks like Yugi's finished, he reveals that move completed the setup he needed. He's about to take down the gods for good. Episode 223 begins, and Yugi stands with nothing but his trap card in play. Kaiba's had enough of the dramatics and tells him to just make a move if he's got some brilliant combo. Makuba wonders if Yugi really has a way to wipe out all 3 Egyptian gods. Seems unlikely. Yugi's got no monsters on the field. The Pharaoh tells Yugi it's his turn, and Yugi draws. He activates Magnet Reverse, bringing back Valkyrion the Magnet Warrior in defense mode. That triggers Slifer the Sky Dragon's ability, which auto-blasts newly summoned monsters to reduce their stats. But Magnet Force is still live, so Slifer's attack bounces right off Valkyrion and hits Obelisk the Tormentor, destroying it. Yugi then breaks Valkyrion apart into Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Slifer fires again, one for each summon, but all 3 blasts get redirected by Magnet Force. One smashes into Ra, knocking its attack down to 1000. Then another takes it out entirely. The last blast turns to Slifer, wiping it out too. Just like that, all 3 god cards are gone. Everyone's stunned. Kaiba admits Yugi really pulled it off. Yugi says he couldn't have done it without the Pharaoh. He learned by just watching him. The only way to beat that kind of strength was to use it against itself. The Pharaoh's impressed, but he's not finished. He fuses Gazelle and Baphomet with polymerization to summon Chimera the flying mythical beast. It takes out Alpha easily. Makuba thinks the Pharaoh's already back in control, but Kaiba sees it differently. Yugi's play was genius, and for the first time, Kaiba calls him the true king of games. Yugi responds by tributing Beta and Gamma to bring out Buster Blader. It takes down Chimera, but Chimera's effect revives Baphomet in defense mode. The Pharaoh then tributes it for Beast of Gilfer, sets a card, and ends. Yugi attacks Gilfer with Buster Blader, which triggers its effect, dropping Buster Blader's attack by 500. Yugi sets a card and ends. The Pharaoh plays Awakening from Beyond, letting Yugi draw 2 cards while retrieving 1 from his own graveyard. Swift Gaia the Fierce Knight. Since it's the only card in his hand, he can summon it without a tribute. Gaia attacks and destroys Buster Blader, dropping Yugi to 2200 life points, but he activates Soul Rope, paying 1000 life points to summon Witch of the Black Forest. Then he tributes it for Summoned Skull, using Witch's effect to pull Marshmallow into his hand. Summoned Skull destroys Gaia, bringing the Pharaoh to 3300 life points. The Pharaoh draws blindly and summons Big Shield Gardna in defense mode, just like he knew it would happen. Ishizu explains that it wasn't luck. The Pharaoh's sheer will made it happen. Yugi draws Pot of Greed, uses it, and pulls Watapon, which he immediately summons and tributes to bring out Curse of Dragon. Summoned Skull hits Gardna, flipping it to attack mode. Then Curse of Dragon finishes it off, dropping the Pharaoh to 1400 life points. Taya turns away, emotional about what this duel means. It's not just a game, it's a goodbye. But Joey tells her that this is what everything's been building towards. Win or lose, they've both grown enough to stand on their own now.
Because when they first met, these guys had a lot to learn, and they needed each other to get by. But hopefully by now, they're both ready to move on with their lives.
The Pharaoh draws and uses Dark Magic Curtain, paying half of his life points to summon Dark Magician, then boosts him with Book of Secret Arts, giving him 2800 attack. He destroys Summoned Skull, dropping Yugi to 800 life points. The Pharaoh tells him if he wants to win, he'll have to go through his favorite card. The final episode begins, and Yugi vs. Atem finally hits its peak, with the Pharaoh summoning Dark Magician, his iconic card and supposedly his most trusted ally. Makuba jokes that they should have sold tickets, because this is the duel everyone was waiting for. Yugi braces himself. He knows beating Dark Magician won't be easy, but if he wants to free the Pharaoh's spirit, it has to happen. Yugi plays it safe at first, defending with Marshmallow, a sneaky monster that punishes attackers with 1,000 life points of damage when hit face down. But the Pharaoh sees through it and uses 1,000 Knives, a spell that only works when Dark Magician is on the field. It lets him destroy a monster directly, skipping the trap. Marshmallow's effect is dodged completely. Then, Dark Magician takes out Yugi's Curse of Dragon, clearing the field. Things are looking rough, but Yugi hangs on. He summons Blockman in defense and sets a card. Atem counters with Dark Spear, giving Dark Magician the ability to deal damage even through defense. But Yugi baits the attack, activates Soul Shield, and sacrifices half of his life points to cancel the whole battle phase. He's now down to 400 life points, but still standing. Yugi pulls Gold Sarcophagus, hiding one mystery card from his deck. If Atem plays that same card, it'll automatically be negated. He then uses Blockman's effect. After 2 turns, it splits into 2 tokens, which he tributes to summon Gandora the Dragon of Destruction. It nukes the entire field at the cost of half of his life points again. But Atem blocks it with Dark Illusion, protecting Dark Magician. Gandora destroys itself, and Yugi's got nothing left. Atem attacks, but Yugi activates Magician's Circle. Both players get to summon a spellcaster. Yugi brings out Silent Magician, while Atem summons Dark Magician Girl. Atem tries to finish the game, but Yugi plays Spell Textbook, draws Circle of Sanctity, and uses it to refill both of their hands. Silent Magician gains 500 attack for every card Atem just drew, hitting 3,500 and wiping out both of Atem's magicians. Both players are now at 200 life points. Atem draws Monster Reborn and brings back Slifer the Sky Dragon, whose attack rises to 4,000 thanks to the 4 cards in his hand. But Yugi planned for this. He reveals the card he sealed earlier was Monster Reborn, and since Atem just used it, it instantly gets negated. Slifer goes back to the graveyard. Atem is stunned. Yugi attacks directly with Silent Magician, ending the duel and finally beating the Pharaoh. Atem kneels, congratulating Yugi for surpassing him, while Yugi breaks down, realizing what winning truly meant, saying goodbye.
By defeating you, I've sent you away for good.
No, you have opened the door for me.
But Atem confronts him, saying their bond will never break. With the duel complete, Atem steps into the light, names himself as Atem, son of Aknamkanon, and passes into the afterlife. The Millennium items crumble away, and the Tomb Keeper's mission ends. Everyone watches in silence, knowing this is truly the end of the journey. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the entire story of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. While this anime had its highs and lows, the Yugi vs. Atem battle really sealed it up as an iconic anime that we'll be talking about for years to come. What was your favorite duel in the show? And what's your favorite card? Don't forget to tell me all about it in the comments, and up until next time, have a good day, and as usual, thanks for watching.